Welcome, dear listener. Before we begin, please make sure your volume is set to a soft, gentle level. Lie down, close your eyes, and allow yourself to drift. There's nothing else you need to do. Just breathe, slowly, quietly, and let the calm wash over you. Tonight, we begin the first story in our sleepy series of boring history, and our journey starts by the cold, quiet shores of the Baltic Sea, with a tale about trade, ships, salt, and silence. If this story helps you rest, please consider leaving a like, and don't forget to subscribe for more peaceful stories like this. Now, let us begin. The history of trade in the Baltic Sea. The Baltic Sea, cold and quiet, has long been a place of still waters and slow winds, where history moved not in shouts and clangs of conquest, but in the creak of wooden hulls, the flutter of sailcloth, and the dull knock of crates being stacked by gloved hands. It was not a sea of battles, though some occurred, nor a sea of spectacle, but a sea of exchange, of quiet commerce that connected empires and villages alike, over centuries of gray skies and long winters. Long before global trade routes sprawled across oceans, the Baltic served as a vital artery for Northern Europe, its waters tying together the lives and economies of people who rarely saw each other but whose livelihoods depended on one another. To understand the slow-moving web of trade is to understand the heart of medieval Northern Europe, not its kings and warriors, but its fishers, its shipbuilders, its merchants, and its sailors, who lived their lives tethered to the tides. In the early days, even before the Hanseatic League, the peoples around the Baltic, tribes like the Wends, the Ests, the Curonians, engaged in basic barter. Amber from the south shores was prized by the Romans, and furs from the northern forests were exchanged for salt, cloth, or tools. These exchanges were often local, done in small harbors or open beaches where ships would anchor briefly. The goods were carried in knars, broad-bellied Viking-era cargo vessels that could withstand the choppy, unpredictable swells of the Baltic. Their routes hugged the coastline, avoiding the open sea whenever possible, for the waters could turn on a ship without warning. With time, as trade intensified, and the need for coordination grew, towns began to emerge: Visby, Lübeck, Tallinn, Gdansk. These were not grand cities at first, but modest ports where merchants could meet, rest, and exchange goods. Visby, in particular, on the island of Gotland, became a sort of floating marketplace in the middle of the sea. Its location made it a perfect midway point between the Scandinavian north and the German and Slavic south. There, ships from Novgorod met ships from Bergen, and traders from Riga would cross paths with those from Hamburg. Salted fish, timber, tar, wax, and rye traveled in one direction. In the other came cloth, wine, salt, and precious metals. Trade was dictated by seasons. The Baltic would freeze in winter, often for months, halting all maritime activity. Ice locked the ships in harbors, and life slowed. But in spring, as the melt came and the wind softened, sails once again dotted the water. It was a rhythm understood and accepted, part of life. Trade in the Baltic wasn't just about goods, but about patience, endurance, and understanding the sea's temperament. Pirates occasionally haunted the straits, and storms would tear sails or send ships into the rocks. But most of the time, trade was slow, methodical, and utterly necessary. It tied people together, not through speech or flag, but through shared reliance on goods they could not produce themselves. A town in Sweden might eat rye from Poland. A craftsman in Denmark might carve with wood from Finland. A candle in a German chapel might burn with wax collected in Livonia. It was this interwoven dependency that laid the groundwork for something greater, the Hanseatic League, which would come later. But even before its founding, the seeds were here, in the slow dockings, the barter talks, the counting of sacks and barrels under cloudy skies. The people who made this trade possible were not remembered in statues or epic poems, but they were the quiet hands that made cities grow, that kept winters bearable, that made it possible for the far north to feel somehow less distant. Their legacy is not carved in stone, but carried in the echoes of creaking ships, in the buried anchors beneath harbors now forgotten, in the soft hush of waves against long-vanished piers. This was the beginning, not of an empire, but of a network, a quiet web of necessity, crossing waters not for glory, but for grain. As the 12th century gave way to the 13th, the murmur of trade across the Baltic began to coalesce into something more organized. more deliberate, more resilient. It was no longer just coastal villagers and solitary ships exchanging barrels and cloth under a gray sky. A transformation was underway. Towns like Lübeck, founded in 1143, began to rise not only as trading hubs, but as structured centers of commerce with walls, guilds, and written agreements. Lübeck, perched at the mouth of the Trav River, became a gateway between the North Sea and the Baltic, linking inland German markets with the maritime routes of the East. Its harbor filled with ships built sturdier and larger, vessels designed not only to survive the sea, but to maximize the goods they carried. And from this humble port, something grand would begin: the formation of the Hanseatic League. But long before the League had its name, the spirit of collaboration was already drifting through the sea winds. Merchants began to think beyond their hometowns. They saw the benefit in forming alliances, in creating rules that would govern not just ships, but trust. Trade, after all, depends on more than coin and cargo. It requires faith that goods will arrive, that prices will be honored, that safety will be preserved. And so, these early merchants formed pacts, first informally, and then on parchment, outlining mutual protections, shared warehouses, agreed tolls. One by one, towns joined the idea, drawn not by conquest or loyalty, but by shared interest. Visby, Riga, Danzig, Tallinn, Hamburg. They saw what could be achieved when trade flowed not chaotically, but with common purpose. The Baltic became less a patchwork of competing harbors and more a living organism, flexing with the seasons, reacting to demand, adapting to threats. Goods were categorized and routes optimized. Warehouses were built along key ports, allowing merchants to store their goods without unloading everything at once. In some cities, special quarters were designated for foreign traders, giving them lodging and legal protections. This standardization, this quiet bureaucracy, did not draw attention in history books, but it made the system work. One of the earliest major exports of the region was fish, particularly herring. The herring trade was so vast that entire coastal economies were built around it. Every year, fleets of ships sailed to the Danish straits and southern Swedish shores, following the shimmering silver tides. The fish were caught, cleaned, and packed in barrels filled with salt, another vital commodity, often imported from France or the Iberian Peninsula. Without salt, there was no preservation. Without preservation, there was no trade. This humble connection between fish in the north and salt in the south defined an entire era. Timber, too, was in high demand. The Baltic region's dense forests provided the raw material for ships, buildings, tools, and furniture, cut by hand and floated down rivers to ports. The logs were often shipped to the Low Countries and England, where deforestation had already become a concern. Tar extracted from pine trees and used to waterproof ships became another staple. Grain, rye and barley, traveled from the flat fields of Poland and Prussia to feed cities that could not grow enough of their own. Flax was woven into linen. Wax from beehives lit the candles of churches across Christendom, and everywhere furs, soft, warm, exotic, made their way west from the cold forests of Novgorod and Karelia, ending up on the shoulders of nobles far removed from the animals that once wore them. These exchanges were not just about objects. They were about seasons, survival, and subtle power. Ports that could regulate trade grew wealthy. Those that couldn't were left behind. Control of a harbor meant control of tolls, and tolls became the lifeblood of local rulers. Some sought to tax aggressively, others sought to welcome merchants with leniency and open docks. Over time, a balance was struck. Cities that adhered to fair trade practices gained reputations that drew even more commerce. Trust, once again, became currency. The merchants themselves formed guilds, brotherhoods bound not by blood, but by profession. These guilds regulated competition, enforced contracts, and even represented their members in foreign lands. They traveled in groups for safety, shared cargo space to minimize risk, and gradually shaped not only economics, but law. A trader in Lübeck might find himself subject to local rules in Reval, but thanks to agreements between cities, he could appeal to his own guild, or even to neutral arbitrators. This legal framework, quietly developed over generations, was the foundation for modern commercial law. And all of this unfolded not in bursts of drama, but in steady, repetitive cycles, loading and unloading, trading and sailing, writing and sealing, season after season, year after year, across the calm, gray waters of the Baltic Sea. By the early 14th century, the quiet mechanics of Baltic trade had matured into a well-oiled system, its rhythm predictable yet never dull, as if the sea itself had memorized the route of every ship and the weight of every cargo. This was the age when the Hanseatic League, no longer a simple network of merchants, emerged as a powerful confederation of trading cities, a political and economic force woven not from armies or crowns, but from shared interests and mutual agreements. Though it never resembled an empire in the traditional sense, the League commanded influence that rivaled kings. At its height, it encompassed over 200 towns stretching from London in the west to Novgorod in the east, from Bergen in the north to Cologne in the south. These towns were connected not by roads or borders, but by the common thread of maritime trade across the Baltic and the North Sea. Lübeck became known as the Queen of the Hanse, its docks crowded with ships, its warehouses full of goods, its halls echoing with the voices of foreign traders. The city's influence was immense, not just in wealth, but in the rules it helped draft, the alliances it shaped, and the peaceful order it imposed on a world that might otherwise have been fractured by competition. The League's merchants communicated through a shared language of contracts, weights, and coinage. Their legal codes, such as the Law of the Hanse, outlined protections for traders abroad, ensuring that a ship from Riga was not subject to arbitrary tolls in Danzig, or a merchant from Bremen could conduct business in Stockholm without fear of imprisonment or fraud. They created contours, permanent trading outposts, in key cities like Bruges, London, and Bergen, where merchants lived for months at a time, negotiating deals, overseeing goods, and maintaining their networks. These contours were more than just warehouses. They were miniature embassies, complete with their own administration, rules, and even guards. Inside, life was orderly and regulated, meals eaten at set hours, prayers said in common, and disputes settled quietly before they ever reached the local authorities. Meanwhile, the ships that sustained this network were changing. The Köge replaced the Nar, a larger, more stable cargo vessel, with a flat bottom and higher sides, capable of carrying more goods and better suited to the needs of a growing economy. These ships often traveled in convoys, especially in pirate-infested waters, escorted by armed escorts, paid for by the League or by the merchants themselves. Piracy remained a constant threat, particularly in the Gulf of Finland and around Gotland, where rogue captains preyed on the slow, heavy-laden merchant ships. But the League was not defenseless. It organized naval campaigns, raised funds for shipbuilding, and even went to war when necessary, such as the conflict against King Valdemar IV of Denmark, which culminated in the Treaty of Stralsund in 1370. Through this treaty, the League secured trading privileges that allowed it near-monopoly access to Danish markets and control over key ports. But this power was never loud. It operated in the shadows of great events, often overlooked in chronicles filled with battles and coronations. Yet its impact was profound. It helped standardize currency exchange, encouraged literacy among merchants, and laid down trade laws that would echo into modern European commerce. In the towns along the Baltic, the League's presence was felt in the rhythm of daily life, in the ringing of port bells, the stacking of barrels, the marking of ledgers, the routine prayers for safe passage. Children grew up watching the ships come and go, learning early the value of precision, patience, and partnerships. Local economies became intricately tied to foreign markets. A poor harvest in Livonia could affect bread prices in Lübeck. A failed salt shipment from France might disrupt fish preservation across Pomerania. And in this delicate web of cause and effect, trust was everything. A broken promise could ripple through ports hundreds of miles apart. That's why the League thrived not on dominance, but on predictability. It promised a quiet, reliable world, one where you could send your cargo across stormy waters and expect, more often than not, that it would arrive. As decades passed, the towns of the League flourished. Public buildings rose with merchant wealth. Brick Gothic architecture, solid, functional, and beautiful in its restraint, defined the skyline of cities like Wismar, Stralsund, and Rostock. Behind their facades, accounts were tallied, contracts were signed, and decisions were made that shaped not only trade, but diplomacy, culture, and even urban life. And though the names of the individual traders have long since been lost, their careful hands and cautious minds helped build the silent foundation on which centuries of Northern European prosperity would rest. The Baltic Sea, in turn, became not just a body of water, but a quiet theater of commerce. Unassuming, slow-moving, and utterly vital. As the 15th century approached, the Hanseatic League stood at the height of its influence, casting a long but quiet shadow across the northern seas. The ships that once hugged the coastlines now traced confident arcs across open waters, their sails filled with wind and purpose. Ports once muddy and small had become brick-paved harbors, ringing with the distant clang of hammers, the soft splash of ropes being thrown, and the low murmur of traders speaking a dozen dialects. It was a world defined not by drama, but by repetition, by reliability, by the comforting predictability of systems well maintained. In this era, trade was not just an economic necessity. It was a culture, a lifestyle, even a philosophy. Towns that were part of the League shared more than just goods. They shared codes of conduct, architectural styles, guild systems, and an almost unspoken reverence for order. Streets were laid with precision, markets followed cycles, and laws were enforced with a kind of moral efficiency that made corruption difficult, though never impossible. It was in these quiet towns that trade truly became the heartbeat of society. The merchants, though often modest in public display, wielded real power, not through titles or thrones, but through their ledgers, their contacts, and their ability to reroute entire supply chains with a few strokes of a quill. A decision made in Lübeck could affect prices in Bergen or Tallinn, and as such, the men who sat in the trade halls of these cities understood the weight of silence, the importance of discretion. They wore woolen cloaks and modest hats, not gold rings or jewel-encrusted swords, but their signatures carried more influence than many barons. One of the most overlooked aspects of this period was the role of time itself. The concept of timeliness became central to trade. Ships had to arrive before the freezing of the sea. Contracts were bound to harvest seasons. Markets opened and closed with the precision of clockwork, long before mechanical clocks were common. The passing of time was marked not by holidays or war campaigns, but by cycles of export and import, by the predictable rotation of goods, flax in spring, salted fish in summer, grain in autumn, wax and furs in winter. And beneath this steady rhythm, the Baltic Sea remained a quiet witness, its waters carrying not only barrels and sacks, but also the aspirations of towns that had risen from obscurity to prominence through nothing more than cooperation and perseverance. Yet the sea was not always kind. Storms would still rise with little warning, reducing carefully packed ships to driftwood. Ice could return sooner than expected, trapping vessels mid-journey. There were years of poor catch, or bad harvest, or sudden political tension that closed off a port without warning. But the strength of the League and of the Baltic trade system itself lay in its resilience. It had been built with these uncertainties in mind. Redundancies existed. Warehouses stocked surplus goods. Merchant councils met to resolve disputes and reroute shipments. It was not a fragile web, but a durable one, woven tightly by time and necessity. The people of the Baltic knew this. From the dockworker in Danzig to the apprentice scribe in Reval, there was a collective understanding that their prosperity depended not on conquest or expansion, but on maintaining the balance. Trade was not glamorized, it was trusted. It was the quiet promise that if you did your part, others would do theirs, and life would continue in its steady, if uneventful, flow. Even architecture reflected this mindset. The brick warehouses, gabled facades, and merchant homes were not overly ornate, but solid, symmetrical, and long-lasting. They spoke of reliability, of goods that would be delivered, of agreements that would be honored. And when the wind blew through the alleys of Lübeck or Rostock, it carried with it not the echoes of battles or parades, but the soft rustle of papers, the creak of floorboards, the occasional call of a gull above the water. But even in this golden era, there were signs of change. New powers were rising. Nation-states, stronger monarchies, and rival trade networks began to stir to the south and west. Venice, Genoa, and the growing Dutch ports began to explore bolder, riskier sea routes. Spices from the east, silver from the New World, and silk from China threatened to eclipse the modest cargo of wax and rye. The League, rooted deeply in the slow and steady, found itself unprepared for the age of exploration and the global economy that would soon follow. Yet for now, it remained intact. a sleeping giant that did not roar but simply existed, pulsing quietly along the shorelines of the Baltic. Its influence felt not through headlines, but through every sack of grain, every candle burned, every loaf of bread kneaded from foreign flour. The League had built something rare, a civilization not of war or faith, but of trust. And as the 15th century wore on, this trust would be tested, but not yet. For now, the docks still hummed, the ledgers still opened, and the sea, as always, carried on. By the time the 15th century edged toward its close, the Hanseatic League had begun to show signs of strain beneath its outward stability. The world was changing, slowly at first, then with accelerating momentum, and the quiet trade routes of the Baltic were no longer the only ones that mattered. New powers, centralized monarchies in Denmark, Sweden, Poland, and the emerging Grand Duchy of Moscow, were asserting their authority over cities that had long operated with a degree of autonomy. For centuries, the League had negotiated treaties, enforced toll agreements, and even declared war when needed. But now sovereign rulers were less willing to accommodate a merchant alliance that acted as its own political body. Taxes were increased, local laws rewritten, and cities once loyal to the League were slowly drawn into the orbit of their respective crowns. At sea, too, the world was shifting. Trade was no longer confined to the icy northern routes of the Baltic. The Portuguese had rounded the Cape of Good Hope. The Spanish were venturing west into the Atlantic. New goods, exotic, rare, and deeply coveted, were arriving in European ports, carried not by cog or nar, but by the vast caravels of oceanic explorers. Spices, silks, sugar, tobacco, these began to redefine what wealth meant, and the Baltic's humble exports of rye and wax began to feel, in comparison, like relics of a quieter time. Yet the League continued, not with defiance, but with persistence. The rhythm of trade still flowed. Timber was still floated down rivers. Fish still filled barrels. Furs were still bundled and shipped. The cities of the League, proud and solid, stood like aging sentinels watching the sea, their brick towers and gabled roofs unchanged, even as the wider world moved forward. There was a comfort in this, a dignity. Though the glow of influence dimmed, the machinery of trade remained remarkably functional. Documents from the period show that even in decline, the League maintained remarkable internal cohesion. Merchant guilds continued to enforce standards. Disputes were mediated, coins were weighed, ships were registered. The sea remained a workplace, not a battlefield. It was during this time that many of the League's cities began to focus more inwardly. Local industries expanded. Artisans were supported. Educational institutions quietly grew. The merchant wealth accumulated over generations began to be spent on civic projects, town halls, churches, libraries. Lübeck, for instance, invested heavily in cultural life, hosting musical performances and public lectures that reflected its transition from a dominant trade hub to a center of Northern European heritage. Yet even amid this cultural flowering, the challenges mounted. Rival ports rose along the coasts of the Netherlands and England. Amsterdam, in particular, began to attract trade that once passed through the Hanse. Its ships were faster, its networks broader, its investors bolder. The Dutch, embracing innovation, began building wind-powered sawmills that could process timber far more efficiently than traditional methods. This single advancement alone began to shift the balance of lumber trade away from the League. Meanwhile, the League's reliance on consensus, once its strength, became a weakness. Decisions required agreement among dozens of cities, each with its own interests, politics, and concerns. In times of unity, this structure had fostered trust. In times of crisis, it became cumbersome. When pirates re-emerged in greater numbers, it took years to coordinate a response. When a foreign crown imposed new tariffs, cities squabbled over how to react. And slowly, imperceptibly, the weight of inertia settled over the League like fog over the sea. But still, the spirit of Baltic trade endured. The docks did not fall silent. The tides still brought ships in and pulled them out. At night, oil lamps flickered in the harbors of Gdańsk and Riga. Crates were loaded with care. Ledgers were updated by candlelight. Children listened to their parents speak of distant ports, of snowy journeys along frozen rivers, of deals struck with a handshake and a nod. For even as the League receded in power, the culture it had built, The habits, the expectations, the quiet pride remained deeply rooted in the cities that had grown around it. Travelers from Italy or Spain often remarked on the orderliness of Hanseatic cities, the cleanliness of their streets, the predictability of their markets. They lacked the opulence of Venice or the chaos of Paris, but they offered something else, a sense of calm, a sense of control, a sense that even in a world spinning faster and faster, there were still places where things worked, where goods moved without fanfare, and where history whispered not in monuments, but in the steady beat of trade winds and the soft slap of water against a wooden hull. In this, the Baltic was more than just a sea. It was a memory of a time when trust was built not through dominance, but through repetition, through cooperation, through the slow, deliberate building of relationships. And even as the 15th century gave way to the 16th, that memory remained, anchored deep beneath the waves. As the 16th century unfolded, the landscape of trade across Europe shifted ever more rapidly, and the Baltic Sea, once the quiet center of a carefully crafted commercial web, found itself drifting slowly toward the margins of global attention. Yet the rhythms of life around its shores continued much as they had for generations. The merchants still rose early, their boots echoing softly on the damp wooden planks of harbor docks. The ledgers still recorded shipments of grain, salt, tar, and fur. The same seagulls circled above the masts. The same fog rolled in over the water with the same slow hush. But while appearances held steady, subtle changes stirred beneath the surface. The Hanseatic League, once the unrivaled authority of Northern European trade, began to dissolve, not in a single moment, not with any grand declaration, but gradually, like the fading of a long-held breath. The very things that had made the League so successful, its cautious pace, its reliance on cooperation, its emphasis on routine, became the reasons for its decline. Cities once unified in purpose began to diverge in ambition. Some, like Hamburg and Bremen, sought closer ties with rising nation-states. Others, like Lübeck, held fast to the League's traditional structure, even as it became less effective in a changing world. Meanwhile, the growing power of centralized monarchies brought new priorities to the Baltic region. Sweden, under the Vasa dynasty, expanded its reach across the eastern coast of the sea, asserting control over Finland and parts of Livonia. Denmark sought to dominate the straits, imposing heavy tolls on foreign ships. Poland and Lithuania, now unified in a commonwealth, extended their influence inland, pushing trade down the Vistula River toward the Black Sea. In this new world of borders and kings, the autonomy of merchant cities was no longer tolerated. The League could no longer act freely. Its treaties were overridden, its privileges revoked. Its trading posts, once bustling with activity, now operated under closer scrutiny, or were absorbed entirely into royal administrations. Yet trade did not stop. It simply changed. The Baltic remained essential for the transportation of bulk goods, timber from the vast northern forests, grain from the flat plains of Poland, hemp for rope making, tar for waterproofing ships, and iron from the mines of Sweden. These were not luxury goods, but necessities, materials that powered the shipbuilding industries of Western Europe, that fed growing populations, that provided for armies and navies expanding in strength. The sea lanes, once protected by the League, were now policed by royal fleets. Navigation became more regulated, tariffs more rigid, and profits more variable. But still the ships moved, still the waves carried them, still the harbors opened their arms to arriving vessels. The people living in these port towns adjusted, as they always had. Some families who had been members of merchant guilds for centuries now served under crown-appointed officials. Others turned to local production, breweries, brickmaking, textiles. Cities diversified their economies, drawing on inland resources and labor to offset the instability of maritime commerce. In many places, architecture flourished. The wealth accumulated over centuries of trade was now channeled into cathedrals, universities, and city halls. The tall stepped gables of Hanseatic buildings remained a signature of the region, their red bricks catching the low northern light in the early hours of dawn. These buildings, byward and enduring, stood as silent witnesses to a world that had once turned on quiet barter and disciplined exchange. Meanwhile, across Europe, new centers of commerce rose. Antwerp and Amsterdam expanded with breathtaking speed. Their ports, backed by global trade routes and aggressive investment strategies, came to symbolize a new age, an age of speculation, colonial ventures, and the pursuit of luxury goods. Compared to these booming cities, the Baltic ports seemed frozen in time. But this was not failure, it was constancy. It was the continuation of a world built not on speed, but on necessity. The goods flowing through the Baltic were not glamorous, but they were indispensable. Without the flax, there would be no sails. Without the pitch, no seaworthy hulls. Without the rye and wheat, no bread for cities swelling in size. In this way, the Baltic remained essential, even as it receded from center stage. Its importance no longer made headlines, but its heartbeat was still felt in every crate unloaded, in every bundle packed, in every keel laid in distant shipyards that relied on its timber and iron. The people of the Baltic knew this. They carried on, not with despair, but with a quiet pride. Their world had narrowed, yes, but it had not ended. It had endured. The same sea that once brought prosperity to their ancestors still carried their future, even if the destination looked different. And in the slow hush of a ship slipping away from the dock, in the steady creak of ropes, in the gentle rhythm of boots on stone, there remained a sense of continuity, of something old that had not vanished, but simply changed its shape. As the 17th century unfolded, the Baltic Sea remained a vital corridor for Northern Europe, even as the contours of power shifted and the quiet, methodical traditions of Hanseatic trade gave way to the ambitions of rising states. The old merchant alliances no longer held sway as they once had, but the port still bustled with activity, and the sea itself remained unchanged, stretching outward like a gray ribbon of history, pulling ships from shore to shore with the same tides that had moved them for hundreds of years. In this period, Sweden emerged as one of the dominant powers in the region, transforming from a relatively modest kingdom into an expansive empire that reached across the Baltic and deep into continental Europe. Sweden's rise was driven in part by its control over vital resources, especially iron and copper, and its strategic hold over ports and fortresses that once belonged to the Hanseatic sphere. The kingdom began to shape trade routes with military presence rather than commercial treaties. Naval ships accompanied merchant fleets, customs houses multiplied, fortifications rose along key harbors. The Baltic Sea, once guarded by silent cooperation and merchant agreements, now echoed with the more assertive rhythms of cannon drills and marching boots. Yet the ships still came. Timber was still loaded in Finnish ports, destined for Dutch and English shipyards. Iron ore from the mines of Bergslagen was transported across inland waterways and overland roads, then placed on barges that flowed into the Baltic and out to sea. These metals fueled the war machines of Europe, crafting cannons, anchors, and armor for armies that marched under banners unfamiliar to the old merchant guilds. Meanwhile, Poland and Lithuania continued to export vast quantities of grain through the port of Gdansk, which remained one of the busiest and most essential hubs in the entire region. Gdansk had adapted better than many other cities, positioning itself as both a loyal servant of the Polish crown and a shrewd manager of international commerce. Its warehouses remained full, its cranes busy, and its docks crowded with flat-bottomed riverboats and seagoing merchant ships. The Vistula River, wide and gentle, became a commercial highway, connecting the agricultural hinterlands of Eastern Europe with the hungry cities of the West. Rye, wheat, and barley, harvested from the fertile plains, moved slowly downstream, passing through a series of locks, ferries, and outposts before reaching the salt-tanged breezes of the Baltic. From there, grain was loaded into tall ships bound for Amsterdam, London, and beyond. The trade remained steady and crucial, even if the names of the traders changed, even if the flags flying above the harbors shifted with treaties and wars. Inland, roads improved and canals were dug, making it easier for goods to reach the ports. Innovations in cartography and navigation helped captains sail more confidently, even through the tricky archipelagos of the Finnish coast or the shallow, shifting waters near the southern shoals. The ships themselves became more sophisticated. The old cog designs evolved into sleeker, more efficient vessels, capable of handling heavier loads and traveling greater distances without needing to stop for resupply. And yet, for all the technical change, the atmosphere of the Baltic remained curiously familiar. Gray skies, cool winds, the smell of salt and pine, the rhythmic sound of wood on water. The people who lived along the Baltic adjusted as they always had. Fishermen continued to ply the inlets and bays for herring and cod. Traders kept meticulous notes in their ledgers. Dock workers carried barrels and crates with a practiced ease. The merchant's son still learned arithmetic by counting sacks of grain, and the apprentice still watched the foreman test the weight of an iron ingot with a trained glance. Life along the Baltic was not defined by sudden wealth or dramatic upheaval, but by the slow layering of one season atop another. Even during the wars of the 17th century, the 30 Years' War, the wars between Sweden and Denmark, the conflicts with Russia, trade never fully ceased. It adapted, routes shifted, fortunes fluctuated, but the sea remained a thread that could not be severed. It was too necessary, too deeply woven into the fabric of every town, every family, every daily rhythm. In some towns, trade began to mingle more heavily with industry, shipyards expanded, rope walks grew longer, warehouses were repurposed for manufacturing. The Baltic region had always been a place of raw goods, but now it began to shape those goods more fully before exporting them. Iron became nails, timber became planks, flax became linen. These small shifts marked the beginning of a quiet transformation from a purely mercantile economy into something more complex, more self-sufficient. Still, for most people, the sea was what it had always been, a horizon of opportunity and danger, a mirror of the sky's moods, a place where history didn't thunder. It drifted, slowly, unfolding like mist, one tide at a time. As the 18th century approached, the Baltic Sea entered a new chapter, one not of discovery or dominance, but of quiet persistence. The world around it had grown louder, empires clashed across continents, revolutions stirred in the minds of men, and industrial machines began to hum in distant cities. But the Baltic remained as ever steady and gray, a corridor of practical trade linking the cold forests of the north to the busy markets of the west. The once powerful Hanseatic League had faded into history, leaving behind not a fall, but a soft vanishing, its cities now absorbed into larger kingdoms, or reinvented under new rules. But its legacy endured in the shapes of warehouses, in the cadence of maritime law, and in the subtle habits of merchants who still recorded their shipments with precise hands and cautious eyes. In this era, the states surrounding the Baltic grew more defined and more centralized. Sweden's golden age had begun to dim, its empire stretched thin by wars with Russia, Denmark, and Poland. Meanwhile, the Russian Empire, under the leadership of Peter the Great, looked westward and recognized the value of the sea. In 1703, Peter founded the city of St. Petersburg, carved out of swampland, built by thousands of laborers, and positioned directly on the eastern edge of the Baltic. It was a bold statement, an open window to Europe, and a deliberate move to place Russia on the maritime stage. The creation of St. Petersburg altered Baltic trade forever. New routes were established, new partnerships formed, and new rivalries deepened. The city's port quickly became a key point of departure for Russian exports. Timber, hemp, flax, furs, iron, and grains flowed outward, while Western goods, textiles, wine, glassware, and tools made their way in. And yet, despite the grandeur of the Tsar's vision, the daily life of Baltic trade remained stubbornly humble. Ships still depended on the seasons, the sea still froze in winter, halting all movement, locking vessels in ice, and forcing trade into dormancy until the thaw. Navigating the Gulf of Finland remained treacherous, its shoals shifting, its winds unpredictable. And in small towns along the coasts of Estonia and Latvia, merchants still woke early to check their stock. Scribes still sat in cold counting rooms to reconcile ledgers, and dock workers still braced their backs to lift crates of salted fish or barrels of rye. The tools had improved, maps were more accurate, compasses more reliable, and ships more resilient. But the labor had not changed much. It was still a life of patience, of working with the rhythm of the tides, of understanding that wealth did not arrive in bursts, but accumulated slowly, one voyage at a time. Meanwhile, Denmark continued to control the vital passage between the North Sea and the Baltic, the Øresund. Since the 15th century, Denmark had imposed a toll on every ship passing through this narrow channel, and by the 18th century, the Øresund toll had become one of the most lucrative and enduring maritime taxes in European history. Every ship had to stop at Helsingør, declare its cargo, and pay the fee. The money funded castles, fleets, and royal ambitions, while the records, painstakingly maintained, offered a rare and detailed window into the flow of commerce. These toll books tell us what was traded, in what quantity, from which port to which destination. They reveal a Baltic Sea not in decline, but in motion. Slowly, steadily, persistently in motion. England, too, began to take greater interest in Baltic goods, particularly timber, tar, hemp, and sailcloth, critical resources for its growing navy. The Royal Navy, always hungry for reliable supplies, relied heavily on the forests of Scandinavia and Russia. As tensions with France and Spain intensified, English merchants increasingly turned to the Baltic for materials needed to build and maintain ships that would patrol oceans far beyond the cold waters of the north. Thus, the Baltic, though removed from the drama of global conquest, remained deeply entangled in it, quietly feeding the ambitions of empires. Throughout the region, shipbuilding continued as both a craft and an industry. In cities like Karlskrona, Copenhagen, and St. Petersburg, naval yards expanded. Carpenters shaped oak and pine with practiced hands. Rope walks stretched for hundreds of meters, twisting hemp into thick lines. Canvas was cut and sewn. Hammers rang against iron fittings, and the smell of pitch filled the air. These were not glamorous places, but essential ones, silent engines of maritime power, and surrounding them were the familiar sights of merchant life, the creaking carts, the nods of agreement, the flags fluttering from masts, the quiet whistle of wind across a half-loaded deck. The Baltic had seen so much, yet remained unchanged in essence. It was still the same sea that had once carried amber and herring, wax and wool, salt and skins. Still the same wind that had once filled the sails of Hanseatic cogs now drove the brigs and schooners of newer fleets. And still, each evening, as the sun sank low across the horizon, casting pale gold across the water, it was easy to believe that time here moved just a little slower, that the past still lingered, not as a ghost, but as a rhythm, a memory kept alive in the echo of waves and the steady creak of a ship pulling out to sea. By the early 19th century, the Baltic Sea remained a steadfast artery of commerce in an increasingly restless world. The age of sail still reigned, though the first whispers of steam and iron had begun to circulate among shipbuilders and harbor masters. Europe, reshaped by the Napoleonic Wars and the growing tide of industrialization, stood at the threshold of modernity, yet the Baltic moved to its own ancient rhythm. Along its coasts, cities old and new continued to send and receive the lifeblood of trade. Grain, timber, hemp, tar, linen, salted fish, and iron, materials not of luxury, but of utility, the kind that held up buildings, fueled economies, and fed entire populations. Nations had changed, flags had shifted, borders had been redrawn, but the needs of trade remained remarkably constant. The demand for Baltic timber, in particular, grew steadily as Western Europe's forests were depleted, and as industrial growth drove the construction of railroads, ships, and city infrastructure. Sweden's pine and spruce forests were harvested with methodical care, logs floated down inland rivers or hauled across frozen winter ground by horse-drawn sled, then stockpiled at ports like Sundsvall or Kalmar, where they awaited transport by sea. The trade was as physical as ever, requiring strength, endurance, and trust, but it was also becoming more calculated. Account books grew thicker. Insurance became more common. Banks began to involve themselves in shipping ventures. The Baltic remained quiet, but its commerce had grown more complex beneath the surface. In St. Petersburg, the Russian Empire's window to the west flourished, a city of baroque facades and wide avenues where noblemen mingled with foreign traders, and where the Neva River teemed with barges and long, low merchant vessels. Russian exports remained heavily focused on raw goods. Vast quantities of flax and hemp were sent abroad, used in the manufacture of rope, sailcloth, and linen. Iron and copper from Russian mines reached England and France. Grain from the Volga basin, hauled by river and cart, arrived at the Baltic in bulk. And in return came industrial tools, refined goods, fine cloth, and imported luxuries for the upper classes. Yet beyond the imperial grandeur, the day-to-day work of trade remained unchanged. Dock workers still loaded barrels and sacks by hand. Ships still waited out storms in narrow harbors. Captains still navigated with charts and sextants, their eyes scanning the sky for weather, the sea for threats. The life of a Baltic trader was not romantic, but it was essential. Meanwhile, new technologies were beginning to stir beneath the wooden decks and canvas sails. Steam power, once experimental, began to take hold in the form of small paddle steamers and tugboats operating in protected waters. These early machines were clumsy, expensive, and limited by coal supplies, but they hinted at a future where wind would no longer dictate movement. Some traditionalists scoffed, others watched quietly. A few, always pragmatic, invested early. The transition would take time, but it had begun. In cities like Copenhagen, Lübeck, and Riga, merchant families who had traded for generations began to pass their knowledge on, not just through practice, but through schools and academies. Formal education in navigation, bookkeeping, and trade law grew more common. Shipping companies were founded, ventures with shared ownership, multiple vessels, and printed schedules. The Baltic was modernizing gently but steadily, adapting without losing its essential character. International politics still impacted the flow of goods. The continental system under Napoleon had disrupted trade across Europe, and the Baltic was no exception. Blockades and naval patrols turned parts of the sea into contested zones. Smuggling increased. Merchants developed clever routes to bypass restrictions, sailing under false flags or rerouting goods through neutral ports. But with the fall of Napoleon and the Congress of Vienna, trade routes reopened, and once again, the old patterns resumed. Yet beneath the calm, the world continued to change. Railroads, though still in their infancy, began to extend toward coastal cities, promising faster, more reliable transport from inland regions. Industrial output in Britain and Germany soared. The Baltic's traditional exports remained vital, but new pressures emerged: competition, efficiency, speed. The future would demand more than strong backs and sturdy ships. It would require adaptation. Still, the sea itself gave no hint of concern. It moved as it always had, pulled by the moon, shaped by the wind, indifferent to politics, progress, or power. In the evenings, as mist settled over the quiet water, lanterns lit up the quays and soft voices echoed from taverns and counting houses. Somewhere, a ship creaked gently at anchor. A crate was nailed shut. A letter was signed and sealed. And across the water, a gull circled slowly, alone in the gray light, as it had 100 years before, and as it would 100 years after. The Baltic, eternal and unchanged in its essence, watched silently, as it always had, as the world turned one more page. By the middle of the 19th century, the Baltic Sea had witnessed nearly 1,000 years of continuous trade, its waters bearing silent witness to shifting empires, the rise and fall of cities, and the quiet determination of generations of merchants, sailors, and dock workers. And though the modern world was closing in, with its railroads, its telegraphs, its factories, and its steamships, the rhythm of the Baltic had not been erased, only layered with new sounds, new structures, and new expectations. The harbors that once heard the hollow knock of wooden wheels and the rustle of sailcloth now echoed with the hiss of steam engines and the sharper clang of iron against steel. Ships no longer relied entirely on the wind. Steam-powered vessels, at first small and cautious, had grown larger and more confident, their iron hulls cutting cleanly through waters that had once been mastered only by timber and tar. With them came a transformation in the flow of goods and the perception of time. What once took weeks could now take days. Journeys that had been dictated by the season and the sky were now planned by schedule and timetable. The Baltic adapted. It always had. Rail lines connected the inland grain fields of Poland and Lithuania to the ports of Gdańsk and Klaipėda. Iron mines in Sweden fed smelters and factories, their output loaded directly onto steamers bound for Britain and France. Timber was no longer floated down rivers in long rafts, but carried on trains and stacked onto cargo decks by cranes. The infrastructure of trade became more visible, more mechanized. Warehouses rose taller, constructed of brick and iron instead of wood. Docks were reinforced with stone. Customs procedures grew more formal, more bureaucratic. Paperwork expanded. Ledgers became typewritten reports. But through all this change, the core nature of the Baltic remained the same. It was still a place of exchange, of movement, of quiet interdependence. The goods had changed, the ships had changed, the rules had changed. But the need to trade, to connect, to carry, and to receive was timeless. St. Petersburg continued to thrive as Russia's maritime capital. Copenhagen balanced modern commerce with regal history. Riga, Tallinn, and Helsinki all grew, their harbors reshaped, their skylines touched by smokestacks and steeples. Even smaller towns, often overlooked by great historians, remained vital waypoints in the living network of Baltic trade. Their names may never appear in bold, but they were there. Their docks active, their people skilled, their lives woven into the same sea-bound pattern that had endured for centuries. The Industrial Revolution brought not only technological change, but also new types of goods. Machinery parts, chemicals, processed food, and refined fuel began to supplement the older cargoes of salt, grain, and timber. The Baltic, never glamorous, now carried the backbone of the modern world. Coal and iron fed new industries. Textile exports expanded. Oil, not yet dominant but rising in relevance, began to appear in small shipments, stored carefully and with caution. Politics, too, influenced the region's stability. Alliances shifted. Prussia rose, the German Confederation coalesced, and eventually gave way to a unified empire. Russia grew more centralized, its policies more autocratic, and yet its ports remained open to Western markets, its ships visible in harbors from Kiel to Stockholm. The Crimean War, and later tensions between the great powers, occasionally threatened the smooth flow of trade, but the Baltic, resilient and practical, often found a way to keep moving, to keep trading, to keep working. And in the quieter corners of this great system, the traditions of the past still lived on. In the early morning haze, fishermen still cast their nets from small wooden boats, their methods unchanged in centuries. In the backrooms of port taverns, captains still shared news over mugs of beer, discussing winds and prices and the reliability of foreign ports. In guild halls turned municipal buildings, old crests still hung, faded but intact, reminders of a time when merchant alliances steered the future. The story of Baltic trade is not one of conquest or spectacle. It is a story of persistence, of communities built on cooperation, of wealth earned through patience and repetition. It is a story that never demanded the spotlight, but remained quietly essential to the functioning of Europe for generations. And perhaps that is what gives it its special power. Not the grandeur of its empires, but the dignity of its endurance. In the final moments of the 19th century, as electric lights began to glow along the docks and telegraph wires hummed quietly above the warehouses, the sea remained as it had always been, wide, gray, and constant. A merchant steamer, heavy with iron and cloth, pushed slowly out from port. Its captain, standing at the helm, squinted into the mist ahead. Behind him, cranes creaked, gulls cried, and the soft lapping of water against hull echoed across the harbor. And far beyond, past the smoke and the fog, the Baltic stretched onward, cold, calm, and infinite, its surface reflecting the last golden flickers of sunset, as it carried yet another cargo forward, into the next century. And that was the end of our last story. If you enjoyed it, please consider giving this video a like. And don't forget to subscribe to support the channel. Now let us gently continue with the next quiet tale in our series of boring history for sleep, the story of the Japanese Edo period's peace. When one thinks of Japan's long and layered history, visions of feudal lords, fierce samurai, and dramatic battles often come to mind. But there is another chapter, quiet, contained, and remarkably peaceful, that unfolded not in the roar of warfare, but in the hush of order and stability. This chapter is the Edo period, also known as the Tokugawa era, a span of more than 260 years when Japan remained largely at peace under the firm but deliberate control of the Tokugawa shogunate. From the year 1603 to 1868, the archipelago entered a time of inward focus, societal discipline, and cultural flourishing. Though distant in time and unfamiliar to many outside Japan, the period offers a story not of conquest, but of containment, not of chaos, but of calm, not of expansion, but of refinement. In the early 17th century, Japan had just emerged from a prolonged period of civil strife known as the Sengoku era, an age of warring states marked by shifting alliances, violent conflict, and regional ambition. Powerful daimyo, or feudal lords, struggled for dominance, each hoping to unify the country under their rule. By the turn of the century, a series of military leaders, first Oda Nobunaga, then Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and finally Tokugawa Ieyasu, had gradually brought the chaos to heel. When Ieyasu defeated his final rivals at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 and was appointed shogun in 1603, a new political order was born. The shogunate was not merely a military regime, but a carefully balanced system designed to prevent further instability. Under the Tokugawa, power was centralized in Edo, modern-day Tokyo, while the emperor remained in Kyoto as a revered but politically powerless figure. The daimyo retained their lands but were placed under strict supervision. A policy known as Sankin Kotai required these lords to alternate living years between their domains and the capital, effectively creating a system of controlled loyalty, travel, and economic drain that discouraged rebellion. Their families, meanwhile, were often required to remain in Edo as virtual hostages, ensuring continued obedience. Through this structure, the Tokugawa created not only a political framework, but a social atmosphere of predictability and constraint. Japan, in many ways, turned inward. Foreign contact was sharply limited through a policy known as sakoku, literally closed country. Trade was restricted to a few select ports and partners, most notably the Dutch and the Chinese, who were allowed limited access through the artificial island of Dejima in Nagasaki Bay. Christianity, introduced by European missionaries during the previous century, was outlawed. Foreign travel was prohibited for Japanese citizens, and those who left the country were forbidden from returning. Yet this isolation did not lead to stagnation. Rather, the enforced peace allowed Japan to develop internally with remarkable depth and clarity. Roads were built and maintained, postal systems expanded, agriculture became more efficient, cities grew, literacy rates rose, particularly among the merchant class. A distinct urban culture emerged, one that celebrated the arts, theater, literature, and craftsmanship. In Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka, the chonin, townspeople, often merchants and artisans, developed their own aesthetic values and ways of life, separate from the rigid codes of the warrior class. It was during this time that ukiyo-e, the woodblock prints that captured scenes of kabuki actors, landscapes, and seasonal festivals, flourished. Tea houses, bookstores, and theaters became common sights in the city streets, and a class of people who had once been politically insignificant began to influence taste, culture, and economy. Peace also brought refinement to the way of the warrior. The samurai, who had once lived by the sword, now found themselves as bureaucrats and administrators. Their roles shifted from battlefield commanders to stewards of order, enforcers of law, and record keepers of a new social contract. Many took up scholarly pursuits, engaging with Confucian philosophy and developing ethical codes that emphasized loyalty, self-discipline, and duty. This gradual transformation helped turn Japan from a land of fractured feudal violence into a model of restrained hierarchy and enduring governance. The peace was not without its limits. The rigid class system placed peasants, artisans, merchants, and samurai into clearly defined categories, each with prescribed behaviors and obligations. Social mobility was rare. Dissent was suppressed. Famine and natural disasters occasionally tested the resilience of the system, but compared to the chaos that preceded it, the Edo period offered a stability that would leave deep cultural roots that still shape Japanese identity to this day. In this long, unhurried era, change did not come with explosions or revolts, but with the quiet shifting of habits, the slow evolution of art, and the steady strengthening of a nation not yet touched by the urgency of industrialization or the weight of colonial ambition. The Edo period's peace was not perfect, but it was deliberate, it was sustained, and it was, above all, peaceful. As the 17th century matured and the Edo period settled into its enduring stillness, life across Japan took on the texture of structure, rhythm, and ritual. The peace enforced by the Tokugawa shogunate was not passive. It was maintained through constant attention, careful social engineering, and a steady reinforcement of roles. Every class in society had its place, its expectations, and its limitations, creating a system that may seem rigid by modern standards, but which offered a kind of dependable order that many came to rely upon. At the top of this hierarchy stood the samurai, a warrior class now redefined by bureaucracy more than battle. Although some still practice martial arts, most spent their days as local administrators, tax collectors, or scribes, dressed not in armor but in robes, their swords more a symbol of status than utility. With the country at peace, they received fixed stipends paid in rice, and many struggled to adjust to a role that offered prestige but little economic mobility. Over time, some samurai families fell into debt, their lifestyles difficult to maintain without the opportunities of war or commerce. Beneath the samurai were the peasants, who formed the bulk of the population and held the responsibility of feeding the nation. Though they were considered morally superior to merchants and artisans due to their agricultural role, their lives were often defined by hard labor, taxation, and exposure to nature's unpredictability. Rice, the foundation of the economy, and the currency by which wealth was measured, dictated the rhythm of village life. Harvest determined not only food security, but the stability of local domains. In good years, there was abundance and relative peace. In lean years, there was hardship, and sometimes rebellion, small uprisings that flared and faded like sparks on a dark field. Still, these were rare, and the vast majority of villagers lived lives marked by continuity, not conflict. The artisans, another essential class, occupied the towns and cities. Blacksmiths, potters, carpenters, and weavers worked quietly in their shops, often perfecting their crafts over lifetimes. Many trades were passed down from parent to child, generation after generation, with techniques and secrets closely guarded within family lines or professional guilds. This consistency gave rise to exquisite workmanship and enduring traditions in textiles, ceramics, woodworking, and papermaking. Tools were simple but effective, guided more by touch and experience than by machinery or measurement. The artisan's world was intimate, hands in clay, eyes on thread, breath steady with the motion of the work. Then there were the merchants, technically the lowest on the social ladder, yet increasingly influential in practice. Though looked down upon in moral teachings, especially Neo-Confucian ideals that viewed profit-seeking as suspect, merchants gradually came to hold considerable economic power. By controlling the distribution of goods, managing warehouses, and financing trade across domains, they grew wealthy, if not always respected. Their success was often measured not by overt displays of luxury, which could draw suspicion, but by subtle refinement. Fine calligraphy, art collections, tasteful clothing, and sponsorship of theater and poetry. Many of the cultural hallmarks of the Edo period were quietly sustained by merchant patronage. This cultural growth was most visible in the urban centers. Edo, the seat of the shogunate, became one of the largest cities in the world by population. A teeming metropolis of samurai households, temples, bridges, moats, and wooden neighborhoods. Kyoto retained its role as a spiritual and cultural capital, its streets lined with courtly tradition and quiet elegance. Osaka, meanwhile, emerged as the center of commerce and rice trade, known for its practical mindset, bustling markets, and vibrant merchant class. These cities were connected by a carefully maintained road system, the most famous being the Tokaido, the eastern sea route that linked Kyoto to Edo. Along its length, post towns welcomed travelers, offered lodging, and provided a glimpse into the structured, predictable life of Edo, Japan. Pilgrims, messengers, officials, and merchants walked these roads, their movements regulated and recorded, their journeys deliberate and slow. Peace made such travel safe. And with safety came exchange, not only of goods, but of ideas, dialects, fashions, and customs. Print culture blossomed in this environment. The woodblock printing technique allowed for mass production of books, calendars, travel guides, poetry anthologies, and illustrated stories. For the first time, a broad swath of the population had access to literature, and a lively reading public began to take shape. Satirical fiction, moral tales, ghost stories, and romantic dramas found eager audiences among the townspeople. The voices of commoners began to enter the cultural conversation, reshaping the arts in a direction that was more grounded, more relatable, and at times, more playful. Kabuki theater, once considered a disreputable entertainment, became a central feature of urban life. With elaborate costumes, exaggerated gestures, and stories full of emotion and intrigue, Kabuki offered a release from the strictness of daily life. Its actors were admired, its stories retold in the streets and depicted in prints. Theater, along with other forms of entertainment such as puppet plays, poetry gatherings, and seasonal festivals, gave life to the evenings in Edo and Osaka. And in the calm that blanketed the country, these joys were not just diversions. They were signs of a society that had, for the first time in centuries, the room to breathe, to imagine, to enjoy. As the Edo period moved deeper into the 18th century, the Tokugawa vision of stability remained firmly in place, upheld by thousands of unseen gestures repeated daily, in homes, in shops, in fields, and along narrow winding roads. The power structure was intact, the social order mostly unquestioned, and the flow of life moved not with bursts of energy, but with an enduring pulse of quiet ritual. In every town and village, time was measured not just by the passing of seasons, but by festivals, household tasks, and the endless rhythm of human habit. Morning fires were lit, doors were slid open, gardens were tended, ink was ground slowly into stone, and letters were written with care. In such a setting, even change arrived gently, like a ripple across a calm pond. One of the clearest reflections of Edo society's restraint was seen in its architecture. Homes were built low to the ground, with wooden frames, paper walls, and tiled or thatched roofs. They were not built to impress, but to harmonize with the seasons, with the environment, and with one's place in the world. In the cities, homes were packed together neatly, often behind wooden storefronts where merchants displayed their goods. Shoji screens filtered sunlight into a soft glow. Tatami mats gave floors a sense of quiet. Rain dripped from eaves in slow patterns. Simplicity, both practical and aesthetic, was not a sign of poverty, but of cultivated humility. Even the grand homes of daimyo and senior samurai, though more ornate, rarely reached for opulence. Their design favored order, symmetry, and flow. In rural Japan, the same spirit prevailed. Villages clustered at the foot of mountains or along rivers surrounded by rice paddies that changed color with the year, from flooded silver in spring to deep green in summer to golden harvest in autumn. Families lived in modest farmhouses with open hearths and deep familiarity with the land. Every child understood the cycles of planting and harvest, of preservation and scarcity, of storing grain against hard winters. Religion was woven into these rhythms, not as doctrine, but as daily presence. Shinto shrines stood quietly among trees, their torii gates marking thresholds between the human and the sacred. Buddhist temples dotted hillsides and village centers, their bells marking time and transitions. Religion during the Edo period was less concerned with salvation and more aligned with conduct, reverence, and continuity. Ancestors were remembered through offerings and family rituals. Festivals honored deities of harvest, protection, and nature's forces. In the background of the spiritual life stood Neo-Confucianism, the dominant philosophical influence on Tokugawa governance. Emphasizing filial piety, loyalty, proper conduct, and hierarchical relationships, Confucian ideals helped justify the strict class divisions of society. Harmony was maintained not through law alone, but through belief in duty and station. The family was seen as the basic unit of society. And within it, roles were clearly defined: father to child, husband to wife, master to servant. While such rigidity may seem suffocating through a modern lens, within the context of the time, it offered predictability and security, a moral architecture for life. Education expanded slowly but significantly. Temple schools taught reading, writing, arithmetic, and ethical teachings to the children of samurai, and later to those of merchants and artisans. In larger cities, private academies appeared, offering more advanced studies in literature, medicine, astronomy, and philosophy. Literacy rose, particularly among men, but many women also became literate, especially in merchant households where bookkeeping and correspondence were daily tasks. Female writers and poets emerged, their voices preserved in letters, diaries, and literary salons. With more people able to read and write, publishing flourished. The woodblock press produced a wide variety of works: encyclopedias, medical guides, storybooks, and poetry collections. Illustrated travel books described pilgrimages and scenic routes. Instruction manuals taught calligraphy and etiquette. Satirical prints mocked folly. Romantic tales filled evenings. Knowledge was no longer confined to priests or scholars, but circulated among the curious and the aspiring. The peace of the Edo era created a cultural confidence. There was no need to rush toward foreign ideas or conquest. Japan looked inward, not in fear, but in fascination with itself, its customs, landscapes, food, and philosophies. Art celebrated the ordinary. Poets wrote about frogs, snowflakes, falling leaves. Painters captured bridges, gardens, and passing clouds. The great haiku master Matsuo Basho wandered on foot, composing verses in inns and temples, finding the sublime in stillness. This was a society that prized awareness, not achievement but presence, not transformation but refinement, not expansion but balance. And in that delicate balance, a quiet kind of beauty thrived, unnoticed by empires abroad, but deeply rooted in the soul of a nation turning slowly, quietly, under the soft breath of centuries. As the Edo period moved into its later decades, the country continued to glide forward in stillness, its surface serene, its undercurrent slow and deliberate. Japan's peace, though engineered from above by the Tokugawa shogunate, had become a lived reality, reinforced not only by political structures, but by the daily behavior of millions who had grown up knowing no other rhythm. From the mountain villages to the crowded neighborhoods of Edo, life moved in a pattern so consistent that even the smallest deviations became moments of interest. A new shop opening, an unusual festival procession, or the arrival of a traveling performer might cause a ripple in a community otherwise content with repetition. The systems that supported this life were quiet, but deeply effective. Rice remained the core of the economy, not only as food, but as currency. Samurai stipends were paid in koku, a unit based on how much rice could feed a person for a year. Taxes were assessed in rice. Political power was measured in the ability to produce, store, and distribute it. And because rice was so central, its movement required coordination, storehouses, weights and measures, security, and efficient transport. Barges floated it down rivers, oxen pulled it across roads, and warehouses near ports and castles were designed to protect it from rot, fire, and theft. In this way, the peace was logistical, as much as philosophical. Trade remained mostly domestic, with each domain managing its own production and barter. Local specializations developed. Certain provinces became known for ceramics, others for sake, lacquerware, or paper. These goods circulated across Japan through a regulated network of traveling merchants and licensed wholesalers. While large-scale foreign trade was limited by the Sakoku policy, internal commerce thrived within its boundaries. Markets bustled in Osaka and Kyoto, where buyers and sellers haggled with familiarity, exchanging not only goods but gossip, poems, and weather predictions. Beneath this economic activity, a slow transformation was occurring. Urbanization had changed the way people thought of themselves, not just as villagers or retainers, but as participants in a larger cultural landscape. The merchant class, while officially of low status, grew increasingly confident and sophisticated. Their homes were clean and ordered, with sliding doors, carefully tended bonsai, and shelves of poetry or account books. They educated their children, attended no theater, collected calligraphy, and kept journals. Some even commissioned portraits of themselves, something once reserved for nobility. In doing so, they quietly challenged the rigid hierarchy from within, not with rebellion, but with dignity. The arts of this time reflected these shifts. In ukiyo-e prints, scenes of daily life became the subject. Women walking with umbrellas, merchants balancing ledgers, lovers meeting in secret. These were not images of rulers or warriors, but of ordinary people, depicted with grace, humor, and emotion. The floating world, ukiyo, was not just a place of pleasure districts and theater streets. It was a worldview, a gentle embrace of impermanence, where beauty was found in fleeting things, a passing glance, a falling cherry blossom, the way light filtered through paper doors. This was not an age of dramatic invention, but one of refinement. The tea ceremony, for instance, was perfected during this time, not as a social novelty, but as a deeply intentional practice. Every movement was measured, every gesture purposeful, from the folding of the cloth to the angle of the bow. Silence was as important as speech. The architecture of the tea hut, the choice of flower in the alcove, the grain of the wooden ladle, all mattered. In this ritual, the values of the Edo period came to life: restraint, presence, humility, and respect. Meanwhile, the government continued to manage the peace with quiet vigilance. The Bakufu, or Central Shogunate Authority, issued edicts to ensure social harmony. Prohibitions on extravagance were common, limiting the materials used in clothing, the scale of home construction, or the types of entertainment deemed appropriate. These laws were sometimes enforced, sometimes ignored, but they reflected the state's desire to preserve order not just in law, but in appearance. Even the daimyo, powerful lords in their own domains, were subject to control through the system of sankinkotai. The requirement to travel regularly to Edo, bringing large entourages and maintaining residences in both their home provinces and the capital, was a financial burden by design. It drained resources that might otherwise be used for rebellion. But it also created unity. Roads were maintained, inns flourished, artisans followed the processions, and cultural exchanges happened in subtle ways. A lord from Kyushu might see lacquerware from Aizu. A noblewoman from the north might hear Kyoto dialect spoken in Edo markets. In this way, the enforced travel system helped weave the country together, not through conquest, but through movement. The peace of the Edo era was not utopian. It was not free of injustice or hardship, but it was unusually durable, and it offered generations the gift of predictability. In that predictability, people found ways to create meaning, beauty, and balance. There were no grand wars, no revolutions, no vast overseas colonies. Instead, there were seasons. There was snow melting on tiled roofs. There was the sound of bamboo chimes in summer, the smell of roasted chestnuts in autumn, the slow unfolding of a society that chose quiet over conquest and grace over ambition. As the 19th century began to rise beyond the long, unbroken horizon of the Edo period, Japan was still, for the most part, untouched by the tides of global change sweeping through much of the world. While European powers were deep in the throes of industrial revolution, scientific advancement, and colonial expansion, Japan remained inwardly focused, committed to its carefully sustained order. The streets of Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka hummed with a familiar rhythm. The bells of temples marked the hours. Paper lanterns flickered against the wood-paneled streets in the evenings. Scribes copied texts in dim lamplight. Fishermen pulled in quiet catches before sunrise. There was no rush, no panic, no desperate need to expand or compete. Instead, there was preservation of systems, of tradition, of the very fabric of life that had remained largely unchanged for over 2 centuries. At the heart of this preservation was a social contract, not written in legal codes alone, but embedded in the shared assumptions of a nation. People knew their place, and though this may sound stifling to the modern ear, it also offered a kind of security. The child of a potter would likely become a potter. The daughter of a merchant would learn the rhythms of the ledger and the etiquette of the marketplace. The village elder held the wisdom of a lifetime, and the traveling monk reminded passers-by of impermanence. It was a society built on slow transmission, knowledge passed from hand to hand, not by books alone, but by practice, gesture, and repetition. Within the cities, merchant districts continued to flourish. Osaka, sometimes called the kitchen of the nation, was a hub of rice distribution and financial trade. It was here that the Dojima Rice Exchange operated, a kind of proto-futures market where rice was traded not only in present quantities, but in future promises. This system, surprisingly sophisticated, allowed merchants to manage supply and demand across seasons and domains. The economy, though regulated, was not stagnant. It pulsed gently with innovation. Woodblock prints became more detailed, publishing more prolific, and kabuki theater ever more expressive in its storytelling. Even in the countryside, local industries remained steady. Indigo dyeing, silk weaving, lacquer crafting, and papermaking were done not in factories, but in homes and workshops, each piece the result of time, care, and tradition. Apprentices trained for years to master a single technique. Tools were handed down across generations, worn smooth by fingers that had shaped the same forms, tied the same knots, brushed the same glazes. It was not mass production, but personal production. In these humble rhythms, dignity was found. But beyond the quiet villages and crowded cities, the outside world was changing, and it was getting louder. Western ships sailed farther and more aggressively. China, once another great closed empire, had been forcibly opened by foreign powers following the Opium Wars. The Dutch, the only Western nation allowed to trade with Japan during the Edo period, began sending subtle messages that other nations were growing impatient with Japan's isolation. American whaling ships were spotted in the Pacific. Rumors of steam-powered vessels, black ships with smoke and iron, began to circulate. Still, within the shogunate, there was confidence in Japan's ability to resist these changes. After all, had the peace not lasted for over 250 years? Was the order not strong, the people content, the traditions deep? And indeed, for many within the country, the idea of opening to the world seemed both dangerous and unnecessary. What could the outside offer that Japan did not already possess in beauty, wisdom, and balance? Yet not everyone felt the same. In certain intellectual circles, scholars of Rangaku, Dutch learning, had quietly studied Western science, medicine, and technology. Using Dutch texts brought through the port of Nagasaki, these thinkers explored anatomy, astronomy, and mechanical engineering. Some began to ask questions. Could Japan modernize without losing its soul? Could knowledge be imported without bringing conflict? Their voices were soft, often suppressed, but they marked the earliest stirrings of change beneath the surface. Even the samurai class, once proud and purposeful, began to experience restlessness. Many found their stipends shrinking as domain finances struggled. Some took on side occupations, teaching, translating, even farming. Others joined informal study groups, engaging with new philosophies and political theories. There was a subtle tension building, like the distant sound of wind in the trees before a storm, but for now, the streets remained quiet. Children still flew kites in temple courtyards. Tea was still whisked into froth in earthen bowls. Mount Fuji still rose, serene and untouched, beyond the layers of tiled roofs. The rivers still shimmered with carp, and farmers still sang softly as they planted rice. The peace of the Edo period had endured for centuries, not by accident, but by design. It was woven into every thread of clothing, every stone path, every morning ritual. It was not a piece of silence, but of structure. Not the absence of motion, but the careful containment of it. And even as faint signals of change appeared on the horizon, the nation remained, for this brief moment in history, wrapped in its own quiet certainty, listening, waiting, and turning slowly toward whatever future the winds would carry ashore. By the mid-19th century, the long tranquility of the Edo period stood like a lantern in the dark, flickering softly against the rising winds of a rapidly shifting world. For over 2.5 centuries, Japan had embraced stillness as a strategy, peace as a policy, and tradition as its compass. Within its towns and provinces, life moved in quiet cycles, grounded in the familiar, the soft crackle of tatami beneath the feet, the murmur of temple bells at dusk, the rustle of kimono sleeves in market lanes. But now, from across the ocean, that stillness began to ripple. It began not with battle, nor with fire, but with smoke. In July of 1853, 4 black-hulled steamships appeared off the coast of Edo Bay. Their chimneys belched thick plumes into the sky, and their metal hulls groaned like thunder on the waves. They carried cannons, coal, and an invitation. At their helm was Commodore Matthew Perry of the United States Navy, bearing a letter from the President. It was not a declaration of war, but it was no gentle request either. It asked Japan to open its ports to American ships, to allow trade, to permit coaling stations, and to begin a new kind of relationship. The arrival of these ships, soon known throughout the land as the Kurofun, or Black Ships, was a shock not only of technology, but of time. They brought with them the weight of a world Japan had chosen to keep at bay. Their steam engines spoke of factories and iron rails. Their maps traced coastlines beyond Japan's own. Their flags represented governments unlike the Tokugawa Bakufu, loud, outward-looking, and unwilling to wait. Perry left and returned a year later, and under pressure, the Tokugawa shogunate signed the Convention of Kanagawa in 1854, opening the ports of Shimoda and Hakodate to American vessels. Other Western nations quickly followed. Treaties were signed, each more demanding than the last, many imposed under the threat of force. The closed country had opened. The door had been pushed ajar, and the winds that slipped through were cool and unfamiliar. Within Japan, the impact was immediate but not chaotic. The cities remained orderly. Temples still held prayers. The morning fires were still lit. But something had shifted. The spell had been broken. Debates stirred in domains and study halls. Was this an opportunity or an invasion? Could Japan resist Western dominance without becoming Western itself? The questions echoed across the social spectrum. Samurai, once bound by centuries of ritual and expectation, found themselves adrift. Their stipends were threatened by inflation and instability. Their status no longer matched the practical needs of a modernizing world. Some clung to the old ways. Others became students of the new, learning English, studying Western tactics, translating foreign texts by candlelight. Among the merchant class, reactions were mixed. Some feared the disruption of carefully managed domestic markets. Others saw chance, new goods, new routes, new fortunes. Craftsmen, too, faced uncertainty. Could the careful work of hand-forged swords or hand-dyed fabrics survive in an age of mass production and mechanical looms? And yet, for a few more years, the rhythms of the Edo period lingered. The cities did not collapse. The fields were still planted, poetry was still written, the seasons still turned. But the undercurrent was gaining strength. The shogunate, already weakened by internal tensions and financial strain, found itself unable to manage the rising demands of diplomacy, reform, and defense. Opposition to the Tokugawa grew not only from rival domains, but from samurai, scholars, and reform-minded leaders who believed Japan needed a new path, one that could navigate both tradition and transformation. This tension built slowly, like clouds gathering behind a distant mountain ridge. And by the late 1860s, it broke. The Meiji Restoration of 1868 brought formal closure to the Edo period. The shogunate was dissolved. The emperor was restored as the symbolic head of the nation. Japan embarked on an extraordinary transformation, modernizing, industrializing, and rapidly adopting Western systems of government, education, and military organization. Railroads appeared. Telegraph wires were strung across rice fields. Western suits walked beside kimono-clad merchants. The pace of life accelerated. But even as Japan raced forward into its new era, the memory of the Edo period remained. Quiet, composed, and persistent. It lingered in the architecture of old towns, in the gentle arc of a garden bridge, in the hush of a tatami room. It lived in the etiquette of bowing, the rituals of tea, the grace of brushstrokes. It survived not as nostalgia, but as foundation. The peace of the Edo period had not been accidental. It was cultivated, shaped, and held for more than 2 centuries by the weight of shared effort and quiet belief. It allowed a people to pause, to grow inwardly, to develop a culture of remarkable depth without the distractions of war or the chase for empire. And as history moved forward, the spirit of that peace, disciplined, graceful, and attentive, remained a quiet current beneath the surface of Japan's ever-changing waters. A whisper from the past, reminding the future that sometimes the greatest strength lies not in movement, but in stillness. Even after the formal end of the Edo period in 1868, the traces of its quiet discipline, social harmony, and inward beauty did not vanish. They lingered, not just in architecture or attire, but in the cultural DNA of the nation. The streets may have begun to fill with the clatter of Western carriages, and the skyline may have slowly changed with chimneys and telegraph poles. But beneath the surface, the rhythm of Edo life pulsed on. The final years of the Tokugawa shogunate, just before the Meiji Restoration, were not marked by chaos, but by a strange and reflective calm, as if the country itself understood it was on the edge of transformation and was taking one last breath before leaping forward. In the neighborhoods of Edo, now becoming Tokyo, families still gathered around evening lamps. Tatami mats were still swept each morning. The clink of porcelain in tea houses still marked the hour between work and sleep. The streets were filled with the familiar, vendors calling out wares in practiced chants, children playing with spinning tops, and old men seated on wooden stools, reading haiku etched into slender books. In the countryside, too, the serenity of the Edo years persisted in daily chores and seasonal rituals. Though the outside world now beckoned, most rural communities continued to live as they always had, harvesting rice in flooded fields, tending silkworms, mending tools, and preparing pickled vegetables for winter stores. The news of foreign ships and national decrees traveled slowly here, diluted by distance, softened by the consistency of land and labor. Elders still told stories under the stars. The local shrines still held festivals. The temple bells still rang. Change had arrived in name, but not yet in feeling. The Meiji government, in its effort to modernize and unify Japan, abolished the class system, dismantled the domains, and replaced them with prefectures. It encouraged the adoption of Western clothing, calendars, education systems, and infrastructure. Yet these reforms did not erase memory. The values of the Edo period, respect for order, humility in personal conduct, appreciation for craftsmanship, reverence for nature, and the celebration of the everyday, remain deeply embedded in the nation's identity. Schools that now taught science and civics also taught calligraphy and etiquette. Public parks were planted with cherry trees, a nod to impermanence. Even as factories rose and steam trains rolled across the landscape, people still paused to admire the first snowfall, the evening rain, or the scent of plum blossoms in early spring. In homes that now included Western furniture, straw sandals still sat at the doorway. Mothers still folded futons each morning. Grandmothers still brewed green tea with practiced care. In Tokyo, where gas lamps replaced paper lanterns, kabuki theaters remained packed. New buildings rose alongside old shrines. And on narrow side streets, artisans continued to carve, paint, weave, and mold. Some now with newer tools, but with the same patient touch inherited from Edo ancestors. The samurai, once a proud and defined class, had been legally dissolved, but their sense of discipline and loyalty continued to echo. Many former samurai adapted, becoming teachers, police officers, civil servants, and intellectuals. They carried their sense of duty with them into these new roles, often guiding the values of modernization with an undercurrent of Edo-era decorum. The shift from the Tokugawa world to the Meiji world was not an explosion, but a quiet unfolding. Even when railroads were laid and newspapers printed, the hands that laid the tracks and set the type were often the same hands that once trimmed bonsai or copied sutras. The modern state grew around a foundation that was centuries old, and because that foundation had been so carefully preserved, the transition, though monumental, was grounded. Japan did not leap blindly into modernity. It walked there with measured steps, carrying with it a sense of where it had come from. And so, even as the Edo period passed into history, its presence remained. It could be heard in the cadence of polite language, seen in the shape of a teacup, felt in the silence between two bowed heads. It lived on in the meticulous layout of gardens, in the painted screens depicting Mount Fuji, in the posture of a child learning to write their name. The peace of Edo was not simply the absence of war. It was the presence of deliberate, sustained living. It was the art of restraint, the mastery of rhythm, the belief that life was best shaped not by force, but by refinement. And that belief, quiet and gentle, continued to guide the country long after the last shogun laid down his sword. In this way, the story of the Edo period did not end. It transformed. It became a whisper in modern Japan's soul, a soft reminder that even in progress, there is power in stillness, in balance, and in peace. Long after the formal structures of the Tokugawa shogunate had dissolved and the Meiji government had taken the helm of a rapidly transforming Japan, the spirit of the Edo period remained etched in the nation's everyday textures like fading brushstrokes on old rice paper, subtle, resilient, and gently persistent. Though modernity advanced with the clamor of railways, smokestacks, and foreign ideas, there were still quiet corners of the country where time moved not in minutes or months but in seasons, and where the soft rhythms of Edo life continued to shape hearts and habits. Farmers still rose before dawn, not to punch clocks or consult ledgers, but to walk the length of misted paddies and check the firmness of soil beneath their toes. In old neighborhoods untouched by glass and steel, shopkeepers unrolled their Norin curtains each morning with the same quiet ritual as their fathers had done, sweeping the entrance with slow, methodical strokes before lighting incense at a corner shrine. In these moments, the past was not gone. It lived inside the gesture. The influence of Edo could still be found in the way families arranged rooms around tatami mats and low tables, in the careful folding of futons at sunrise, in the placement of a single seasonal flower inside a small unglazed vase. The Japanese sense of space, so understated yet so exact, had been shaped by centuries of living in structures designed not to dominate, but to harmonize. The principle of ma, or negative space, remained central, the space between sounds, between steps, between people and walls. Even as electric lights illuminated city streets and chiming clocks announced factory shifts, many households still relied on the sun to set the tempo of the day, with shadows gently crawling across the floor as a reminder of impermanence. The philosophies that underpinned Edo society, especially Neo-Confucian ethics and Buddhist acceptance, continued to shape interpersonal behavior. Respect for elders, courtesy in conversation, formality in greetings, all persisted, even as new generations wore school uniforms inspired by European design and read textbooks filled with Western history and science. Students bowed before entering classrooms. Neighbors exchanged quiet nods at the gate. Vendors still wrapped purchases with practiced precision, folding paper and tying twine, as if it were an act of art, not transaction. The aesthetic values born during the Edo period, simplicity, asymmetry, imperfection, remained not just in museums, but in kitchens and gardens. Meals were presented on small trays with humble elegance, their ingredients chosen by season, their presentation uncluttered and balanced. In tiny inner courtyards, moss crept gently across stones, and the sound of water dripping into a bamboo basin created the same contemplative pause that it had for centuries. And in the realm of art, the legacy of Edo remained alive in the continued appreciation for ukiyo-e, haiku, and the minimalist brushwork of ink painting. Even as oil paintings and photography spread across galleries, the soft lines of Edo-era imagery still evoked a collective memory of woodblock mountains, wind-tossed plum trees, and fleeting scenes of ordinary life rendered extraordinary through attention and care. In literature, too, the values of Edo endured. Writers of the modern era often returned to the themes that preoccupied their Edo forebears: transience, solitude, subtle emotion. Characters wandered narrow lanes, reflected on falling leaves, wrestled with obligation and longing. The essence of Mono no aware, the gentle sadness at the passing of things, remained a lens through which many continued to see the world. And in the rituals of tea, preserved faithfully through schools that traced their lineages back to the Edo masters, time seemed to pause altogether. A single scoop of powdered green tea, a silent bow, the rustle of silk as a guest adjusted their kneeling posture. These moments, passed from teacher to student across generations, bridged the past and the present in ways no written law or official edict ever could. Even among those born long after the fall of the shogunate, there remained a sense, quiet but certain, that peace was not just a political condition but a spiritual one, cultivated through practice, through presence, through restraint. The Edo period had taught the nation that stability could be built, not merely through armies or treaties, but through the discipline of daily life, the reverence for craft, and the shared pursuit of quiet excellence. And so, while the world beyond moved faster, and Japan itself surged forward into global industry and diplomacy, the soul of the Edo period remained like the scent of tatami after rain, faint, familiar, and deeply grounding. It lived in the pauses between words, the silence between notes of a shakuhachi flute, the space between footsteps on a wooden veranda. In the long story of Japan, the Edo period stood as a rare and precious interval, where peace was not only achieved but cherished, not through the absence of hardship, but through the presence of thoughtfulness. It was a time that did not shout, but whispered. And even now, those whispers continue to echo, not in textbooks or timetables, but in the slow turn of a tea bowl, the soft sweep of a garden rake, and the quiet resolve of a people who once chose stillness as their greatest strength. As the modern Japanese nation continued its transformation throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the quiet pulse of the Edo period still beat beneath the surface, not as a nostalgic relic, but as a living memory woven into gestures, manners, and the very cadence of life. Even as cities modernized and skylines lifted with steel, the spirit of Edo remained etched into the people's sense of space, time, and value. In back alleys between concrete buildings, one could still find small wooden homes with sliding doors and carefully swept entryways. Bonsai trees tended with the same patience as they had been in a previous century, and small shops selling traditional sweets, wrapped in patterned paper and tied with twine. These details were not staged for tourism or tradition's sake. They were real extensions of a way of life that had, through subtlety and quiet resilience, refused to vanish. Schools may have taught arithmetic and chemistry using Western methods, but children still removed their shoes before entering, still bowed in greeting, still lined up with discipline that echoed the structure of Edo's moral codes. And in homes where electric lights glowed softly over lacquered tables, grandparents still told tales of seasons, of festivals, of how their own grandparents lit lanterns, and watched fireflies from wooden porches on summer nights, wearing cotton yukata, sipping green tea, listening to distant drums. These stories, though small, carried the weight of continuity. In the arts, the Edo period's legacy persisted like an undercurrent, steady and unwavering. Architects designing modern tea houses or public parks often took inspiration from Edo aesthetics, where simplicity and asymmetry were not signs of lack, but of mindfulness. The placement of a single stone in a garden, the angle of a wooden beam, or the soft gradation of indigo on a curtain could evoke entire philosophies of balance and impermanence. Museums displayed Edo artifacts, woodblock prints, kimonos, ink scrolls, not as curiosities, but as mirrors through which viewers could glimpse the calm that once shaped a nation. Even in the fast-moving streets of Tokyo, where neon signs blinked over train stations and vending machines lined sidewalks, there were echoes of Edo's orderliness, its respect for space, its preference for understated elegance. People still paused before shrines to bow lightly. Convenience stores still sold seasonal treats, changing their displays with the same awareness of time that had once governed the rhythms of temple bells and village harvests. In rural Japan, the connection was even stronger. Small towns preserved Edo-era buildings with care, not as monuments, but as functioning spaces for everyday life. Residents still celebrated local festivals whose origins traced back hundreds of years. Summer dances honoring ancestral spirits, lantern floats drifting down rivers at dusk, and processions carrying Mikoshi shrines along paths once walked by Edo villagers in wooden sandals. Local craftsmen continued to make tools, furniture, and textiles, using techniques passed down through apprenticeships that had remained unchanged in spirit, if not in form. And while the materials may have evolved, using finer steel, imported pigments, or modern glues, the essence of the work remained, careful, quiet, and precise. What defined the Edo legacy was not just what it created, but how it approached creation. Patience was a virtue. Observation was a skill. Slowness was not a flaw, but a philosophy. In modern Japan, this perspective quietly persisted in the way food was plated, in the way a train arrived exactly on time, in the silence of a public library, in the orderly lines at a bus stop, and in the way people respected shared spaces without the need for reminders. Such discipline did not come from fear or surveillance, but from a deeply held belief that harmony was worth maintaining. This belief had been seeded in Edo, watered through centuries of peace, and carried forward not by law, but by culture. And while the world around Japan became increasingly noisy, fast, and complicated, many Japanese citizens still found comfort in the small, structured joys inherited from their Edo ancestors. A walk beneath cherry blossoms, a visit to a hot spring, a bowl of miso soup prepared just right. In literature, echoes of Edo's sensitivity to time and place lingered in modern haiku, in contemporary fiction that lingered on family dinners, fading traditions, and quiet emotions. Filmmakers captured slow-paced village life with reverence. Photographers sought shadows on tatami, reflections on temple ponds, stillness in movement. The Edo period had taught Japan not only how to live in peace, but how to see beauty in the ordinary. It had shown that dignity did not require wealth, that wisdom did not require force, and that silence could be as expressive as sound. These teachings, though never shouted or inscribed on grand monuments, remained in the hands of each generation that folded a kimono, bowed to a neighbor, planted a garden, or waited patiently for spring. And in this way, even long after the shoguns had faded into the pages of history, the peace they preserved, through rules, rituals, and restraint, continued to ripple softly through the modern world, like the lingering notes of a bell struck long ago, still echoing across the hills of time. As we bring to a close the long and gentle arc of the Edo period, it becomes clear that its most lasting contribution to Japan, and perhaps to the world, is not a monument, a war, or a political system, but something far quieter and more enduring, a philosophy of life rooted in balance, continuity, and deep respect for the passage of time. While the era itself officially ended in 1868 with the Meiji Restoration, and while Japan quickly embraced modernization, industrialization, and global engagement in the decades that followed, the spiritual imprint of the Edo years continued to shape how people moved through their days. how they related to one another, and how they viewed the seasons of life. In modern Japan, echoes of the Edo rhythm still drift like morning mist between temples and train stations, between bamboo groves and office buildings. The old towns, Kanazawa, Kurashiki, Takayama, still preserve not just buildings, but atmospheres. The sound of geta sandals on stone paths, the faint clack of a shoji door sliding open, the scent of tatami warmed by midday sun. These are not recreated sensations. They are inherited ones, passed down not by decree, but by doing, by noticing, by repeating the small gestures that define a culture's soul. There is something profoundly grounding in how Edo-era values have endured in the simple, almost invisible decisions people make daily. Folding clothes neatly, presenting food with care, taking off shoes before entering a space, pausing at a shrine, not because it is required, but because it feels natural. These small acts, repeated across generations, have become quiet ceremonies, connecting the present to the past without need for grand announcements. In Tokyo, one of the world's busiest cities, pockets of Edo still survive in the curvature of a garden path, in the polite silence of a packed subway car, in the slow, deliberate way a department store attendant wraps a purchase. Even as neon signs buzz and skyscrapers loom, there are tea houses tucked behind wooden gates, offering bowls of matcha prepared exactly as they were centuries ago, with the same bamboo whisk, the same humble bowl, the same moment of stillness before the first sip. In the countryside, where time stretches longer and seasons mark the year more visibly, the legacy is even more intact. Villages still honor their annual festivals, often rooted in Edo-era rituals. Farmers still tend to rice fields bordered by stone walls and irrigation systems built generations ago. Children still grow up watching fireflies in the summer and listening to distant taiko drums in the fall, not as staged nostalgia, but as living memory. Even the changing of the seasons, a natural occurrence anywhere in the world, holds a particular weight in Japan, shaped by Edo's aesthetic appreciation for impermanence. The brief blush of cherry blossoms, the golden hush of autumn leaves, the quiet snow on temple roofs. Each is observed not as spectacle, but as reflection. These are reminders of time's gentle passing, of beauty's temporary nature, of life's continuous unfolding. This awareness, so deeply ingrained during the Edo years, remains at the core of Japanese art, literature, and lifestyle. In the written word, authors continue to draw from the emotional palette developed in Edo: subtle longing, restrained joy, seasonal melancholy. In cinema, directors linger on empty rooms, steaming teacups, and long silences, inviting viewers not to react, but to feel. In architecture, designers still embrace space, light, and materials that change over time. Wood that darkens, paper that softens, stone that collects moss. These choices are not incidental. They are expressions of a worldview that understands beauty not as perfection, but as presence. The Edo period, though it passed long ago, remains relevant not because of what it accomplished externally, but because of how it cultivated the interior lives of its people. It offered an alternative to the noise of conquest and the clamor of ambition. It suggested that there is wisdom in quiet repetition, dignity in roles well performed, and strength in restraint. In a world that often moves too fast, the Edo legacy whispers a different truth: that meaning can be found in the ordinary, that time does not need to be conquered to be valuable, and that peace, true, sustained peace, is not the absence of hardship, but the presence of understanding. And so, as we close the pages of this story, we do not say goodbye to Edo as if it were a lost era. We say thank you for its stillness, its balance, and its lasting gift of gentle continuity. It was a time that chose not to expand outward, but to grow inward, a time that placed harmony above power, and in doing so, it left behind not ruins, but rhythms. Rhythms we can still hear in the rustle of wind through cedar trees, in the low chime of temple bells, and in the soft, deliberate steps of a people who once lived without hurry, without noise, only presence, only care, only peace. And that was the end of our previous story. Before we move on to the next quiet chapter in our Sleepy History series, please consider giving this video a like. And don't forget to subscribe to support the channel. Now let us continue as we gently arrive at our next story: the architecture of ancient Buddhist temples. In the quiet dawn of early civilizations across Asia, before cities rose tall and steel touched the sky, there stood sacred places not built to impress with height or dominance, but to harmonize gently with the earth, the seasons, and the spirit of those who walked among them. These were the ancient Buddhist temples, structures of stone, wood, and silence, constructed not merely as houses of worship, but as carefully composed environments meant to guide the mind toward stillness and the heart toward compassion. The architecture of these temples was not accidental. Every element, from the curve of a roof to the placement of a lantern, served a purpose beyond function. These temples were designed not to contain the sacred, but to reflect it, to create a space where the teachings of the Buddha could be felt not just through words, but through the quiet conversation between space, light, and natural form. The origins of Buddhist temple architecture trace back to India, where the historical Buddha lived and taught in the 5th to 4th century BCE. Early Buddhist structures were often simple, consisting of monastic dwellings or assembly halls called viharas, and domed reliquary mounds known as stupas. These stupas held sacred relics and became early models of Buddhist architecture, solid, symmetrical, grounded. Pilgrims would walk around them in a meditative circle, a practice of physical devotion known as circumambulation. As Buddhism spread beyond India into regions like Sri Lanka, Nepal, Tibet, China, Korea, and Japan, the architectural language evolved, adapting to new climates, materials, and cultural aesthetics, yet always preserving a sense of spiritual clarity and contemplative space. In each country, the temples began to speak the local language, through wood instead of stone, pagodas instead of stupas, wide courtyards instead of compact chambers. In East Asia, particularly in China and Japan, Buddhist architecture began to embrace symmetry and axis, aligning structures along a central path leading from an outer gate to an inner sanctuary. The experience of visiting a temple became a journey, not only physically as one moved from the secular world into the sacred center, but psychologically as each threshold, each corridor, gently stripped away the noise of the outside world. The roofs of these temples, with their sweeping eaves and gently upturned corners, did more than shelter. They framed the sky, they guided the eye, and they gave weight to emptiness. Built from wood, they carried the scent of cedar and pine, aging with grace, their joints held by intricate joinery without a single nail. The wooden beams were not hidden, they were exposed, celebrated, their grain a visible trace of nature's hand. Beneath these roofs, the inner halls offered a quiet that felt deeper than silence. Tatami mats, paper screens, and polished floors softened sound. Incense smoke curled in still air. In the dimness, statues of the Buddha sat in serene meditation, eyes half closed, palms open, expressions timeless. These statues were not idols in the Western sense, but visual meditations, embodiments of mindfulness, reminders of inner peace. Around them, offerings of flowers, candles, and water were made with care, each act a moment of gratitude. The gardens surrounding many temples were not ornamental, they were spiritual spaces in their own right. In Zen temples, especially in Japan, raked gravel, carefully placed rocks, and moss-covered stones created dry landscapes meant to evoke mountains, rivers, and the vastness of the sea. These karsansui, or rock gardens, were not meant to be walked through, but observed. They were visual koans, riddles for the eye, inviting reflection on impermanence, simplicity, and the illusion of form. Water features in other temple gardens whispered the sound of stillness, bamboo fountains dripping in rhythm, koi fish moving slowly beneath maple shadows, lotus flowers blooming in quiet ponds. Temples were not only built to be seen during the day, many were designed with deep sensitivity to light and shadow, particularly the golden glow of early morning and the long softness of dusk. Lanterns lined stone paths. Paper screens filtered daylight into gentle gradients. In the evening, oil lamps flickered in meditation halls, casting shadows that danced like thoughts across the wooden walls. Even in the darkness, there was no fear, only quiet. The materials used in temple architecture were never garish. Wood, stone, earth, and paper formed the palette. Colors were natural, muted browns, soft grays, warm reds, and the gold leaf of inner sanctuaries, reflecting candlelight like still water. This simplicity was intentional, echoing the Buddhist belief that clarity comes not through accumulation, but through letting go. And yet, despite this restraint, there was richness, in detail, in form, in the sensation of presence. A single carved lotus on a pillar, a painted ceiling of clouds and dragons, a doorway designed to bow your head as you enter. Every element of a temple's design reminded you not just where you were, but who you were, and how fleeting that identity might be. In the end, Buddhist temple architecture did not strive to dominate the landscape, but to merge with it, to become part of the mountainside, the mist, the forest. It whispered rather than declared. It slowed the breath, it invited awareness. And as one stood within such a space, surrounded by wood and stone, shaped by generations of thoughtful hands, it was easy to believe that time had paused, that the mind had quieted, and that peace, true, enduring peace, had found a home in form. As Buddhism made its way across the vast and varied landscapes of Asia, the architecture that followed in its footsteps began to reflect not only the teachings of the Buddha, but the climate, resources, cultural traditions, and spiritual sensibilities of each land it touched. In India, where the Dharma first arose, the earliest sacred spaces were carved into living rock, hidden in hillsides, or assembled under the open sky near ancient trees. These first temples were not built to impress or dominate, but to provide shelter for monks and travelers, a place for meditation, teaching, and the quiet contemplation of suffering and impermanence. In places like Ajanta and Ellora, Buddhist caves were hewn by hand over centuries into soft volcanic rock. Their interiors, cool and dim, were illuminated only by the gentle flicker of oil lamps. Stone columns rose like silent sentinels, and on their surfaces, intricate carvings depicted scenes from the Jataka tales, the stories of the Buddha's past lives. Though constructed in darkness, these spaces radiated calm, as if the act of carving them had chiseled away distraction itself. Stupas continued to evolve in both form and symbolism. In the Indian context, they remained solid mounds, usually hemispherical, built to enshrine relics and represent the seated Buddha in meditation. Their circular shape embodied the cycle of rebirth, the wheel of Dharma, and the totality of existence. As the tradition moved outward, this basic form would morph into new variations. In Sri Lanka, stupas grew in scale and prominence, crowned with conical spires and surrounded by whitewashed walls. In Southeast Asia, particularly in Myanmar and Thailand, the stupa transformed into the golden chedi, slender, soaring, and often wrapped in layers of sacred cloth or gilded in shimmering gold leaf. These temples, gleaming under tropical suns, became the heart of monastic complexes. Their bright surfaces reflected not only sunlight, but the inner radiance of teachings meant to guide beings out of ignorance. Monks in ochre robes walked barefoot around them in meditative procession, carrying incense and flowers, chanting softly as the air shimmered with heat and devotion. In Cambodia, the Buddhist influence merged with Hindu cosmology to produce the magnificent temples of Angkor. While not exclusively Buddhist in origin, Angkor Wat and nearby shrines reflect a syncretism where architecture reaches celestial ambition. Towers shaped like lotus buds rose from intricately carved platforms, their sandstone walls covered in reliefs of gods, dancers, and mythical battles. Water moats surrounded these sacred cities, symbolizing oceans encircling Mount Meru, the mythical center of the universe. These temples were not merely homes for statues or scriptures. They were cosmic diagrams, embodiments of spiritual order rendered in stone. In China, Buddhist architecture was reshaped again, softened by Taoist aesthetics and Confucian order. Wooden temples rose on raised platforms with sweeping, upturned eaves, symmetrical courtyards, and axial alignment. Temple complexes were arranged like poems, each building a verse, each courtyard a pause. Gardens with winding paths and reflecting ponds surrounded main halls. Pagodas replaced stupas, rising vertically in tiered elegance. These structures, often 9 stories tall, were both repositories of relics and markers of spiritual aspiration. Inside, incense curled upward toward painted ceilings where dragons swam through clouds, guardians stood watch, and celestial Buddhas extended hands in endless compassion. Bells chimed in morning fog, and in their resonance, the silence of the temple seemed to deepen. As Buddhism continued into Korea and Japan, the architecture adapted once again. In Korea, stone pagodas took on compact geometric forms with careful layering and balance. monastic sites nestled into mountain slopes, following the land's natural contours. Temples like Bulguksa combined bridges, terraces, and wooden halls to create a spatial narrative, an ascent from the ordinary to the enlightened. Lanterns lined paths where monks walked at dawn, robes brushing stone. In Japan, the influence of Shinto sensibilities further refined Buddhist architecture toward simplicity and natural harmony. The temples of Kyoto, Nara, and Kamakura did not seek grandeur in scale, but in atmosphere. Places like Todaiji and Kinkakuji were not just built, they were placed. Nestled near forests, lakes, or mountain edges, they allowed nature to enter the sacred rather than be pushed aside. Materials were chosen for their texture, aging quality, and the sound they made when walked upon. Floors creaked gently, doors slid with a breath. Visitors were invited to remove their shoes not as a formality, but as a return to humility, to presence, to bare connection with the ground. And perhaps nowhere is this quiet beauty more fully expressed than in the Zen temples of Japan. Here, architecture becomes meditation, the void becomes form, the spaces between become more powerful than the spaces filled. A wooden walkway surrounding a gravel garden becomes a platform for watching wind. A single basin of water becomes a mirror of the moon. In such temples, the line between architecture and silence fades, until all that remains is awareness. This was the true gift of Buddhist temple design across cultures, not merely to build places of worship, but to construct experiences that embodied awakening. From the rocky cliffs of India to the snow-dusted verandas of Kyoto, the architecture of ancient Buddhist temples continues to offer a sacred space, not just in geography, but in time, in the space between thought and breath, between presence and eternity. In exploring the architecture of ancient Buddhist temples, one must also consider not only the structures themselves, but the human rituals and monastic rhythms that animated their silent halls and stone pathways. These temples were never mere buildings. They were living environments designed to support the inner journey of monks, pilgrims, and lay practitioners alike. The architecture was interwoven with daily routines, with chants at dawn, silent meditation at dusk, and the quiet sweep of a broom across a wooden floor as the sun filtered in through rice paper screens. Each space within a temple complex had a role to play in the spiritual choreography. The main hall, or hondo, served as the heart of the temple, where statues of the Buddha or Bodhisattvas sat in deep contemplation, often raised on altars surrounded by offerings, fresh flowers, flickering candles, grains of rice. Here, monks and visitors alike would gather in solemn rows, their robes rustling softly as they knelt, bowed, and recited sutras in voices that blended into a single hum, rising and falling like breath itself. The air in these halls was often thick with incense, its aroma binding memory to the present moment. Adjoining the main hall, smaller rooms served as libraries, study spaces, or quarters for meditation and writing. In many temples, long covered corridors connected one building to another, their wooden floors smoothed by centuries of footsteps. Rain dripped from tiled eaves in rhythmic patterns, echoing against stone lanterns and moss-covered paths. The architecture allowed sound to travel slowly, softly, nothing sharp, nothing abrupt. Even the clapping of wooden blocks to signal the beginning of a ritual was deliberate, measured, and never jarring. In monastic complexes, particularly in Mahayana traditions, meditation halls, known as zendo in Japanese temples, became sacred sites for silence. Inside, rows of raised tatami platforms faced bare walls or simple altars. Cushions were set out with care, and monks would sit for hours in quiet concentration, the rhythm of breath synchronizing with the posture of stillness. Architecture here did not distract, it disappeared. Walls were plain, floors were polished but unadorned. Lighting was minimal, often relying on natural sources filtered through screens. The intention was clear: to remove excess, to support clarity, to create a container for inward turning. But temples were not places of isolation alone. They were also centers of learning and community. Lecture halls echoed with the sound of teachings, where senior monks or visiting scholars would recite passages from sacred texts and engage in dialogue with students seated on floor mats. These rooms were often lined with wooden pillars, their beams carved with subtle motifs: lotus blossoms, cranes, clouds, symbols that offered gentle reminders of impermanence and compassion. The walls might display hanging scrolls depicting scenes from the Buddha's life or calligraphy that expressed Zen teachings in just a few strokes. The simplicity of these adornments allowed the mind to rest, to focus not on decoration, but on meaning. Across the courtyards and gardens, kitchens bustled quietly in the early hours, preparing meals that reflected the mindfulness of the practice. Temple meals, known as shojin ryori in Japan, were vegetarian, seasonal, and beautifully balanced. Served in small lacquered bowls, these meals were eaten in silence, with gratitude, and in full awareness of each bite. Even the dining spaces were arranged with intention, with low tables placed to encourage order and respect. Cleanup was done in unison, not as a chore, but as continuation of practice. The architecture of these spaces, low ceilings, clean lines, soft textures, fostered humility and attention. In many temples, especially those nestled in mountains or forests, pilgrimage paths led to hidden shrines or sub-temples. These routes were not meant for spectacle, but for reflection. Stone steps worn down by centuries, curved through bamboo groves and under torii gates, opening to small pavilions with simple statues carved into rock faces or housed in wooden alcoves. The journey between these spaces was part of the architecture itself. It invited slowness, a pause to listen to wind moving through trees, a moment to watch a single maple leaf fall. These movements, these moments, were not peripheral. They were central to the temple's purpose. Even the bell towers, often standing slightly apart from the main complex, were placed with care. At dawn and dusk, great bronze bells were rung, not with harshness, but with deep, resonant tones that rolled across the valley or through the temple grounds like waves. These sounds marked time not as a countdown, but as a call to awareness. The act of ringing the bell was itself a practice, performed slowly with a large wooden beam suspended by ropes and swung deliberately into the bell's side. The sound that followed did not simply fade, it lingered, inviting stillness. And then there were the gates. Every temple had them, sometimes large, imposing structures, sometimes modest wooden thresholds. These gates symbolized the transition from the everyday to the sacred. Passing through them, one was invited to leave behind the distractions of the outer world and enter a space designed for presence. The architecture reminded the body where it stood, and in doing so, reminded the mind where it had wandered. One bowed before entering, not out of obligation, but because something about the place asked for reverence. In this way, Buddhist temple architecture became not a container for spirituality, but a collaborator with it. A space that didn't just house the practice, but shaped it, inspired it, and gently carried it forward across generations. Through wood, stone, light, and shadow, these sacred spaces whispered the teachings of impermanence, mindfulness, and compassion, without saying a word. To truly understand the architecture of ancient Buddhist temples, one must look beyond the walls and rooftops and begin to see the spaces between, the voids, the pauses, the careful arrangement of nature and structure as one breathing whole. The genius of Buddhist temple design lies not only in the buildings themselves, but in the way those buildings coexist with gardens, courtyards, gates, and surrounding landscapes, to create a sense of quiet movement and contemplation. This spatial awareness is rooted in Buddhist philosophy itself, which values emptiness not as absence, but as potential, a space where awareness can arise, where attachment falls away, and where the mind can settle into the present moment. In Japanese Zen architecture, this philosophy finds perhaps its most refined expression. Temples such as Ryoanji and Daitokuji offer prime examples of this quiet intentionality. The rock gardens, or karasansui, are not afterthoughts, but core spiritual features, composed with careful asymmetry and raked with delicate precision. Each stone is placed not for beauty, but for meaning. One stone might represent a mountain, another a crane taking flight, while the empty gravel evokes water, wind, or the infinite. The viewer does not walk through the garden, but observes it from a wooden platform, allowing the space to mirror the stillness they cultivate within. These gardens, bare and silent, embody the essence of Zen. That true clarity arises not from abundance, but from simplicity. Likewise, the use of natural light in temple design is never harsh or overwhelming. Instead, it is filtered, softened by paper screens, shaded by deep eaves, or diffused by the angle of the sun, as it slips through slatted wood. The light inside these sacred places is golden and warm in the morning, muted and blue in the evening. It does not announce itself, but arrives slowly, illuminating a scroll or a statue not all at once, but in parts, inviting the eye to linger, the breath to slow. Even the shadows are part of the architecture. They are welcomed, not banished, because they remind the visitor that form and emptiness are interdependent. A hallway may appear dim, but it is in that dimness that the flicker of a candle becomes meaningful. A quiet corner may seem unremarkable until you notice the way a single beam of light rests on the folds of a wooden Buddha's robe. In temple design, such moments are not accidental. They are deliberate. The interplay between light and dark becomes a visual metaphor for awareness and delusion, for clarity emerging from confusion. Color, too, is treated with restraint and reverence. While many Western religious buildings emphasize grand stained glass, gilded altars, and towering frescoes, Buddhist temples tend to use a more subdued palette, one that harmonizes with the natural environment. The wood is left unpainted or stained in earthy tones. The walls are soft beige, gray, or clay red. The occasional use of color, deep indigo in a monk's robe, gold leaf on a statue, or vermilion on a temple gate, draws the eye without overwhelming the senses. These colors carry symbolic meaning. Gold represents enlightenment and the pure radiance of the awakened mind. Red protects against evil and anchors the sacred space in vitality. Blue symbolizes infinite depth, like the open sky or the ocean of wisdom. But again, the impact lies in the balance, the restraint that allows each color to breathe. Every visual element is carefully curated to reflect the teachings, not distract from them. The ceilings of temples may be adorned with celestial motifs, dragons, phoenixes, lotus flowers, and swirling clouds. But these are often rendered in muted pigments, blending into the architecture rather than dominating it. The dragon, a common symbol in East Asian temples, does not roar or threaten. It coils in silent watchfulness, a guardian of wisdom, hovering in cloud-filled panels above the heads of practitioners. The lotus, perhaps the most iconic Buddhist symbol, appears everywhere, from carved stone bases to delicate murals, always reminding the viewer that purity can rise from mud and that the spiritual path unfolds slowly, petal by petal. The symbolic layout of temple grounds also reveals deep layers of meaning. In many East Asian traditions, the main hall is aligned along a central axis, often facing south, representing the direction of illumination. Secondary halls, bell towers, and pagodas are arranged in symmetrical or carefully balanced layouts, inviting a meditative experience of space. The visitor's journey through the temple complex becomes a metaphorical path, from the profane to the sacred, from distraction to focus, from confusion to clarity. Gates are passed, courtyards crossed, and thresholds bowed before, each movement echoing an inner gesture of reverence and intention. In Tibetan Buddhist temples, known as gompas, color and pattern take on a more vivid expression. Walls are painted with vibrant thangkas and intricate mandalas, sacred diagrams of the cosmos used for meditation and teaching. The temple becomes a three-dimensional mandala itself, with layers of meaning arranged in spatial form. As one walks through a gompa, one symbolically walks the path to enlightenment, encircling the central shrine, circumambulating stupas, spinning prayer wheels, and touching the feet of deities not to worship them, but to awaken those same qualities within. And yet, whether simple or elaborate, wooden or stone, ancient or restored, every temple shares the same quiet purpose: to create a space where the mind can return to itself. Architecture becomes a vehicle for Dharma, not through noise but through silence, not through spectacle but through subtlety. The very air within a temple seems to carry centuries of breath, chant, and devotion. The walls, though still, seem to listen. And for the visitor who pauses, who bows, who looks just a little longer, the architecture reveals its deeper message. That peace is not found in what we build outside, but in the stillness these spaces help us remember within. To further immerse ourselves in the quiet grandeur of ancient Buddhist temples, we must explore the role of materials and craftsmanship, for these sacred spaces were not only places of worship, they were the result of generations of patient hands, guided by tradition, intention, and reverence for the natural world. The very materials chosen for construction were never arbitrary. Wood, stone, clay, and metal were gathered not simply for their durability, but for their symbolic and spiritual resonance. In regions like Japan and China, where wood was abundant, entire temple complexes were constructed using intricate joinery techniques. No nails, no adhesives, only precisely cut beams, fitted together in ways that allowed the structures to flex with earthquakes, settle with the land, and breathe with the seasons. This organic quality made the temples feel alive, as if they were not built upon the earth, but grown from it. Walking through a wooden temple, one often hears the soft creak of planks underfoot, the subtle scent of cedar or cypress still lingering in the air. These sensations remind visitors that the sacred is not separate from the sensory. It is found within it. Each joint, beam, and column was shaped by artisans who did not see themselves merely as builders, but as participants in a lineage of devotion. In Korea, stone was more commonly used for certain elements, particularly for pagodas, bridges, and lanterns. These structures, stoic, enduring, and elegantly minimal, offered a counterbalance to the softness of wood and the impermanence it embodied. Stone pagodas stood like ancient sentinels, often in temple courtyards, their tiers decreasing in size as they rose toward the sky, pointing quietly upward in a gesture of aspiration. Their surfaces were usually unadorned, save for the faint etchings of lotus petals, dharma wheels, or guardian figures. Time weathered them gently, softening their lines, as if the earth itself slowly drew them back into its embrace. Clay tiles, used for roofing, were meticulously shaped and arranged in overlapping patterns that created a sense of rhythm and continuity. In some temples, decorative end tiles bore family crests or religious motifs: dragons for protection, lotus blossoms for purity, clouds for transcendence. When rain fell, the sound it made as it struck these tiles and flowed down carved gutters became its own kind of chant, a song of nature welcomed into the sacred. Metalwork also played a vital role in temple architecture, particularly in the creation of finials, bells, and statues. Large bronze bells, cast with prayers and sutras, were often housed in tall towers or hung under simple pavilions. When struck, their tones resonated for miles, vibrating not only through the air, but through the bones of those who heard them. These sounds were believed to purify the mind, awaken compassion, and connect all beings in a shared moment of stillness. Even small bells, hung along eaves or from lanterns, tinkled softly in the breeze, reminding monks and visitors alike of the transient beauty of each passing moment. Inside the temples, the same care was given to furniture, altars, and ritual tools. Low tables were polished to a quiet sheen. Scrolls were rolled with precision and stored in wooden cabinets carved with clouds and waves. Incense burners, often cast in bronze or shaped from ceramic, were decorated with symbolic creatures: lions for courage, elephants for wisdom. These items were not ornate for the sake of appearance. Each object had a purpose, a place, and a quiet dignity that reflected the values of the teachings they supported. In the temples of Southeast Asia, particularly in Thailand and Laos, one finds a different kind of material language, rich in gold, glass mosaics, and lacquer. These elements, while more vivid, are used with equal reverence. Gold is not applied simply for splendor, but to represent the radiance of enlightenment. The shimmering surfaces of statues and walls are not meant to dazzle the eye, but to mirror the inner light that the Buddha's teachings invite us to discover. In the dim interior of a Thai viharan or ordination hall, where golden Buddhas sit cross-legged in meditation, the flicker of candlelight on their faces can evoke a powerful sense of presence, an almost tangible awareness that the sacred is near. These aesthetic choices also reflect cultural and climatic differences. In tropical regions, wide overhanging roofs and open-air pavilions allow for ventilation and shade. Floor plans are often more open, integrating the temple with its garden or courtyard, blurring the line between indoors and outdoors. Flowers bloom around the base of stupas. Banyan trees stretch their roots across mossy stones. Monks chant while birds call overhead. The temple in such places is not a retreat from nature, but a frame for it. The surrounding landscape is not excluded from the sacred, it is embraced as part of it. This relationship between structure and environment is perhaps the most profound aspect of Buddhist architecture. Unlike fortresses or palaces that impose upon the land, temples are designed to listen to it. They are sited with care, aligned with mountains, rivers, or celestial movements, not to dominate, but to harmonize. The path to a temple may wind through forest or rice fields, gradually preparing the mind through silence and stillness, before one ever steps through the gate. And when that gate appears, whether a grand samon or a simple wooden arch, it does not shout, but welcomes. The temple does not demand devotion, it invites it. With every stone laid, every beam carved, and every lantern lit, ancient builders expressed not just skill, but a kind of prayer. A desire to create spaces where human restlessness might dissolve, where suffering might find ease, and where the eternal truths of impermanence, compassion, and awareness might be felt, not just understood. It is in these humble details, these quiet acts of care, that the architecture of Buddhist temples continues to whisper across centuries. That peace is not built in haste, nor found in grandeur, but revealed slowly like light through morning mist, one breath at a time. To deepen our understanding of ancient Buddhist temple architecture, we must now turn to the symbolism and function of the pagoda, a structure instantly recognizable for its tiered design and spiritual resonance. Though its origins trace back to the Indian stupa, the pagoda evolved across different regions into a uniquely East Asian architectural form, retaining the essence of Buddhist cosmology while adapting to local aesthetic and cultural sensibilities. In its earliest iteration, the stupa was a simple hemispherical mound built to enshrine relics of the Buddha or revered monks, serving as both a monument and a meditation aid. As Buddhism spread through China, Korea, Japan, and other parts of Asia, the stupa transformed into the pagoda, rising vertically with stacked eaves and multiple stories, each representing layers of spiritual ascent. The verticality of the pagoda carries deep symbolic meaning. It represents a connection between earth and sky, between the material world and the higher states of consciousness. The central pillar, or Shinbashira, often hidden within the core of the structure, acts as a spiritual and structural spine, anchoring the entire tower while symbolizing the axis mundi, the world axis that connects all realms. Surrounding this central pillar are wooden or stone tiers, usually in odd numbers, 3, 5, 7, or even 13, each with its own symbolic associations. In a 5-story pagoda, for instance, the levels often represent the 5 elements of Buddhist cosmology: earth, water, fire, wind, and void. These elements are not only philosophical, but also practical. The design of the pagoda reflects a profound understanding of natural forces. Its eaves curve upward, not just for aesthetic grace, but to help deflect rain and reduce wind pressure. The staggered roofs allow for air circulation, reducing humidity, and preserving the wooden core. The central pillar, which rarely touches the ground, sways during earthquakes, absorbing energy and minimizing damage, an ingenious example of sacred architecture that anticipates the needs of its environment. But beyond their structural elegance, pagodas also serve as spiritual beacons. They are often situated in the heart of temple complexes or elevated on hillsides, where they can be seen from afar. Their form is designed to draw the eye upward, inviting contemplation of the vast and the unseen. Many pagodas are crowned with a finial or soren, composed of rings and discs that echo the components of the stupa and represent the Buddhist universe. These metallic crowns catch the light, shimmer in the wind, and sometimes house sacred relics themselves, completing the spiritual circuit that began at the base and ascends to the heavens. Visitors to these temples do not usually climb the pagoda, as one might with a tower or lighthouse. Instead, the act of circumambulating the structure, walking slowly in a clockwise direction, is a meditative practice, a form of devotion and reflection. The pagoda becomes a mandala in 3 dimensions, its layers guiding the mind through increasingly subtle realms of awareness. Even when silent and unmoving, it teaches. The materials used to build pagodas also vary depending on region and era. In China, early pagodas were often constructed with brick and stone, with elaborate carvings of celestial guardians, dragons, and lotus motifs etched into their surfaces. These carvings were not decorative alone. They served as protective talismans, spiritual guardians standing watch over sacred ground. In Japan, wooden pagodas became the norm, particularly in Zen and Shingon traditions. Despite their height, they convey an air of stillness and softness, blending into forests or temple courtyards with remarkable grace. Their roofs, layered like the pages of an ancient text, seem to pause between breaths, encouraging the viewer to do the same. In Southeast Asia, temple towers, such as the Chedi in Thailand or the stupa in Myanmar, carry similar functions, though with regional adaptations. These structures are often sheathed in gold leaf, adorned with colorful mosaics and crowned with multi-tiered parasols. Their brilliance reflects the local climate and culture, where vivid expression is not at odds with sacred restraint. Inside or beneath them, one often finds relic chambers, meditation niches, or sealed sanctums that preserve fragments of the Buddha's life or teachings. The power of these relics lies not in superstition, but in their ability to focus the heart and quiet the mind. A single bone fragment, a bead of sweat turned crystal, a sliver of wood from an ancient Bodhi tree, all these become windows to eternity when held in a space built with reverence. Pagodas are not isolated monuments. They form part of a larger choreography of space, guiding the flow of the temple grounds and reinforcing the spiritual journey. They stand near main halls but slightly apart, allowing for both admiration and reflection. Lanterns may line the path to their base. Trees may encircle them, their leaves catching wind like whispered sutras. Birds may perch on their finials, and monks may pass by in silence, their robes brushing the stone walkway without a sound. Time itself feels different near a pagoda. The world slows, breathing deepens, and one is reminded, without words, that the path to awakening is both vertical and inward, a steady rise, not through striving, but through surrender. In the grand symphony of Buddhist architecture, the pagoda plays a gentle but enduring note. It does not shout its presence, nor require explanation. It simply stands, watching, waiting, whispering. And in its patient silence, it teaches a truth older than stone, that enlightenment is not a destination, but a direction. And the journey begins wherever you are. As we continue our quiet exploration of ancient Buddhist temple architecture, it is time to pause and consider the subtle rituals and spatial choreography that guide a visitor's experience through these sacred grounds. An experience not just of walking through space, but of moving through layers of meaning. A temple is never just a collection of buildings. It is a journey, a path carefully designed to lead the body and mind into stillness. Upon approaching a temple complex, the visitor often encounters a series of gates, each marking a threshold not only in the physical sense, but also in the spiritual. The outermost gate, often called the Niyomon in Japan, is flanked by fierce guardian deities, Nio or Kongorikishi, who bare their teeth and clench their fists, warding off evil spirits. Their presence serves a dual purpose: to protect the temple and to remind the visitor that one must leave behind impurities and distractions before entering a sacred realm. Passing through this gate is not merely stepping through a doorway, but symbolically crossing from the mundane world into a space of mindfulness and reverence. As one continues along the temple path, gravel crunches underfoot, trees sway gently overhead, and incense drifts on the breeze. The senses begin to soften. The next gate, often more subdued in appearance, might mark the beginning of the temple's inner precinct. Here, the sounds of the outside world fade. Birds become more noticeable. The footsteps slow. Even if one is not consciously aware of it, the layout of the temple begins to influence behavior. The alignment of paths, the placement of lanterns, and the rhythm of open and closed spaces all guide the visitor toward a more meditative state. It is not unusual for temple paths to curve slightly, never offering a full view of the destination at once. This is intentional. It slows the pace, encourages awareness, and creates anticipation. One does not rush through a temple. One proceeds with care. When the main hall or hondo finally appears, it does so gradually, rising from the earth like a thought made visible. The architecture invites approach with long stone staircases, broad eaves, and wooden verandas that offer a transition space between outside and in. Shoes are removed, a gesture of humility and respect. Inside the hall, silence takes on a different quality. It is no longer the absence of noise, but a presence in itself, a living stillness shaped by centuries of breath and prayer. The hall is dimly lit. Light filters through paper screens. Tatami mats, or wooden floors, creak softly underfoot. At the center sits a statue of the Buddha, or a revered bodhisattva, elevated on a lotus pedestal, often surrounded by offerings of flowers, incense, and candles. This arrangement is not random. Every element has symbolic significance. The lotus represents purity born from the mud of suffering. The candles symbolize wisdom dispelling the darkness of ignorance. The incense marks the impermanence of all things, its smoke rising like fleeting thoughts into the sky. And the statue itself is not meant to be worshipped as an idol, but to reflect the awakened nature present in every being. The posture of the Buddha, seated in meditation, standing in blessing, or reclining in serene detachment, offers a teaching in form. Visitors bow, some offer prayers, others sit quietly, simply breathing. The space allows for both action and stillness. Behind the main hall, one might find sub-temples, gardens, or meditation halls, each designed with equal care. Zen temples often include a zendo, where monks sit in rows for zazen, or seated meditation. The room is sparse, the walls unadorned. A single flower in a vase, or a calligraphy scroll bearing a word like emptiness or compassion may be the only decoration. Yet it is in this austerity that clarity arises. The simplicity is not cold but warm, like a room that asks nothing of you but your presence. In other traditions, one might find an image hall, or kondo, housing multiple statues representing various aspects of enlightenment, wisdom, compassion, fearlessness. These figures, often arranged in a mandala-like pattern, serve as visual teachings. One can walk among them, reflect upon their expressions, or trace their mudras, sacred hand gestures that convey specific energies. Outside, temple gardens offer yet another layer of experience. Some are dry rock gardens, where raked gravel mimics rippling water and islands of stone evoke timeless mountains. Others are stroll gardens, with winding paths, bridges, and ponds meant to be enjoyed through slow, mindful walking. A cherry tree blooming in spring, a maple turning red in autumn, these are not decorations, but reminders of the changing nature of all things. In Buddhist thought, beauty is not something to be possessed, but something to be observed and released. Thus, the entire temple becomes a teacher. Every step, every bow, every quiet moment becomes part of the lesson. Even the act of leaving the temple is a continuation of the journey. As one walks back through the gates, past the guardians, down the stone steps, the world feels slightly different. It is not that the world has changed, but that something within the visitors has softened, opened, realigned. This is the silent power of Buddhist temple architecture, not to impose belief, but to create a space where the heart can remember its own depth. No sermon is spoken, no command is given. Yet in the stillness of wood and stone, in the rhythm of shadow and light, in the breath between gates, the temple speaks. And if we are quiet enough, we begin to hear it. As we gently continue our journey through the quiet corridors of ancient Buddhist temple architecture, we arrive now at one of its most delicate and poetic aspects, the integration of sound, space, and time within the sacred grounds. These temples were not static monuments, but living environments where the rhythm of life and the pulse of nature were woven into every beam, stone, and courtyard. One of the most profound expressions of this rhythm is found in the use of sound, not in the form of speech or music, but in simple, resonant tones that mark the passage of time and guide attention inward. Among the most iconic is the temple bell, known in Japan as the bonsho, a massive bronze bell typically housed in a wooden pavilion called a shoro. These bells are not rung with clappers, but struck from the outside with a suspended log, producing a deep, sonorous tone that lingers in the air long after the initial strike. The sound is not meant to startle or signal alarm, but to call the mind to presence. In many temples, the bell is rung 108 times on New Year's Eve, symbolizing the purification of the 108 earthly desires in Buddhist belief. Each toll is an invitation to release regret, attachment, or distraction, allowing the listener to step into the new year with clarity. Beyond the large bells, smaller instruments also carry deep meaning. The wooden mukugyo, or fish drum, used during sutra chanting, produces a hollow, rhythmic knock that resembles the gentle tapping of water on wood. Its fish shape symbolizes wakefulness, as fish never close their eyes, and its repetitive sound serves to maintain focus during long recitations. In meditation halls, the soft click of clappers signals the beginning or end of silent sitting, and the periodic sound of the kin-hin bell gently guides practitioners through walking meditation. These sounds are never intrusive. Instead, they blend seamlessly with the ambient world. The rustle of wind through pines, the croak of frogs in temple ponds, the distant murmur of a mountain stream. Sound in Buddhist temples is always intentional, always sacred. It is not about volume, but about vibration, how the echo of a bell can stir the soul, how the quiet between sounds becomes its own kind of presence. And just as sound guides the inner world, so too does the temple structure guide movement and time. Many temples are arranged according to cosmological principles, aligning buildings with cardinal directions or celestial patterns. The path from gate to main hall may be laid out in a spiral, a square, or a mandala shape, depending on the tradition. Each step on this path becomes a gesture of devotion, a slow dance between the human and the divine. Time in a Buddhist temple is not tracked by clocks, but by rituals and natural cycles. Morning chants greet the rising sun. Afternoon prayers follow the arc of its descent. Lanterns are lit as dusk falls. The pace of life slows, not out of laziness, but out of mindfulness. Meals are prepared and eaten in silence. Floors are swept not just for cleanliness, but as acts of meditation. Even rest is observed with care, as monks sleep on simple mats, rising before dawn to begin again. This rhythm is not only for monastics. Visitors, too, are welcomed into this slowed tempo, whether they stay for a few hours or several days. Temple lodgings, known as shakubo, offer a rare opportunity to live briefly within this peaceful cadence. Guests are invited to join morning chants, share in vegetarian meals known as shojin ryori, and explore temple grounds in quiet contemplation. Rooms are modest, tatami floors, sliding paper doors, futons neatly folded, but every detail is arranged with intention. A single flower in a vase, a scroll with calligraphy offering a teaching, a window framing a pine tree or a garden stone. These are not luxuries, but reminders of what truly nourishes the spirit. The garden itself, often viewed as an extension of the temple's teachings, plays a vital role in the temple's sense of time and season. A Zen rock garden, with its raked lines and silent stones, may look the same from day to day, yet the angle of sunlight, the play of shadows, and the changing sky create a living canvas that shifts moment to moment. A moss garden thrives in quiet dampness, offering softness and age, in a world often obsessed with brightness and speed. Seasonal gardens bloom and fade, echoing the impermanence that lies at the heart of Buddhist thought. Cherry blossoms in spring speak of fragile beauty. Lotus flowers in summer rise from muddy ponds, untouched by stain. Maple leaves in autumn blaze, with fire before letting go. Each season teaches, each change reminds. In such surroundings, even the act of sitting becomes a practice. One does not need to do anything extraordinary. Simply being in the temple, listening to its silence, watching light move across the floor, becomes enough. The architecture allows for this. It does not command attention but invites it. It whispers rather than shouts, and in that whisper is a great power, the power to return us to ourselves. Ancient Buddhist temples were not built merely to endure time, but to reveal it, not to control nature, but to harmonize with it, and not to impress with grandeur, but to touch the heart with humility. As we continue onward, we begin to sense that the temple is not just a place we visit. It is a space we carry within us, a quietness, a rhythm, a light that flickers even when the world outside is noisy and fast. And in that space, we are always home. As our gentle exploration of ancient Buddhist temple architecture continues, we now arrive at a quiet but essential element: how these sacred spaces are illuminated, both by natural light and by the careful placement of lanterns and windows. Unlike the grand cathedrals of Europe, where towering stained glass windows pour in colored brilliance, Buddhist temples are masters of restraint. Light is treated not as a spectacle, but as a whisper. It is used sparingly, thoughtfully, with an understanding that shadows can hold as much meaning as brightness. The interplay between light and dark is not accidental, but woven into the very bones of the temple. In many temples, windows are small, often covered with thin rice paper or wooden lattices that filter sunlight into a soft, diffuse glow. This filtered light becomes part of the ambiance, revealing the texture of wood grain, the shimmer of gold leaf on a statue, or the slow movement of incense smoke curling toward the rafters. The shadows are not to be feared or erased. In Buddhist philosophy, they remind us of the ephemeral nature of things, the way everything passes and changes, even light itself. Japanese aesthetics, deeply influenced by Zen Buddhism, even have a term for this reverence for subtle illumination, yugen, a sense of mystery and profound grace that is never fully revealed but always hinted at. Walking through the temple, one does not encounter sudden bursts of brightness, but soft transitions, light seeping in beneath the eaves, glinting off a bronze bell, or catching on the rim of a lacquered bowl. These small illuminations are like spiritual nudges, gentle prompts to notice, to be present. Even lanterns, which appear throughout temple grounds, are more about atmosphere than clarity. Stone lanterns, known as toro, line the pathways and courtyards, standing like quiet sentinels. During festivals or evening ceremonies, they are lit with candles or oil lamps, casting warm pools of light onto the mossy ground or the raked gravel. The flickering flames reflect in nearby water basins, or bounce off wet stone, creating a world that feels suspended between reality and dream. In covered corridors and inner sanctuaries, hanging lanterns sway gently in the breeze, their paper shades painted with sutras or symbols. These are not merely decorations. They are offerings of light, small acts of devotion. Some temples maintain the practice of lighting 1,000 lanterns for specific rituals, each flame a wish or prayer sent quietly into the universe. The layout of temple buildings also affects the way light is welcomed or denied. Roof eaves extend far beyond the walls, not only to protect from rain, but to shade the interior during summer heat. This creates a shifting lightscape throughout the day. Morning rays slant in at low angles, warming the floor. Midday sun is softened, blocked by beams and overhangs. At sunset, golden light slinks along the edges of steps and shines briefly on altar cloths or calligraphy scrolls. In the darker months, the reduced light enhances the sense of enclosure, turning the temple into a cocoon of stillness. The rhythm of light and shadow throughout the year becomes part of the spiritual calendar. The architecture does not fight this rhythm. It listens, it adjusts, it allows. This acceptance of light's impermanence is another teaching in wood and paper. Just as the Buddha taught that all things are transient, the temple reminds us that brightness comes and goes, that we do not need to chase it, that we can find beauty even in the dim and the quiet. In some temples, special halls are designed to heighten the experience of light and reflection. The hojo, or abbot's quarters in Zen monasteries, often includes a shoin, a study or reception room, with sliding doors that open onto a carefully composed garden. The light that enters here is deliberate. It falls on a vase, a scroll, a single flower in bloom. The viewer becomes part of a living painting, one shaped not by human hands alone, but by the collaboration between architecture and time. In other temples, water features such as ponds or basins are placed strategically to catch and reflect light into shadowed corners, adding movement and sparkle where one least expects it. Even the choice of materials affects how light behaves. Unvarnished wood absorbs and softens it. Gold leaf catches it. Paper diffuses it. Lacquer reflects it. Nothing is random. Every beam, every panel, every placement of stone or window is part of a slow conversation with the sun. And at night, when natural light fades, the temple becomes a different being. Lanterns are lit one by one. The sounds of the day recede. Footsteps grow softer. The wind takes on a cooler voice. In this nightscape, the architecture takes on a dreamlike quality. Shadows stretch longer, silhouettes deepen. The Buddha statue glows faintly, bathed in candlelight, and the visitor, if still enough, may feel not like someone walking through a building, but like a thought passing gently through stillness. This too is the temple's purpose, to create not only a space but a mood, a way of being. In its embrace of light and shadow, the temple teaches without words. It invites us to slow down, to notice the spaces in between, to dwell not only in what is seen, but in what is felt. It is a kind of sacred theater, where the actors are silence, movement, time and light. And in watching this play unfold, we remember something we always knew, that peace is not found in brightness alone, but in the harmony between glow and gloom. That stillness is not the absence of motion, but the presence of quiet purpose. And that beauty need not shout to be heard. As we reach the final chapter in our serene journey through the architecture of ancient Buddhist temples, it is fitting to turn our attention inward, not just to the physical structures that have stood for centuries, but to the quiet spaces within the heart that these temples have always sought to awaken. A Buddhist temple is not merely a destination, it is a mirror. In its simplicity, it reveals the complexity of the mind. In its stillness, it echoes the restlessness of the world outside. And in its quiet persistence across time, it whispers of truths that do not change. Every element, from the moss on the stone steps to the crack in a wooden beam, is an invitation to contemplate impermanence. Nothing is perfect, and nothing lasts forever. This is not tragic but liberating. The weathered gate, the faded mural, the echoing corridor, these are not signs of decay, but of life lived fully. They tell stories without speaking. They teach by simply existing. And perhaps the most profound lesson is that true peace is not found in ornament or display, but in surrender. The temple does not strive. It does not boast. It is content to be, and in being, it helps us remember how to be too. Deep within many temple grounds lies a hidden corner, a quiet room or stone bench, where no rituals take place and no statues stand, just a view of trees or sky. Here, architecture dissolves into nature, and nature becomes the final teacher. Wind moves through the pines with a sound like breath. A single leaf drifts down, unnoticed by all but the one who happens to be watching. And in that small moment, the great cycle of being is felt, not understood intellectually, but known in the body. This is the heart of Buddhist design, not to instruct, but to reveal. The temple exists not to change you, but to help you see what has always been there. Its spaces are shaped not to impress the eye, but to soften the ego. It welcomes all, yet demands nothing. One may chant or sit or walk or simply breathe. There is no need to perform. Even the act of leaving is seen not as an end, but as a continuation. The path that led inward now becomes the path that leads outward. Only now, the world appears slightly different, more tender, more open. The sound of traffic beyond the gate feels less jarring. The faces of strangers seem softer. The rush of the everyday is still there, but its grip is gentler. One begins to carry the temple inside, a quietness, a rhythm, a memory of stillness. Architects of these sacred spaces never built with permanence in mind. Fires, earthquakes, and time itself have claimed many original structures. What endures is not the building, but the blueprint of peace it carried. And so, across centuries and continents, the idea of the Buddhist temple has continued to unfold, not just in Japan or China or Tibet, but in the minds and hearts of those who seek refuge in simplicity. Modern temples may use new materials, but the essence remains the same: space to breathe, space to reflect, space to return. And for those who never visit such a place in person, the temple still exists, in a quiet walk, a mindful breath, the lighting of a candle at dusk. In this way, Buddhist architecture transcends time. It becomes not a style, but a state of mind. As we conclude this slow, gentle story, imagine yourself once more walking through the temple grounds. The air is cool, the path shaded. Stone lanterns line the way. You pass through the final gate. You bow, not to a statue, but to the experience itself. You breathe. You step out into the world. And the world, though unchanged, feels kinder. Thank you for walking with us. May the stillness of these temples find a home in your own heart. May the lessons carried by wood and stone, shadow and light, echo softly in your days. And may you return, whenever you need, to this quiet place where architecture speaks not to the eye, but to the soul. And that brings our previous story to a peaceful close. Before we move on, if you're still awake or gently drifting, please take a moment to leave a like and consider subscribing to support this sleepy channel. Now, let us continue as we begin the next quiet chapter in our journey through boring history for sleep, the slow evolution of early democracies. Long before the modern world came to associate democracy with ballot boxes, campaign speeches, and televised debates, the seeds of self-governance were being slowly and quietly planted in the soil of ancient societies. These early systems were not born from sudden revolutions or declarations of rights, but rather unfolded gradually over generations, shaped by necessity, culture, geography, and the ever-shifting balance between authority and collective will. In the earliest human communities, decision-making was often communal by nature. Hunter-gatherer bands relied on group consensus for survival, resolving disputes around fires, with elders guiding through experience rather than decree. These small groups, usually no more than a few dozen individuals, did not require elaborate political systems, for their needs were immediate, and their relationships deeply personal. Yet even in this simplicity, the foundations of participatory governance were quietly being laid. As populations grew and settled into more complex agricultural societies, power began to consolidate. Chiefdoms and early monarchies emerged, often under the rule of individuals believed to possess divine favor or supernatural insight. But not all early civilizations accepted this concentration of authority without question. In Mesopotamia, for instance, city-states like Ur and Lagash featured assemblies composed of male citizens who could voice concerns, settle disputes, and influence decisions. Though these assemblies operated alongside kings and priests, rather than above them, the idea of shared rule was fragile, often symbolic, and usually limited to elite classes. Still, it persisted. In ancient India, the Ganasanghas, or tribal republics, offered an early model of deliberative governance. Composed of warrior clans, these assemblies met regularly to debate policy, elect leaders, and decide matters of war and peace. Their councils operated on majority rule, and while not truly democratic by today's standards, excluding women, slaves, and many commoners, they nonetheless revealed a vision of leadership grounded in discussion and rather than domination. Further east, in China, Confucian thought emphasized the moral duties of rulers, and although it did not promote democracy, it instilled an expectation of just governance, laying cultural groundwork that would influence political theory for centuries. But it was in ancient Greece, particularly in the city-state of Athens, that the idea of democracy would take its most recognizable form. Here, in the 5th century BCE, amid a backdrop of war, trade, and intellectual ferment, Athenian citizens, adult males with property and status, gathered on the Nix Hill to participate directly in the affairs of the state. They voted by raising hands, casting pebbles, or scratching names on pottery shards, deciding everything from laws to ostracisms. This radical experiment in direct democracy was deeply imperfect, built on the backs of slaves and the exclusion of women and foreigners, but it represented a startling break from the norm. Power was no longer reserved for kings or priests, but vested in the collective judgment of ordinary citizens. The Athenian system included the ecclesia, or general assembly, the boule, a council of 500 citizens chosen by lot, and a complex set of courts and magistracies designed to limit corruption and ensure accountability. Importantly, the selection of officials by lot, rather than election, was seen as more democratic, as it minimized the influence of wealth and charisma. Yet Athenian democracy was also volatile, swayed by orators and demagogues, vulnerable to manipulation, and prone to shifting moods. It rose and fell with wars and alliances, and eventually gave way to empire and autocracy. But its legacy endured. Meanwhile, in the Roman Republic, another model was quietly forming. Beginning around 509 BCE, after the expulsion of its last king, Rome established a mixed constitution featuring consuls, a senate, and popular assemblies. Though not democratic in the Athenian sense, Rome's system allowed citizens, particularly the plebeians, a voice through the tribunes and the comitia. The Roman model prioritized checks and balances, separation of powers, and rule of law, principles that would deeply influence later Western political theory. Like Athens, Rome's republic was flawed and exclusionary, but it embodied a tension that would echo through history, the balance between elite control and popular participation. Elsewhere, in tribal confederations across Africa, indigenous councils made decisions through deliberation and consensus. In the Iroquois Confederacy of North America, a sophisticated council of representatives governed with remarkable foresight, using a model that some scholars believe may have influenced the framers of the United States Constitution. These systems did not use the word democracy, but they practiced forms of shared rule and collective wisdom rooted in tradition and respect. The evolution of democracy, then, was never a straight path. It was not inevitable, nor was it universally embraced. It emerged slowly, haltingly, shaped by countless forces: economic shifts, cultural values, military threats, philosophical insights, and the stubborn desire of people to have a say in their own affairs. And though ancient democracies were often fragile, temporary, or limited in scope, they left behind an idea: that power could be shared, that governance need not be the domain of the few, that even in silence, the will of the people matters. In this slow unfolding, democracy became not just a system of government, but a quiet hope carried forward through the centuries. As the centuries rolled forward and empires rose and fell like the slow rhythm of tides, the idea of shared governance did not disappear. It simply changed form. While the grand experiments of Athenian democracy and the Roman Republic had introduced compelling models of civic participation, their collapse left behind more than just ruins in history. They left behind questions about who should rule, how power should be distributed, and whether ordinary people could ever truly be trusted with decisions that affected the fate of entire nations. In the wake of these early democratic experiences, much of the known world shifted toward monarchies and centralized rule. The Middle Ages, particularly in Europe, were dominated by kings and emperors, often believed to rule by divine right. Authority flowed from the top down, reinforced by religious institutions, military power, and hereditary privilege. The common person, for the most part, had little voice. Feudalism, that intricate web of obligations and loyalties, structured society like a pyramid, with kings at the top, nobles and knights in the middle, and peasants at the base. Power was localized, fragmented, and often harsh. But within this seemingly rigid structure, the embers of democracy still glowed, quietly, persistently. In small towns and merchant guilds, decisions were made by councils. In monasteries, abbots were sometimes elected by their peers. In villages, local disputes were settled by assemblies of elders or respected community members. And in places like Iceland, the Althing, established in 930 CE, functioned as a proto-parliament, bringing together chieftains and freemen to make laws and resolve conflicts. It was not modern democracy, but it was not nothing. It showed that even in eras of strong central rule, people still found ways to govern themselves. Meanwhile, in the Islamic world, particularly during the early caliphates, concepts like shura, or consultation, were emphasized in Islamic political thought. While caliphs held considerable authority, there was a religious and cultural expectation that leaders would consult scholars and elders and govern with justice. Cities like Baghdad and Cordoba became centers of learning and legal thought, where debate and discussion were not only tolerated but encouraged. Though not democratic in the Western sense, these societies nurtured intellectual pluralism and an early vision of accountability. In East Asia, particularly in Confucian China, governance emphasized harmony, hierarchy, and moral leadership. Yet even within this top-down model, there existed examinations for civil service positions, rooted in merit rather than lineage, that allowed certain individuals from humble origins to ascend into administrative roles. This idea that competence and knowledge could qualify someone to govern planted another seed in the slow evolution of participatory politics. Elsewhere, in parts of Africa and the Americas, indigenous systems of consensus and council continued to operate quietly. In West Africa, the Kingdom of Mali employed a council of elders to advise the Mansa, while in the Andean highlands, the Inca Empire managed vast populations through a decentralized network of local leaders and village assemblies. Again, these were not democratic systems in the modern sense, but they reflected an understanding that leadership required dialogue and structure, that people, even those without titles, had roles to play in maintaining social order. Back in Europe, the decline of feudalism and the rise of cities in the later Middle Ages began to shift the balance of power once more. As trade expanded and wealth flowed into urban centers, merchant classes grew in influence, towns sought charters granting them autonomy, local guilds elected leaders, councils formed to manage communal affairs. These movements were driven less by philosophy and more by pragmatism, by the need to manage resources, settle disputes, and ensure security. But as they evolved, they began to resemble miniature republics. And with the invention of the printing press in the 15th century, ideas, once confined to monasteries and universities, began to travel. Texts were copied, distributed, debated. People read about the histories of Athens and Rome. They rediscovered Cicero, Aristotle, and Plato. And slowly, over generations, the memory of democracy returned, not just as something that had existed, but as something that might exist again. The Renaissance, that flowering of art, science, and human potential, did more than produce beautiful paintings and grand buildings. It sparked a renewed interest in human agency, in the value of the individual, in the possibility that reason, not just tradition, could guide societies. In this atmosphere of intellectual curiosity, political thought began to stir. Writers questioned the divine right of kings. Thinkers proposed contracts between rulers and the ruled. Philosophers imagined systems where power was derived not from bloodlines, but from the will of the people. These ideas would not take full form for centuries, but they were whispered in salons, debated in universities, and pondered in quiet corners of candlelit libraries. The evolution of democracy, then, was not a march. It was a drift, a slow tidal shift in thought and practice, scattered across continents and centuries. It did not always use the same language or follow the same form, but the thread remained, a belief, fragile and persistent, that people, despite all their flaws, might one day govern themselves. By the time the 16th and 17th centuries arrived, the world had entered a new phase, one where the slow churn of political thought began to take clearer form, spurred on by exploration, colonization, scientific discoveries, and the steady weakening of unquestioned monarchic power. The age of empires and maritime exploration brought Europeans into contact with lands and peoples whose political arrangements often defied expectations. Reports from the Americas described councils and federations among native tribes, while encounters in Africa and Asia revealed local systems of governance unfamiliar to those raised in feudal or absolutist states. These observations, sometimes romanticized, often misunderstood, began to influence the imaginations of philosophers back in Europe. If societies without kings or popes could function, what did that mean for the supposed necessity of inherited power? This quiet questioning laid the groundwork for what would eventually become the Enlightenment. But before that wave of thought fully arrived, Europe experienced a series of upheavals that slowly cracked the foundations of divine right rule. One of the most notable events was the English Civil War in the mid-17th century, a conflict that pitted royalists loyal to King Charles I against parliamentarians demanding limits on the monarchy's authority. It ended with the shocking execution of the king and a short-lived republic under Oliver Cromwell. Though the monarchy was later restored, the idea that rulers could be held accountable, indeed, that they could be removed, was now no longer theoretical. England's Glorious Revolution of 1688 further shifted power, resulting in the Bill of Rights of 1689, which limited the powers of the monarchy and cemented the supremacy of Parliament. Though far from democratic in the modern sense, these events marked a clear step away from absolute rule and toward representative institutions. Across the Channel, French thinkers began to challenge not only monarchs, but the very basis of political authority. Philosophers like Montesquieu, Rousseau, and Voltaire wrote treatises on liberty, separation of powers, and the social contract. Rousseau in particular argued that sovereignty belonged not to a king, but to the people, that legitimate government must derive from the general will. These ideas were bold, even dangerous, but they spread. They were read in salons, debated in universities, and whispered in courtrooms. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, new experiments were taking root. The American colonies, governed by assemblies, town halls, and charters, began to see themselves not merely as extensions of European power, but as communities with their own identities and rights. When tensions with the British Crown escalated, colonists invoked the very Enlightenment principles being developed in Europe, that all men are created equal, that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, and that tyranny must be resisted. The result was the American Revolution and the drafting of the United States Constitution, a document heavily influenced by Enlightenment thought and classical Republican models. The Constitution, while limited in its inclusivity, excluding women, slaves, and non-landowners from full participation, nonetheless marked a turning point in the history of democratic governance. It established checks and balances, separation of powers, and a system of representation that would later inspire countless others. Soon after, France experienced its own revolution, far more tumultuous and violent, but similarly driven by the cry for liberty, equality, and fraternity. The French Revolution dismantled centuries of monarchy and privilege, attempted radical experiments in representation, and ultimately descended into chaos and authoritarianism. Yet even in its failure to establish a stable democracy, it advanced the global discourse on rights and citizenship. Across the globe, ideas were moving faster than ever before. The printing press, newspapers, and growing literacy rates allowed political theories to spread. Pamphlets were passed hand to hand. Debates spilled into coffee houses. And slowly, what had once been radical ideas became topics of everyday discussion. In Latin America, revolutionary leaders like Simón Bolívar fought for independence not only from Spanish rule, but for systems that would be shaped by popular input. In Haiti, enslaved people led by Toussaint Louverture overthrew their colonial oppressors and proclaimed a republic. These movements, imperfect, fragile, often short-lived, were nonetheless expressions of a deepening desire for people to choose their leaders, to write their laws, to be seen and heard in the structures that governed them. Meanwhile, in Europe, industrialization was reshaping society. Cities swelled, working classes emerged, old hierarchies began to strain under the pressure of new realities. Demands for suffrage grew louder, particularly among those who labored without representation. Democratic reform was no longer just a philosophical concern, it was becoming a social necessity. The slow evolution of early democracies was now entering a new era, one defined not only by theory, but by the lived experience of people who demanded a voice. The journey was still long, the path still uneven, but the momentum had become harder to ignore. Across continents and classes, from the halls of philosophers to the workshops of tradesmen, the call for representation echoed. And with every generation, it grew a little louder. As the 19th century unfolded, the shape of democracy continued to shift, not in sweeping revolutions or singular moments of transformation, but through a quiet layering of changes, social, technological, philosophical, that gradually expanded the boundaries of political participation. The Industrial Revolution, with its factories and machines, its railways and smokestacks, altered not just economies but the structure of everyday life. People moved from rural villages to growing cities, from farms to factories, and with them came new questions about representation, labor, and the rights of the individual in an increasingly complex society. In Britain, reform began cautiously, with the Reform Acts of 1832, 1867, and 1884, slowly extending the right to vote to broader segments of the male population. Though still limited by property and gender, these reforms marked a gradual erosion of aristocratic dominance and the growing influence of the middle and working classes. The secret ballot was introduced, protecting voter choice from coercion. Newspapers proliferated, helping to educate the public and shape political opinion. Political parties began to form more structured platforms, appealing not only to elites, but to the common man. Meanwhile, in the United States, democracy was expanding westward, along with the frontier. The idea of universal white male suffrage became increasingly accepted, though this came at the cost of excluding indigenous peoples, women, and African Americans. The American Civil War and the subsequent Reconstruction period represented a moment of both progress and regression. The 15th Amendment promised voting rights regardless of race, but in practice, discriminatory laws and practices in the South suppressed Black political participation for generations. Still, the very presence of these rights in law reflected a broader tension between principle and practice, a tension at the heart of democratic development. Across Europe, the revolutions of 1848 echoed with cries for national unity, civil liberties, and constitutional government. Though many of these uprisings were swiftly suppressed, they revealed a growing dissatisfaction with autocracy and a yearning for more inclusive governance. In Prussia, Austria, Hungary, and Italy, demands for constitutions and parliaments signaled that the old order was no longer unquestioned. Even where democracy did not take immediate root, the soil had been stirred. In Latin America, newly independent nations grappled with the challenge of building republics. Leaders like Benito Juárez in Mexico and Domingo Faustino Sarmiento in Argentina attempted to balance liberal ideals with the realities of entrenched social hierarchies and regional divisions. Some republics veered into authoritarianism, others struggled with instability, but the aspiration for democratic governance persisted, shaping constitutions and public discourse. In Asia, particularly in Japan, the Meiji Restoration of 1868 brought rapid modernization and the creation of a constitutional monarchy with limited parliamentary structures. Though heavily influenced by Western models, these changes reflected a desire to blend tradition with reform, authority with representation. In India, under British colonial rule, early nationalist movements began to form, advocating for greater Indian participation in governance. The Indian National Congress, founded in 1885, started as a forum for elite discussion, but would later evolve into a mass political movement demanding self-rule. women around the world also began to raise their voices. The suffrage movement, which had simmered quietly for decades, gained momentum. In 1893, New Zealand became the first self-governing country to grant women the right to vote. Australia followed, then Finland, Norway, and others. These victories were hard-won, the result of tireless organizing, advocacy, and protest. Women's suffrage was not merely an addition to existing systems. It was a reshaping of political life to include half of humanity whose voices had long been excluded. The same could be said of labor movements, which emerged as industrial workers demanded better conditions, fair wages, and political recognition. Trade unions, strikes, and socialist parties became vehicles for political change, pressing governments to recognize the needs of the many rather than the privileges of the few. In places like Germany, the Social Democratic Party became a significant political force. In France, the Third Republic navigated a tumultuous political landscape but retained democratic institutions. Even in Tsarist Russia, revolutionary sentiment was building, fueled by inequality and repression. Democracy, still uneven, still incomplete, was becoming a global conversation. The idea that governance should reflect the will of the people, regardless of class, gender, or race, was no longer confined to pamphlets or philosophical treatises. It had entered the streets, the factories, the homes of ordinary people. It had become a living question, sometimes whispered, sometimes shouted, about who belonged in the halls of power and what justice looked like when shaped by many rather than few. As the century closed, democracy remained a fragile project, vulnerable to backlash and co-optation, yet more deeply rooted than ever before. The stage was set for a new century, one that would test its resilience in ways few could yet imagine. As the 20th century dawned, the world stood on the edge of unprecedented change, and democracy, still fragile, still incomplete, would be both tested and transformed by the waves of events that followed. The century began with optimism in many places. Countries across Europe had embraced constitutional government, with parliaments, political parties, and expanding suffrage rights. In Britain, the Parliament Act of 1911 reduced the power of the unelected House of Lords, affirming the primacy of elected representatives. In the United States, reforms during the Progressive Era targeted corruption and expanded direct democracy through mechanisms like the initiative, referendum, and recall. Women's suffrage gained momentum, with more nations extending voting rights to women, culminating in the ratification of the 19th Amendment in the United States in 1920. The belief that democracy could be expanded and perfected seemed to gain ground, but this hopeful current was soon disrupted by the trauma of World War I. The Great War, with its mechanized horror and massive loss of life, deeply shook public faith in existing institutions. Empires fell, the Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman, German, and Russian monarchies collapsed, leaving behind power vacuums and uncertain futures. In many of these regions, new governments were formed, some democratic in structure, others more experimental. The Weimar Republic in Germany, for example, was a bold attempt at liberal democracy in a country previously ruled by monarchy. In Russia, revolution gave way not to democracy, but to authoritarianism under Lenin and then Stalin. Meanwhile, the League of Nations was established as a global attempt to prevent future conflict and promote cooperation. Though ultimately ineffective, it reflected the growing desire for dialogue and collective decision-making at the international level. The interwar period became a proving ground for democracy, and not all experiments survived. Economic depression in the 1930s, exacerbated by global trade collapse and mass unemployment, gave rise to extremist movements. People who had lost trust in democratic institutions turned to strongmen promising order and revival. Fascism in Italy and Nazism in Germany rose with terrifying speed, exploiting fear, nationalism, and scapegoating to dismantle democratic systems from within. The fragile institutions of the Weimar Republic were no match for the coordinated assault of propaganda, violence, and political manipulation. Elsewhere, democracies struggled to respond to the crises of the era, often choosing appeasement or retreat over confrontation. The outbreak of World War II exposed the catastrophic failure of global leadership. And yet, within the darkness, the idea of democracy endured, fueled by resistance movements, exiled governments, and the belief that liberty and human dignity were worth fighting for. When the war ended, the world once again stood at a crossroads. The horrors of fascism and genocide had left deep scars, but they also galvanized efforts to build stronger, more inclusive democracies. The United Nations was established in 1945, with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted 3 years later, proclaiming that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. In Europe, the defeat of totalitarian regimes led to renewed democratic rebuilding. Germany, divided but determined, created the Federal Republic of Germany with a strong constitution, checks on power, and a commitment to civil rights. Italy, too, became a republic, rejecting its fascist past. In Asia, the aftermath of colonialism opened paths to new democratic aspirations. India gained independence from British rule in 1947, and, under the leadership of Jawaharlal Nehru and B.R. Ambedkar, drafted a secular, democratic constitution, one of the most ambitious in the world at the time. Japan, under Allied occupation, adopted a new constitution emphasizing pacifism and popular sovereignty. In Africa and the Middle East, the post-war years brought a wave of decolonization. Former colonies sought not only independence, but also political systems that reflected their own histories and aspirations. Ghana, under Kwame Nkrumah, became the first sub-Saharan African country to gain independence in 1957, inspiring movements across the continent. But democracy was not guaranteed. Many newly independent states faced internal divisions, external pressure from Cold War powers, and the daunting task of building governance from scratch. Some succeeded, others slipped into authoritarianism. Still, the ambition for self-rule remained powerful. In Latin America, waves of democratic experimentation and authoritarian pushback alternated across decades, reflecting the deep tension between elite control and popular empowerment. The Cold War itself framed democracy as a global ideological struggle. Western nations, led by the United States, promoted liberal democracy as a counter to communism. This was not always consistent. Support for dictatorships that served strategic interests undermined democratic credibility. Yet within this geopolitical contest, citizens across the globe continued to organize, protest, and demand participation. The civil rights movement in the United States, the Prague Spring in Czechoslovakia, student protests in Mexico and France, and anti-apartheid activism in South Africa all testified to the persistent, often quiet power of people who believed their voices mattered. Democracy was not a perfect system, and it was often betrayed by those who claimed to uphold it. But it remained a vision of inclusion, of dignity, of rule by the people that could not be easily erased. As the world moved deeper into the second half of the 20th century, democracy found itself expanding into new territories while simultaneously being tested by old challenges. The end of World War II had brought not only reconstruction, but also a rigid geopolitical division between East and West, between capitalist democracies and communist regimes. In this Cold War landscape, democracy often took on a dual identity, as both a domestic aspiration for justice and a strategic tool in international politics. In Western Europe, the post-war consensus centered around rebuilding liberal democratic institutions. With help from the Marshall Plan, economies revived, and stable parliamentary systems took hold in countries like France, West Germany, and Italy. Supranational cooperation began to emerge with the European Economic Community, a precursor to the European Union, which linked democratic governance to economic integration. In the United States, the civil rights movement illuminated the unfinished business of democracy. Legal equality had not translated into social or political inclusion for millions of African Americans. The marches, sit-ins, and court battles of the 1950s and 1960s forced the country to confront its contradictions. Landmark legislation like the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 marked major steps forward, though the struggle for equity would continue. Around the world, newly independent nations in Africa and Asia were crafting their own versions of democracy. Leaders sought to reconcile indigenous traditions with imported institutions. In some cases, democracy held firm, as in India, which maintained regular elections and a robust judiciary despite immense diversity and economic challenges. In other places, fledgling democracies were undermined by military coups, economic crises, or Cold War interventions. Latin America, for instance, oscillated between democratic reforms and authoritarian reversals. In countries like Chile, Argentina, and Brazil, democratically elected governments were overthrown, often with support from foreign powers seeking to prevent the spread of leftist ideologies. Yet even in these moments of repression, the democratic spirit persisted underground, in literature, in exile, in whispered conversations and clandestine organizing. Meanwhile, in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, state socialism claimed to offer an alternative to liberal democracy, promising equality and security through centralized power. For decades, these regimes held tight control over political life, suppressing dissent and limiting personal freedoms. But behind the Iron Curtain, the seeds of change were being planted. Dissidents wrote manifestos, workers organized strikes, citizens grew weary of surveillance and stagnation. When the Berlin Wall fell in 1980, it symbolized more than the end of a physical divide. It marked the collapse of a political illusion. The revolutions that swept across Eastern Europe were largely nonviolent, driven by citizens demanding voice, dignity, and self-rule. In Poland, the Solidarity movement had long resisted communist rule through labor organizing and civil society networks. In Czechoslovakia, the Velvet Revolution ushered in democratic reform without bloodshed. These moments were not merely geopolitical victories for the West. They were human affirmations of the desire for democratic life. South Africa, too, became a beacon of democratic transformation. After decades of apartheid, Nelson Mandela's release and subsequent election as president in 1994 represented the triumph of inclusive democracy over racial exclusion. The country's new constitution, one of the most progressive in the world, enshrined equality, human rights, and a commitment to justice. In East Asia, Taiwan and South Korea transitioned from authoritarian rule to vibrant democracies during the 1980s and 1990s, driven by growing middle classes and relentless public pressure. These peaceful transitions demonstrated that democracy was not bound to any one culture or region. As globalization accelerated, technology began to reshape the democratic landscape. Satellite television, mobile phones, and eventually the internet created new avenues for expression and mobilization. Authoritarian regimes found it harder to control information. Protests could be organized through text messages, ideas could spread through digital forums, and governments became more visible to their citizens and to the world. The 2000s brought further tests. The 9/11 attacks and the subsequent war on terror raised difficult questions about the balance between security and liberty. In the name of protection, democracies sometimes adopted surveillance practices and emergency powers that undermined the very freedoms they were meant to preserve. Meanwhile, in countries like Russia, Venezuela, and Turkey, leaders used the trappings of democracy, elections, parliaments, constitutions, while eroding its substance. This phenomenon, sometimes called competitive authoritarianism, blurred the line between democracy and dictatorship. Yet, around the globe, ordinary people continued to push for a say in how they were governed. In 2009, protests in Iran challenged a disputed election. In 2011, the Arab Spring erupted across North Africa and the Middle East, with citizens demanding an end to autocracy and corruption. Some of these movements sparked democratic transitions. Others were met with brutal crackdowns or devolved into chaos. But each one bore witness to the persistent longing for voice, for accountability, for justice. Democracy, always evolving, had not yet reached a final form. It remained a work in progress, delicate, flawed, and profoundly human. As the 21st century progressed, the journey of democracy entered yet another phase, one marked by paradoxes and new complexities. On one hand, never before in history had so many countries adopted some form of electoral democracy. By the early 2000s, democratic systems had spread to more than half the world's nations. On paper, parliaments, constitutions, and regular elections appeared to be the new norm. Global organizations such as the United Nations, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund often promoted democratic reforms as part of their development goals. But the reality was more complicated. Many of these systems functioned in name only, and a growing number of governments began to erode democratic norms from within, often slowly, subtly, and legally. This trend became known as democratic backsliding. and it revealed a truth long understood by historians and political theorists, that democracy is not a destination, but a fragile and continuous process, vulnerable not only to coups and revolutions, but also to erosion from within institutions themselves. In countries once considered democratic strongholds, such as Hungary, Poland, and India, concerns emerged about the concentration of power in the executive branch, the weakening of judicial independence, and the undermining of press freedom. Leaders in these nations used the language of democracy, elections, patriotism, popular mandates, to justify actions that critics said diminished the checks and balances essential to democratic life. At the same time, technological changes were transforming how people engaged with politics. Social media, once celebrated as a force for democratization and free expression, began to show its darker sides. Algorithms prioritized sensational content over thoughtful dialogue, amplifying division and misinformation. Political campaigns became increasingly sophisticated in using data to target voters, raising ethical questions about manipulation and transparency. Meanwhile, the rise of online echo chambers allowed citizens to surround themselves with only voices that reinforced their own beliefs, making consensus and civil debate more difficult to achieve. In this landscape, trust in democratic institutions began to decline. Surveys in many countries showed that citizens felt increasingly disconnected from their governments. They believed their votes mattered less, that politicians served elite interests, and that corruption was widespread. This growing disillusionment fed into populist movements across the globe, movements that promised to return power to the people, but often concentrated it in the hands of charismatic leaders who rejected pluralism and sought to silence dissent. In the United States, the 2016 election exposed deep fault lines in the nation's democratic fabric. The outcome, shaped by intense polarization and foreign interference, was followed by years of institutional strain. The Capitol riot on January 6, 2021, was a stark reminder that even the oldest democracies can be threatened from within. It was a moment that forced a national reckoning. What does democracy truly require? Is it just about voting, or does it also depend on a shared commitment to truth, to peaceful transitions of power, to respecting institutions even when they do not serve immediate interests? Around the world, young people increasingly took up the mantle of democratic renewal. In Hong Kong, massive protests called for greater autonomy and protection of civil liberties, though they were eventually suppressed. In Belarus, demonstrators challenged a long-standing authoritarian regime, demanding fair elections. In Sudan, a popular uprising led to the ousting of a dictator and opened a path, though uncertain, toward civilian rule. These movements, often led by students, artists, and ordinary workers, were not only about institutions, but about dignity, identity, and the right to shape one's future. At the same time, crises such as climate change, pandemics, and economic inequality posed new challenges. These global issues demanded coordinated responses, long-term thinking, and public trust, qualities that democratic systems sometimes struggled to deliver amid short electoral cycles and partisan gridlock. Yet these same challenges also revealed the power of civic engagement. During the COVID-19 pandemic, community organizations, volunteers, and local leaders often stepped in where national governments faltered. In countries with strong democratic cultures, the crisis prompted innovations in voting, healthcare, and social support. Meanwhile, the environmental movement, led by figures like Greta Thunberg and driven by millions of concerned citizens, pushed democratic governments to take bolder climate action. Despite its imperfections, democracy remained the only system of governance that allowed peaceful correction. Authoritarian systems might offer efficiency or control, but they lacked mechanisms for accountability and course correction. Democracies could fail, but they could also learn, evolve, and recover. And even when battered, the idea of democracy, of collective voice, of equal dignity, of governance through consent, continued to resonate. It lived in protests and petitions, in art and debate, in quiet votes cast at dawn, and public marches that filled the streets. It was not perfect, but it was alive, shaped by every generation that chose to defend it. As the century continued, one thing became increasingly clear: democracy would not survive on autopilot. It would endure only if people nurtured it, not with blind faith, but with active participation, critical thinking, and a shared belief that the future could be shaped not by force, but by dialogue and common will. As the 21st century moved forward, the narrative of democracy began to reflect a quiet but growing tension between promise and performance. While the ideals of democracy remained widely cherished, freedom of expression, the rule of law, the right to vote, the day-to-day reality of how those principles operated in practice often failed to meet the expectations of increasingly informed and globally connected citizens. Around the world, the pace of change quickened. Economic globalization created interdependencies that tied together nations, markets, and workers in complex and often fragile ways. Supply chains stretched across continents, and decisions made in distant boardrooms could impact jobs, prices, and living conditions thousands of miles away. For democracies, this presented both an opportunity and a challenge. On one hand, democratic governments could promote transparency, accountability, and fair trade practices. On the other, they were often perceived as being too slow, too bureaucratic, or too compromised to address the rapid shifts and deep inequalities that globalization sometimes intensified. Meanwhile, climate change, long warned of by scientists, became increasingly visible. Melting glaciers, rising sea levels, extended droughts, and severe storms pushed climate policy to the forefront of democratic debate. Citizens, particularly younger generations, began demanding bolder action. Yet democratic systems often struggled to act with the urgency required. Political cycles favored short-term thinking, and climate action sometimes clashed with powerful economic interests or ideological divisions. Still, from city councils to international conferences, voices rose, sometimes hopeful, sometimes frustrated, calling for democratic accountability in the stewardship of the planet. In the digital space, democracy faced a different kind of evolution. The internet had long been hailed as a great equalizer, providing access to information and platforms for anyone with a connection. But as technology advanced, so too did the complexity of its influence. Algorithms curated content, often favoring outrage or sensationalism. Disinformation spread quickly, sometimes undermining public trust in elections, scientific institutions, or even basic facts. Social media platforms, once seen as democratizing forces, now found themselves grappling with the unintended consequences of their designs. Meanwhile, artificial intelligence introduced new dilemmas. How should democratic societies regulate technologies that could predict, manipulate, or even replace human decision-making? What rights did individuals have over their data? And who would be held accountable when algorithms went wrong? These were questions that no single nation could answer alone, yet each democracy had to face them within its own borders and values. At the same time, new models of governance began to emerge, not to replace democracy, but to supplement or adapt it. Participatory budgeting, citizen assemblies, digital referenda, and deliberative forums gave people new ways to influence decisions beyond simply voting every few years. In cities across Europe, Latin America, and Asia, residents began allocating public funds directly through democratic processes. In Ireland, citizen assemblies helped shape policies on same-sex marriage and abortion, issues once considered too divisive for parliamentary consensus. These experiments reminded the world that democracy was not frozen in its 19th or 20th century form. It could be reshaped, reimagined, and re-engaged from the ground up. Yet even with innovation, democracy continued to face persistent challenges. Economic inequality remained a major concern. In many democracies, the gap between rich and poor widened, leading to perceptions that the system favored the wealthy, that influence was for sale, and that ordinary citizens were left behind. Campaign financing, lobbying, and revolving doors between politics and business added to this impression. When trust erodes, participation declines, and apathy can spread, making democracy weaker not through attack, but through quiet abandonment. Furthermore, the idea of truth itself became contested. In some societies, facts became politicized, and the boundary between opinion and evidence blurred. Public discourse suffered. Constructive debate gave way to shouting matches, and the shared reality that democracy depends upon, where citizens can agree on the basic facts even if they disagree on solutions, became harder to maintain. Still, not all was bleak. Around the world, educators, artists, activists, and everyday citizens worked quietly to sustain and renew democratic life. They taught media literacy, organized community discussions, defended journalists, and created spaces where dialogue could flourish. They reminded their neighbors, their children, and their leaders that democracy was more than a system. It was a culture, a set of habits, a way of treating others with dignity, even in disagreement. In times of crisis, these quiet efforts often prove to be the strongest threads in the democratic fabric. And so, while the story of democracy remained incomplete, it continued. Written not only in constitutions or elections, but in classrooms and kitchens, in online forums and town halls, in acts of listening, learning, and choosing to care. The slow evolution of early democracies had given way to a complex, ongoing journey, one still marked by hope, struggle, and the shared human desire for voice and fairness in an ever-changing world. As the democratic story continued into the third decade of the 21st century, it became increasingly clear that democracy was not a fixed achievement, but a process that required consistent nurturing, questioning, and adaptation. The forces shaping this process had grown more diffuse: global, digital, ecological, emotional. No longer could democracy be understood solely through the lens of national elections or parliaments. Instead, its vitality was now deeply intertwined with how people felt about the future, their place in society, and their trust, or mistrust, in institutions that were supposed to serve them. In this evolving landscape, the relationship between democracy and identity became more pronounced. Individuals and communities were no longer simply defined by class, geography, or ideology. Gender, race, religion, and culture increasingly shaped political engagement, often bringing marginalized voices into public discourse with newfound strength. Movements such as Black Lives Matter in the United States, indigenous rights campaigns across Latin America, and feminist uprisings in Eastern Europe and the Middle East served as powerful reminders that democracy could be both a demand and a form of resistance. These movements did not always rely on traditional political parties or structures. Instead, they organized horizontally through social media, mutual aid networks, and spontaneous gatherings. Their goals were not only policy change, but dignity, recognition, and the right to shape the narratives that define them. And yet, in many places, the response to such movements was met with increasing repression. Governments, sometimes elected and sometimes not, began using digital surveillance, disinformation, and legal loopholes to suppress dissent while maintaining a democratic facade. Freedom of the press declined. Journalists were harassed or imprisoned. Opposition leaders were disqualified or discredited. In some cases, entire elections were undermined through subtle manipulation rather than overt fraud. The lines blurred between democracy and authoritarianism, especially in hybrid regimes where elections existed but were not free, where courts operated but were not independent, and where laws were enforced selectively. The challenge became not just defending democracy against coups or military takeovers, but recognizing and resisting the slow corrosion from within. Alongside these developments, the climate crisis continued to exert pressure on democratic systems. As environmental degradation threatened lives and livelihoods, calls for urgent action clashed with bureaucratic inertia and political polarization. Climate change presented a dilemma for democracies accustomed to compromise and gradualism. The scale and immediacy of the threat demanded collective action across generations, sectors, and borders. Yet democratic institutions often moved cautiously, bound by procedural rules and short-term electoral incentives. In this tension, new questions emerged. Could democracies deliver the speed and scale of change needed to avert disaster? Could citizens be persuaded to act not only in their immediate interest, but in the interest of future generations? Some began to explore ideas like climate assemblies, where randomly selected citizens deliberated on policy options, or legal frameworks that granted rights to nature itself. These efforts reflected a growing understanding that democracy needed not only to listen to people, but also to imagine responsibilities beyond the present moment. Meanwhile, technological advancements posed another set of questions. As artificial intelligence, big data, and machine learning grew more powerful, they began to influence everything from policing and healthcare to hiring and voting. Algorithms could replicate human bias, yet remained largely invisible. Deepfakes and misinformation campaigns blurred the line between reality and fiction. Who would regulate these tools? How could democratic oversight keep pace with rapid innovation? And how would consent and accountability be preserved in a world where decisions were increasingly made by systems no one fully understood? In response, some countries began crafting digital rights bills or establishing ethics boards, while others lagged behind or actively used these tools to entrench power. Still, throughout these changes, the core aspirations of democracy endured. In small villages and sprawling cities, people continued to gather at libraries, markets, sports fields, online forums to discuss, to disagree, to decide. Even in authoritarian regimes, underground networks found ways to share ideas, preserve culture, and organize resistance. In classrooms, teachers taught the principles of fairness and debate. In families, elders told stories of past struggles and hard-won rights. Democracy, it turned out, was not only a matter of government, but of memory and imagination. It survived not just through ballots and constitutions, but through the quiet daily acts of cooperation, curiosity, and care. The story of early democracies, once defined by philosophers and revolutionaries, was now being written by millions of ordinary people, each adding their voice, however softly, to a chorus that still believed in something better. And so the evolution continued, not in straight lines or grand declarations, but in slow, deliberate steps forward, always fragile, always unfinished, yet somehow still alive. As the world moved further into the 21st century, the story of democracy remained one of quiet resilience and continuous transformation. No single model had emerged as universal. Instead, each society, shaped by its unique history, culture, and challenges, continued to experiment, some cautiously, others boldly, with how to balance freedom, fairness, and function. In mature democracies, debates increasingly revolved around issues of reform rather than reinvention. Proposals such as ranked choice voting, proportional representation, and independent redistricting commissions gained traction in efforts to reduce polarization and make elections more representative. These adjustments did not command headlines, but offered subtle ways to make democratic systems more responsive and inclusive. In younger or fragile democracies, the struggle was more fundamental. Basic electoral integrity, judicial independence, and protections for civil liberties were still being negotiated, sometimes in the face of significant resistance. Observers from abroad could offer technical assistance, but meaningful change often depended on local actors, activists, educators, religious leaders, and even former insiders, willing to push for accountability, often at personal risk. Meanwhile, the role of cities and municipalities became more prominent in the democratic process. As national politics grew more divided and gridlocked, local governments began experimenting with policies that reflected their population's needs and values. From participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre to sanctuary city declarations in the United States, urban centers became laboratories of democratic innovation. These efforts often flew beneath the radar of national politics, but made tangible differences in people's lives, providing housing, access to health services, clean energy, and education. These city-level democracies were often more agile, more diverse, and more experimental, offering hope that even when federal systems stumbled, local democracy could endure and adapt. Education, long considered the bedrock of democratic society, faced its own reckoning. In some places, public trust in schools and universities eroded under the weight of cultural conflicts and political interference. Yet in many communities, educators persisted in cultivating critical thinking, civic responsibility, and curiosity. Initiatives to teach media literacy, debate skills, and historical context sought to equip the next generation not just to participate in democracy, but to sustain it. There was growing awareness that democracy required not only structures, but habits. And those habits had to be taught, modeled, and practiced from an early age. Alongside education, the arts continued to play a quiet yet vital role. Literature, music, theater, and visual storytelling offered ways to imagine alternative futures, to empathize with unfamiliar lives, and to ask difficult questions that politics sometimes avoided. Museums explored the roots of injustice. Novels gave voice to the voiceless. Documentaries revealed the workings of systems often hidden from public view. In a time when algorithms increasingly shaped what people saw and heard, artists and creators challenged audiences to pause, reflect, and feel. Through the arts, the values at the heart of democracy, dialogue, dissent, and diversity, found new forms of expression. Faith communities, too, contributed to the democratic fabric. While religion had sometimes been used to divide, in many places it remained a source of moral grounding and civic action. Religious leaders called for compassion in public life, defended the dignity of minorities, and organized service projects that bridged political divides. Whether in mosques, churches, temples, or informal gatherings, these communities reminded people that democracy was not just about rights, but about responsibilities to neighbors, to strangers, and to future generations. Looking back over the centuries, it became clear that democracy had never been simple or smooth. From the early assemblies of Athens to the constitutional experiments of Enlightenment Europe, from the hard-fought suffrage movements to post-colonial elections in newly independent states, each generation had shaped and reshaped the meaning of rule by the people. Mistakes had been made, regressions had occurred, and yet, again and again, people returned to the democratic ideal, not because it was perfect, but because it was open, because it allowed for correction, because it allowed for voice. The slow evolution of democracy was not measured solely in charters or constitutions, but in the steady expansion of empathy, of inclusion, of recognition. From landowners to laborers, from men to women, from the enfranchised few to the many. The arc of democracy bent, sometimes haltingly, sometimes in reverse, but always with the potential to move forward again. In this quiet truth lay its power. And so the story ends not with a conclusion, but with a continuation, a reminder that democracy is not something one inherits, but something one inhabits, each day, through listening, through speaking, through showing up. In town meetings and family kitchens, in classroom debates and late-night conversations, in lonely votes and crowded marches, the work of democracy goes on. And in that slow, often invisible labor lies its greatest strength, the ability to change and to be changed by those who believe in it enough to keep trying. And that brings our previous story to a quiet close. Before we begin the next sleepy chapter in our journey through boring history, please consider giving this video a like and subscribing to support the channel. Now, let us gently continue with the next story in our peaceful series, The Secret Symbols of Alchemy. Long before chemistry took its place in the realm of modern science, there was alchemy, an ancient and mystical pursuit that combined elements of philosophy, spirituality, and proto-scientific experimentation. At its heart, alchemy was not only about transforming base metals into gold, but about the transformation of the self. Those who practiced it, alchemists cloaked in mystery and wisdom, believed that the outer world reflected the inner world. To transmute lead into gold was also to refine the soul, shedding the dross of ego and ignorance to reveal a purer self. The language of alchemy was never direct. Instead, it lived in symbols, curious, cryptic shapes and signs scribbled in dusty manuscripts, etched into metal, or painted onto delicate parchment. These symbols were not mere decoration. They served as coded knowledge, visible only to the initiated. And so, to understand alchemy, one had to learn not just the formulas and apparatuses, but the symbolic language that whispered its truths in silence. One of the most fundamental alchemical symbols was the circle, often representing wholeness, unity, or the infinite. It was used to signify the spirit, the cosmos, or even the philosopher's stone itself. The circle appeared in diagrams that mapped the stages of transformation, from blackening to whitening to reddening, as if the journey of the substance was a mirrored reflection of the journey of the soul. Sometimes the circle enclosed a triangle, which stood for the trinity of body, soul, and spirit. At other times, it held a square, symbolizing the four classical elements: earth, water, air, and fire, each corresponding to a stage in the alchemical process. When combined, these shapes told stories without words, like constellations for the inner self. The Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, was another powerful symbol. It illustrated the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The alchemists saw the Ouroboros as a representation of transformation without end, a process of continual refinement. In some manuscripts, it was drawn as a dragon, its jaws closed upon its tail, circling a sun or moon. This serpent was not feared. It was embraced, understood as a symbol of time, unity, and the alchemist's endless journey. Equally rich in meaning was the Hermetic seal, or the seal of Hermes. Often shown as a complex arrangement of intersecting shapes, this seal was said to protect sacred knowledge and to encode the hidden truth of nature. Hermes Trismegistus, the legendary figure from whom the term Hermetic is derived, was believed to be a synthesis of the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth. He was the patron of alchemists, a sage who whispered secrets of the stars and the spirit. His writings, collected in the Hermetic corpus, became foundational texts for Renaissance alchemists, and his symbols were often drawn as part of rituals to invoke wisdom or clarity. The sun and moon also held deep symbolic value. The sun, or soul, symbolized the masculine, the active principle, gold, and consciousness. The moon, or luna, represented the feminine, the receptive principle, silver, and the unconscious. Together, they danced across alchemical diagrams, not as opposites but as necessary complements. Their union was called the conjunctio, the sacred marriage, which represented the harmonization of all dualities. When Sol and Luna were brought together in the alchemical flask, known as the Athanor, it was said that transformation could begin in earnest. And within that flask, the philosopher's stone was imagined. Not always an actual stone, but rather a metaphor for the ultimate goal: perfection, enlightenment, wholeness. It was symbolized in many ways: a radiant red stone, a 5-petaled rose, a cube within a sphere, but always it pointed to the same truth, that through inner purification, one could come to understand the divine nature of reality. The alchemist's use of metals was also encoded with meaning. Lead, heavy and dark, represented Saturn and the starting point of transformation. Tin symbolized Jupiter, associated with expansion and knowledge. Iron, linked to Mars, carried the energy of struggle and war. Copper, connected to Venus, expressed beauty and love. Mercury, both a metal and a mythical figure, embodied fluidity and transformation. Silver, the metal of the moon, brought reflection and clarity. And finally, gold, the perfect metal, was the symbol of completion and incorruptibility. But these metals weren't just materials. They were mirrors of human character, emotional states, and stages of awakening. To the untrained eye, alchemy might have appeared as a curious blend of superstition and arcane art. But to those who studied its language patiently, who traced the lines of its symbols with reverence, a quiet wisdom began to emerge, a realization that alchemy was not about control, but about harmony, not about force, but about alignment. The secret symbols of alchemy were invitations, not instructions. They asked the seeker to slow down, to listen, to observe, to see in fire and water, in salt and sulfur, not only the workings of the physical world, but the echo of something deeper, a movement of the soul, a whisper of the eternal, encoded in signs that could only be understood by those who were willing to dream and to wake in equal measure. As one continued to peer deeper into the symbolic world of alchemy, it became increasingly clear that its language was not intended to be literal, but metaphoric, designed not for the hurried reader, but for the seeker of layered meanings. The alchemist, often portrayed as an old figure bent over a table of instruments, was in truth more of a philosopher than a chemist, more of a poet than a magician. To understand alchemical symbols was not to learn a set of scientific formulas, but to begin to see the world through a symbolic lens, in which everything, minerals, stars, animals, dreams, was connected through hidden correspondences. This web of associations was known as the doctrine of signatures, a belief that nature itself marked each thing with a symbol of its deeper truth. A walnut resembling the folds of the brain was thought to benefit the mind. A plant shaped like a liver was said to heal the liver. In alchemy, this idea extended further. Every color, shape, and element pointed beyond itself to a quality of the soul or a principle of the cosmos. And so, alchemists wrote in symbols not to obscure their meaning, but to protect it, to slow down the reader, to require meditation, and to offer truths that could only be grasped slowly, like a fog lifting over a quiet forest. One of the most fascinating symbols in this silent language was the 7-pointed star, or heptagram, which represented the 7 classical planets and their corresponding metals. Saturn was lead, the beginning of the journey, dark, dense, heavy. Jupiter, as tin, brought expansion and wisdom. Mars, with iron, symbolized courage and conflict. The sun, representing gold, stood at the center of the pattern, radiant and whole. Venus, with copper, reflected beauty and desire. Mercury, ever-shifting, linked to quicksilver and mental agility. And the moon, with silver, offered intuition and reflection. The alchemists did not simply memorize these correspondences. They meditated on them, aligning inner emotional states with celestial rhythms, attempting to live in harmony with the cycles of the universe. Another recurring image in alchemical texts was the tree, sometimes called the tree of the philosophers. Its roots extended into the underworld of base material, while its branches reached toward the divine. Each fruit on the symbolic tree represented a different outcome of the alchemical process, some sweet and golden, others bitter and incomplete. In some manuscripts, the tree was guarded by animals, a lion, a stag, a unicorn, each symbolizing a force within the self that must be tamed or understood. The lion, with its fierce golden mane, symbolized the power of sulfur and the fire of transformation. The stag, elusive and quick, represented the flighty nature of the spirit. The unicorn, pure and rare, pointed to the union of opposites, a creature both beast and myth, body and soul. Even the colors used in alchemical texts held specific meanings. Black, or negredo, signified the first stage, decomposition, death, and the breaking down of the old self. It was a time of shadow, where confusion and suffering revealed what no longer served the seeker. White, or albedo, marked purification, the cleansing of impurities, the dawning of clarity. Yellow, or citrine, appeared briefly, a herald of awakening and new understanding. And red, or rubedo, completed the cycle, symbolizing the union of spirit and matter, the birth of wisdom, and the realization of the great work. These colors did not just describe the physical changes in a substance during heating or distillation. They reflected inner states, emotional transitions, and the movement of consciousness through phases of growth. In this way, alchemy was both laboratory science and spiritual path. Many alchemical texts also featured mythical creatures as part of their symbolic system. The phoenix, who died in flames only to be reborn from its own ashes, represented the regenerative power of destruction. To an alchemist, failure was not the end of the process. It was part of it. The phoenix reminded the practitioner that after the darkest night comes the dawn, and that the soul, too, must burn away falsehoods to be reborn in clarity. The green lion was another curious figure, often seen devouring the sun in illustrations. It symbolized a raw, powerful force of nature, sometimes interpreted as vitriol or sulfuric acid, which could break down metals and bring hidden essences to the surface. But symbolically, the green lion spoke of raw instinct, the untamed energy within the self that, if properly directed, could fuel transformation. The sun it devoured was not destroyed, but digested, its light absorbed, its strength internalized. The act of devouring was not one of violence, but of integration. A lesser-known but equally intriguing symbol was the pelican, shown tearing open its own breast to feed its young. This symbol reflected the alchemist's willingness to sacrifice the ego, to give of oneself in service of a higher goal. It suggested that true transformation required vulnerability, surrender, and compassion. It echoed the idea that wisdom is not hoarded, but shared. The pelican was not just a bird. It was the image of the heart opened willingly, of love as a refining fire. As readers pored over these texts, often alone, by candlelight, they were not simply gathering information. They were participating in a slow, meditative tradition of symbolic thought. The alchemical symbols asked questions more than they gave answers. What is gold really? What do you wish to transmute? What impurities cloud your inner essence? In the stillness of the alchemist's chamber, surrounded by books, flasks, and quiet hope, the seeker would return again and again to these symbols, each time finding something new. A circle not noticed before, a creature given a different color, a line of text that only now revealed its meaning. In alchemy, as in life, understanding came slowly, not in bursts, but in ripples. And so the symbols remained, silent, patient, eternal, waiting for those who would one day look again. As we continue our quiet exploration of the secret symbols of alchemy, we begin to notice that many of these signs, drawn in fading ink or carved into old wood, carried layered meanings that shifted depending on the context, the phase of the alchemical work, or even the personal path of the one interpreting them. This ambiguity was not a flaw. It was, in fact, intentional. Alchemical wisdom was never designed to be understood in haste or explained in rigid terms. It asked instead for slow contemplation, for the kind of learning that sinks in gradually, like water seeping into dry earth. One of the most enduring symbolic forms in alchemy was the triangle. Pointed upward, it represented the element of fire, active, rising, purifying. When drawn downward, it symbolized water, receptive, descending, cleansing. Add a horizontal line through either, and the meanings shifted again. Fire became air, water became earth. These simple shapes conveyed not only the classical elements, but the eternal dance between energy and matter, between action and rest. The alchemist understood that these elements lived both outside in nature and inside in the psyche. To work with fire was to confront passion, anger, and transformation. To work with water was to engage with intuition, dreams, and the subconscious. These were not just external forces, but internal truths. Another powerful and mysterious symbol was that of Mercury, often shown as a two-horned circle topped with a small crescent, forming the shape we now associate with the planet Mercury. To alchemists, Mercury was far more than a metal. It was the spirit of transformation itself. It could unite opposites, dissolve rigid structures, and bring movement to what was stuck. Mercury was both solid and fluid, both masculine and feminine, both material and ethereal. It was the bridge between worlds, the messenger, the trickster. In many ways, the entire alchemical process depended on Mercury. Not just the substance, but the principle. Where Mercury flowed, change followed. It danced between polarities, teasing gold from lead, wisdom from confusion. Mercury symbolized the part of us that could move between sorrow and joy, between logic and intuition, between body and spirit. The dragon was another creature deeply embedded in alchemical lore, sometimes coiled beneath the flask, sometimes winged and fierce in illustrated margins. The dragon symbolized primal energy, unrefined potential, and the chaos that precedes order. In early texts, slaying the dragon was not about destruction, but about mastery, confronting the darkest parts of the self to unlock hidden strength. The dragon devoured and guarded the treasures of transformation. Its presence marked the beginning of the work, and its taming signaled that the alchemist had begun the true journey, not of turning metal into gold, but of turning the self into something whole. There were also more abstract symbols, like the Rebis, a dual-bodied figure with one male side and one female side, often standing upon the world or enclosed in a mandala, a pointed oval halo of light. The Rebis represented the ultimate union of opposites, the final stage of the great work. It embodied the harmony between conscious and unconscious, reason and emotion, spirit and matter. The Rebis was not simply a fusion, it was a transcendence, something new born from the tension between two forces. In psychological terms, it reflected individuation, the process by which a person integrates all aspects of the self and emerges whole. To reach the Rebis was to reach the Philosopher's Stone, and yet alchemy reminded us that the journey was never truly finished. Even as the Rebis smiled from the pages of ancient books, it whispered that new cycles always begin, that wholeness is a direction more than a destination. One of the most quietly profound symbols was the Vesica Piscis, formed by the intersection of two circles of equal size, creating an almond-shaped space in the middle. This space represented the meeting point between dualities, the overlapping of heaven and earth, spirit and body, light and shadow. In sacred geometry, this shape was used to symbolize birth, vision, and unity. Alchemists saw it as a kind of portal, a gateway through which transformation became possible. It was from within this sacred space that something new could be born, not through domination or erasure, but through union. The Vesica Piscis reminded the alchemist that truth often lived not in the extremes, but in the quiet space between them. The square and circle, when used together, also carried symbolic weight. Squaring the circle, an ancient geometric problem, became an alchemical metaphor for reconciling the finite with the infinite. The square stood for the physical, the earthly, the known. The circle represented the spiritual, the eternal, the unknown. To place one within the other was to seek balance between body and spirit. Some manuscripts showed a human figure standing inside both shapes, arms outstretched. a symbol of integration, of becoming both rooted and expansive. These drawings were not just diagrams, they were meditations. They asked the alchemist, and now us, to consider what it meant to be whole in a fragmented world. Through all these symbols, lines, animals, shapes, and stars, alchemy told its story, not through noise, but through stillness. It offered no quick answers, only slow invitations. The symbols did not shout, they lingered. They waited for the reader to return again and again, each time seeing something slightly new. Just like dreams, they spoke a language that could not be rushed, only felt. The more one studied alchemy, the more one understood that its true work was not external at all. The flames and flasks, the minerals and metals were mirrors, tools to see inside oneself more clearly. The great work was not about gold, it was about light. It was about truth. And the symbols, silent as they were, pointed the way. As the hours passed in the quiet laboratory, and as the flicker of the candlelight softened the hard edges of glass and stone, the alchemist continued to reflect upon the ancient symbols that lined the margins of vellum pages and the walls of secret chambers. These were not simply illustrations. They were companions, whispering truths too delicate to be spoken outright. Among the most enduring and enigmatic of these was the Ouroboros, a serpent or dragon shown eating its own tail. It is one of the oldest symbols in the history of humanity, stretching back through Egyptian and Greek traditions, and adopted wholeheartedly into the alchemical canon. The Ouroboros represented the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. It illustrated unity through destruction, the eternal return, and the idea that every end is also a beginning. It was not just a symbol of circularity, but of continuity, of permanence within impermanence. The alchemist would gaze upon the Ouroboros and be reminded that transformation is a loop, not a line, and that wholeness requires embracing one's own contradictions. Close beside the Ouroboros in many ancient texts was the Philosopher's Stone, not always drawn, but constantly alluded to. This was the ultimate goal of the alchemist's quest, though its nature remained elusive. Some described it as a red powder capable of turning base metals into gold. Others spoke of it as a crystalline substance that granted eternal life. But those who looked deeper understood it as a symbol of enlightenment, of perfected inner harmony. The stone was not made but uncovered. It was the part of the self that remained untouched by pain, purified through suffering, and made radiant by truth. The alchemist did not chase immortality in the literal sense, but sought instead the timeless clarity of knowing oneself. Alongside these symbols were the geometric patterns of sacred design, the tetractys, for instance, a triangle of 10 dots arranged in 4 rows, representing the divine order of the universe. To the untrained eye, it was simple, but to the alchemist, it represented the harmony of numbers. 1 stood for unity, 2 for polarity, 3 for harmony, and 4 for material manifestation. Together, they built the world. Each level of the triangle corresponded with a stage of alchemical transmutation, a phase in the journey from chaos to clarity. This pattern whispered that behind apparent disorder lay a deeper order, that nothing in nature was without rhythm or pattern. The labyrinth was another powerful symbol in alchemical tradition, appearing not just in physical form, but in the mind's eye. To walk a labyrinth was to trace a path that twisted and turned, that confused and delayed, yet always led to the center. The alchemist would study this symbol and understand that the journey to wisdom was not direct. It required patience, surrender, and the courage to face disorientation without panic. In the middle of the labyrinth, one found not treasure, but insight, and upon leaving, the same steps were taken outward, but with transformed vision. There was also the chalice, or cup, a vessel that held liquid, but also meaning. In alchemy, it represented the womb, receptivity, the divine feminine, and the container of transformation. When paired with the symbol of the spear or sword, representing the masculine principle, it hinted at sacred union. The merging of these two forces, not in conflict but in balance, brought about the true alchemical wedding, or coniunctio oppositorum, the union of opposites. This wedding was not of 2 people, but of inner forces. The chalice reminded the seeker to remain open, receptive to experience, capable of holding joy and sorrow alike without spilling. Alchemical texts also often depicted mirrors, both literal and symbolic. The mirror reflected what was real, but also what was hidden. It forced the viewer to confront the self. Not the image shown to the world, but the truth underneath. In alchemical terms, the mirror was both a tool and a test. Could the practitioner see clearly without distortion? Could they face what was uncomfortable and not look away? The mirror demanded honesty, and in that honesty, transformation began. Even light and shadow were used as symbols. Light was not merely illumination, but the force of understanding, of divine inspiration. Shadow, on the other hand, was not evil. It was mystery, the unknown, the part of the self yet to be understood. The alchemist learned to work with both. Without shadow, light became blinding. Without light, shadow became confusion. But when balanced, they formed contrast, and through that contrast, form appeared. One could not have shape without shadow. One could not know truth without first facing the unknown. The rose, a flower often overlooked in its simplicity, was revered in alchemy as a symbol of unfolding knowledge. Each petal, delicately layered upon the next, suggested stages of learning, moments of revelation. The center of the rose, tightly furled, held secrets only time could reveal, and the thorns were not flaws, but protectors of beauty. The rose told the alchemist that softness and strength were not opposites, they were companions. That vulnerability was not weakness, but a gate to deeper wisdom. And then there was salt, a mundane substance with extraordinary symbolic value. Salt preserved, purified, and healed. In the laboratory, it stabilized reactions and held form. In symbolism, it represented the fixed, the part of the soul that remained when all else dissolved. Unlike mercury, which flowed, or sulfur, which burned, salt stayed. It reminded the alchemist that even in the most fluid transformation, something stable must remain: a truth, a principle, an essence. As night deepened and the candle burned low, the alchemist would return to these symbols, not with urgency, but with reverence. Each was a key, but the door was different for everyone. Alchemy never claimed to offer quick answers. It offered symbols, gentle, ancient, patient symbols that invited the reader to slow down, to reflect, to turn inward. They said softly and without force, "Here is something old, something sacred. Do not rush. Let it speak to you in silence." In the quiet hours of the early morning, when the world outside the stone walls lay still and dreams drifted like mist across the minds of sleepers, the alchemist often found himself returning to the idea of color, not as decoration, but as symbol. In alchemy, colors spoke their own language. They were signs of transformation, of internal weather, of invisible processes made visible through hue and tone. The black phase, or nigredo, marked the beginning of the work. It was a time of dissolution, of letting go. It was often described as the death of the old self, the breaking down of illusions. In this phase, materials turned dark in the flask. But more importantly, the soul turned inward, confronting its shadows. Black was not a color of despair, but of initiation. It was a space of quiet, of inner reckoning. Only through blackness could the seeds of renewal take root. Following the black phase came white, or albedo, a time of purification. The chaos had settled. What remained began to shine. In ancient texts, this was described as the washing of ashes, the rising of the moon after the long night. The white phase represented clarity, a sense of peace, a reawakening of purpose. But it was delicate. It asked the alchemist to move gently, to honor what had been lost, and to prepare for what might come. Then came yellow, or citrinitas, a lesser-known phase, sometimes skipped in simplified descriptions, but essential in the deeper tradition. This was the dawning of wisdom, of subtle insight. The sun had not yet fully risen, but the horizon began to glow. In this phase, the mind became sharper, the heart more open. The alchemist experienced glimpses of gold, flashes of understanding, moments of harmony. Yellow was both promise and process. And finally, there was red, or rubido, the culmination, the work completed, the inner and outer worlds unified. In red, the philosopher's stone was said to appear. But again, this was not literal. It was the deep, quiet sense that something essential had been realized. The alchemist was not merely changed. They had become themselves. The colors, taken together, formed a cycle, not a ladder. One could move forward or circle back. One could rest in a phase for years. The colors whispered that transformation was not about speed, but depth. that each stage had its own beauty, its own necessity. And like the seasons, each would return again in time. Another potent symbol found throughout alchemical imagery was the tree, often depicted with roots reaching downward and branches stretching toward the sky. The alchemical tree stood for growth, integration, and the link between earth and heaven. Its roots were the unconscious, the inherited, the ancient. Its trunk was the body, the vessel of experience. Its branches were the mind, reaching for understanding. And its fruit, sometimes golden, sometimes fiery, represented the gifts of inner work. The tree reminded the alchemists to remain grounded, to nourish their foundation, even as they aspired to higher truths. It spoke of patience, of silent strength, of steady becoming. In some texts, the tree bore birds, symbols of the soul or of fleeting insight. The alchemist would watch as these birds came and went, trusting that what needed to land would return. In other images, the tree was struck by lightning, split by trials, yet continued to grow. The message was clear: true transformation includes rupture. And still, life continues. The egg too appeared often, sealed, glowing, sometimes suspended in air or resting atop flames. The egg represented potential, the hidden, the not yet born. It held the promise of the stone, not as a thing to be seized, but as something to be tended. Like any birth, the process could not be rushed. The shell protected until the moment was right. The alchemist would keep the egg warm, not with impatience, but with faith. When the time came, the shell would crack. Not with violence, but with inevitability, and from it something unknown would emerge. Sometimes that something was a bird, sometimes a child, sometimes a light. The egg taught the alchemist to trust the hidden, to believe in what they could not yet see. Another subtle symbol was the fountain, water flowing upward from a single source, often depicted with 3 or 4 streams. This image spoke to the renewal of spirit, the cleansing of thought, and the continuous flow of life through all things. The fountain was not still, but neither was it forceful. It offered a gentle current, a quiet rhythm. The water within did not deplete, it renewed itself. For the alchemist, the fountain served as a metaphor for the inner self. When aligned, it gave freely. When blocked, it asked to be tended. Water flowed where it was welcomed, not where it was forced. And so the fountain symbolized not ambition, but ease. Not striving, but surrender. All these symbols, colors, trees, eggs, fountains, formed a language that could not be fully translated, only experienced. They asked the seeker to move slowly, to sit with their meanings, to let them unfold over time. The alchemical texts, filled with these images, did not demand understanding. They offered companionship. They walked beside the reader, whispering, "You are not alone on this path. Others have walked it too. Others have doubted, struggled, transformed, and like them, you will find your way." As the candle burned low and the air in the study grew still, the alchemist closed the ancient manuscript and sat in silence, not with answers, but with presence, not with certainty, but with trust. And perhaps that was enough. In the stillness of the alchemist's chamber, where the flame burned low and shadows clung gently to the corners of the room, thought itself became a kind of ceremony. Time no longer followed the rigid march of seconds. It bent inward, folding around each reflection like pages turned slowly through memory. In this gentle rhythm, the alchemist often contemplated a symbol less discussed in popular tales, but revered among seekers: the hermaphrodite. This was not a literal figure, but a sacred image, representing the complete union of opposites. Male and female, sun and moon, fire and water, all residing in one harmonious body. The symbol was not about biology, but about wholeness. It reminded the alchemist that transformation did not mean choosing one side over another, but embracing both. Within each person lived dual forces, and only through their reconciliation could true wisdom arise. The hermaphrodite appeared crowned in some illustrations, signifying sovereignty, not over others, but over oneself. The inner king and queen did not compete. They ruled together, balanced and kind. Another sacred form was the dragon, depicted sometimes as fierce, other times as coiled and sleeping. It represented both danger and power, the raw primal energy that resided in the subconscious. In many early manuscripts, the dragon devoured itself or wrapped around treasure, but the alchemist knew the treasure was not separate from the beast. It was born from it. One could not slay the dragon without also killing the magic it guarded. Instead, the dragon had to be known, befriended, even honored. It symbolized the deep work, the facing of fear, desire, and rage. Only by acknowledging this creature within could one access the vitality it offered. The dragon was not an enemy, but a test. Alongside the dragon, there often appeared the lion, golden and fierce. It symbolized the fixed aspect of the soul, the unwavering fire of intention. The green lion, in particular, consumed the sun in many depictions, a confusing image at first glance. But to the alchemist, it made sense. The green lion was the substance that dissolved the old and released the essence within. The act of consumption was not destruction, it was revelation. What seemed like loss was, in truth, uncovering. In another corner of the symbolic world lay the 7 planetary metals, each corresponding not just to physical elements, but to stages of inner transformation. Gold aligned with the sun, symbolizing clarity, truth, and completion. Silver reflected the moon, intuition, receptivity, and reflection. Mercury, tied to quicksilver, was both metal and mind, fluid, changeable, the messenger between worlds. Copper stood with Venus, evoking beauty, desire, and balance. Iron belonged to Mars, forceful, decisive, courageous. Tin was Jupiter's domain, wisdom, expansion, justice. And lead rested under Saturn, the slowest of all, yet the most profound. It carried the weight of shadow, limitation, and ultimately, deep transformation. Each metal was not simply used in a furnace, it lived in the soul. The alchemists learned to read their own moods, not as flaws, but as phases. Anger was not just emotion, it was the call of iron. Silence was not absence, it was the pull of Saturn. Joy, bright and flickering, might belong to copper. And when balance was reached, when all these inner metals harmonized, the music they created was gold. The squaring of the circle was yet another symbol woven into alchemical thought. A geometric puzzle said to be impossible in mathematical terms, but essential in spiritual ones. It represented the union of earth and heaven, the grounding of spirit into form. The circle was eternity, perfection, the divine. The square was the material world, stable and measurable. To bring them together, to square the circle, meant to live fully human while remaining fully aware. It was not a problem to be solved with compass and rule, but a truth to be embodied. The alchemists did not demand the world make sense. They only asked it to speak. And through symbols, it did. Sometimes softly, sometimes in riddles, but always, if listened to with patience, it spoke. There was also the ladder, often seen with 7 or 12 rungs, reaching upward from the earth into the heavens. It was not a symbol of escape, but of process. Each step represented a lesson, a virtue, or a challenge. The alchemist knew not to leap upward too fast. One must understand each rung before moving to the next. Pride was not rewarded. Humility was. The ladder taught that height did not matter unless it was built on truth. Ascension without depth was fragile. And so, the climb was slow but sure. Each rung earned, each insight integrated. Near the close of the night, when the stars faded slightly and the first hints of blue crept into the eastern sky, the alchemist would sometimes turn to the circle with a point at its center. A simple mark, yet filled with meaning. It represented the sun, yes, but also consciousness. The point was the self. The circle was everything the self touched, the world it radiated. This symbol reminded the alchemist that clarity begins within. To illuminate the world, one must first find stillness at the center, not control, not domination, but presence. In the silent company of these symbols, the alchemists did not rush toward completion. For them, the work was not in the result, but in the rhythm. Each moment of recognition, each quiet breakthrough was a victory, not over the world, but within it. The quiet wisdom of the ancients continued to echo through the alchemical texts, layer by layer, symbol by symbol. In those fragile, handwritten pages bound by time and intent, the alchemist found not instructions but invitations, openings into deeper layers of thought, presence, and being. One such symbol, often overlooked by those seeking literal gold, was the Ouroboros, the serpent that devours its own tail. At first glance, it may seem paradoxical or even disturbing, a creature consuming itself in an endless loop. But for the alchemist, the Ouroboros was one of the most profound emblems of all. It spoke of cycles, of life and death, beginnings and endings, all folding into one. The snake was not destroying itself, it was sustaining itself. It represented eternal return, self-sufficiency, and the endless rhythm of renewal. It whispered the truth that what dies returns again, in another form, in another time. All things were part of one great turning. Closely related to this was the circle of the elements, a wheel depicting fire, water, air, and earth. Not merely materials to be mixed, these elements were seen as energies, principles that moved through all of nature and all of the self. Fire burned away illusion, but also warmed the soul. Water cleansed, but could also drown. Air uplifted, but could scatter. Earth gave stability, yet sometimes refused to yield. The alchemists did not choose one over the others. Instead, they learned to listen, to balance, to recognize which element was needed in which moment. Like a healer adjusting their touch, they responded to the inner landscape with quiet care. A lesser-known but equally rich symbol was the alchemical mirror. Not made of glass, but of polished truth. This mirror did not reflect the surface. It revealed what lay beneath. To look into the alchemical mirror was not an act of vanity, but of bravery. It showed the patterns hidden from view, the fears that wore masks, the hopes unspoken. The mirror did not judge, it simply revealed. And from that revelation came the opportunity to transform. In some illustrations, the mirror appeared cracked, not to signify brokenness, but to remind the seeker that clarity often comes through imperfection. A perfect surface hides nothing. A cracked mirror lets light through. The rose, blooming layer upon layer, also found its way into the alchemical garden. The rose was not merely a flower, it was a teaching. Each petal represented a stage, a question, a surrender. The outer petals could be touched by wind and rain, but the inner ones, tucked deep within, held fragrance and softness. To reach the center of the rose required patience. One could not force it open, and so it was with the self. The rose reminded the alchemist that beauty was not instant. It unfolded slowly, and each stage of bloom carried its own meaning. The labyrinth, too, wound its way through the pages of ancient texts. Unlike a maze, a labyrinth has no dead ends. It does not seek to confuse. It offers a single path, winding and inward, leading not outward but to the center. Walking the labyrinth was a meditation, a slow descent into presence. Each turn brought one closer to stillness, then back out again into the world. The alchemists saw the labyrinth as a mirror of their own journey. Progress was not linear. Insights came slowly, and sometimes the way forward first curved back. Another quietly powerful symbol was the veil. Thin, translucent, often fluttering between the known and unknown. The veil represented the limits of perception. It did not block, it softened. It reminded the seeker that some truths were not to be grasped, but glimpsed. Behind the veil lay mystery, not to be solved, but to be held with reverence. The alchemist approached these veils with humility. They did not rip them away. They waited until the wind stirred, until the veil lifted of its own accord. Forcing revelation never led to wisdom. Allowing it, however, did. The cup or chalice, often placed at the center of symbolic diagrams, held more than liquid. It held space. The cup was a vessel, but also a metaphor for the self. Empty, it could be filled. Cracked, it could still carry meaning. Overflowing, it could offer. The alchemist sought not to make the cup impressive, but open. The wider the cup, the more it could receive. And in giving, it became full again. In silence, the cup taught receptivity. In ritual, it taught offering. All of these symbols, from Ouroboros to chalice, were not meant to be mastered but befriended. They were doors, not destinations, keys, not cages. The alchemist knew that meaning did not come in a flash of light, but in the slow unfolding of insight, the deepening of awareness. One might sit with a single symbol for years and still not exhaust its truth. And that was the gift, not to conquer, but to continue. In the candle's gentle glow, the alchemist once again laid down the old parchment. Outside, the world turned quietly, stars faded. The owl gave way to morning birds, and within the stillness something softened. Not a grand revelation, not a sudden shift, just a breath, just a knowing. that the work would continue, and that was enough. In the final layers of alchemical thought, the symbols whispered deeper truths beneath their form. They were no longer just drawings or diagrams. They were living companions in the quiet work of self-reflection. One such symbol, often quietly illustrated in the margins, was the tree, not any particular tree, but the archetypal tree of life. With roots reaching deep into the underworld and branches stretching into the heavens, it stood as a reminder of the full spectrum of existence. The alchemist studied it not to map the stars or count the leaves, but to understand the connection between what was above and what was below. In its trunk was the present moment. In its branches, aspiration. In its roots, memory and depth. Some versions showed fruits hanging delicately, each one marked with a glyph, an idea, a step, a gift. To pluck the fruit was not to take, but to receive. And once received, it transformed the seeker. Beneath the tree, there often lay a stone, not a random pebble, but the lapis philosophorum, the philosopher's stone. More misunderstood than any other symbol, this stone was not a literal object. It was an inner state. It was the result of long effort, deep patience, and honest surrender. The stone was said to grant immortality, not in the sense of never dying, but in the sense of touching something timeless. To hold the stone was to become oneself entirely, not more, not less. To become whole. Many sought it outside, in mines or furnaces, but the alchemist looked within. The stone appeared only to those who no longer chased it. Another sacred emblem, less visual and more experiential, was salt. Ordinary, granular, and present at every table, salt in alchemy was sacred. It preserved, it purified, it grounded. In texts, it was described as the body of matter, the stabilizer of opposites. Without salt, transformation lacked form. It held things together, but it also stung. To be salted was to be awakened. The alchemist took salt seriously, not to overuse, not to waste. A single grain could teach humility, a pinch could preserve memory. Salt taught that even the smallest things, when noticed with reverence, held power. Alongside salt, the egg was another common symbol, sealed, round, and full of promise. The alchemical egg contained the entire work in miniature. It represented the vessel of transformation, the place where all ingredients came together and slowly matured. To break the egg prematurely was to lose the wisdom within. Patience was required. Warmth was required. Darkness was required. The egg reminded the alchemist that some things could not be rushed. That stillness was not absence. That gestation had its own rhythm. Within the egg was not only transformation, but potential. A rebirth not forced, but awaited. As night deepened and the alchemist studied longer, the stars on old parchment came to life, not as distant lights, but as markers of destiny and rhythm. Each star drawn in ink represented cycles, tides, and patterns, an acknowledgement that the world moved with quiet intelligence. The alchemists did not worship the stars, but they listened. They paid attention to timing, when to begin, when to wait, when to rest. The stars were not about prediction, they were about alignment. When action matched rhythm, even the smallest task became sacred. Another symbol that found its way into the alchemist's vision was the anvil. Heavy, unmoving, and simple. The anvil did not shine or mystify, but upon it, transformations were shaped. The anvil represented endurance, repetition, the steady foundation upon which all change was made. It reminded the alchemist that flashes of insight were only one part of the work. The rest came in the form of quiet effort. Hammer, pause, adjust, begin again. No one praised the anvil, but without it, nothing held. In the final chapters of the alchemical texts, there often appeared a strange but beautiful symbol, the two birds. One soared skyward, wings wide and eyes fixed on the infinite. The other stayed close to the ground, pecking at seeds and soil. The first bird represented spirit, freedom, flight, the longing to transcend. The second bird represented soul, presence, grounding, the love of the earth. The alchemists did not choose between them. They learned to listen to both, to honor the pull of the stars and the call of the soil. When the birds moved in harmony, the sky and ground met within the self. The final image, subtle yet complete, was the circle within the square, enclosed in a triangle, embraced by a sphere, a mystery, a meditation, a reminder that no matter how many symbols one explored, no matter how many texts one read, the heart of the work remained simple: to return to stillness, to see clearly, to live gently. The alchemist closed the book, not with a sense of ending, but with quiet gratitude. The symbols were not finished. They would continue to unfold, to speak in dreams, in conversations, in moments of silence. They were not locked in history. They were alive. And so, the work continued, not as a task, but as a path, not as a burden, but as a blessing. Alchemy faded from the laboratories of history, but its quiet wisdom echoed in modern thought. Though the age of crucibles and cloaked manuscripts may have passed, its essence remained, subtly woven into psychology, spirituality, art, and the ways we speak of transformation today. The modern world may not seek to transmute lead into gold, yet people continue to long for interchange, healing, and meaning. And so the language of alchemy lives on, in unexpected corners. One such echo is found in the realm of Carl Jung, the Swiss psychiatrist who saw alchemy not as a primitive science, but as a symbolic map of the human psyche. Jung studied ancient texts not to recreate elixirs, but to understand the architecture of the soul. He believed the processes described by alchemists, calcination, dissolution, separation, conjunction, mirrored the inner experiences of individuals undergoing profound psychological growth. The negredo, or blackening, symbolized the breakdown of ego, a necessary disintegration before clarity could arise. The albedo, or whitening, represented insight and purification, and the rubedo, or reddening, marked integration, a rebirth of the self into wholeness. Jung taught that the alchemist's furnace was the human heart, and the gold was the realization of one's true self. In literature, too, alchemy found quiet resurrection. The journey of the hero often follows an alchemical path, leaving the known world, entering the abyss, facing trials, emerging transformed. From Dante's descent into the Inferno to modern fantasy novels filled with hidden relics and symbolic quests, the spirit of the alchemist persists. Each story of growth, of death and rebirth, of shadow and illumination, retells the ancient myths written in gold ink on parchment now lost. In art, the symbolic language of alchemy returned in surrealism, in sacred geometry, in installations and meditations on the self. Circles, spirals, elements, and transformation themes appear again and again, not as references, but as expressions of something remembered. The artist became the new alchemist, turning pain into beauty, disorder into harmony, and chaos into creation. And in the quiet world of modern spirituality, the alchemical symbols reappeared, now filtered through mindfulness, intention, and energy work. People spoke of balancing elements not just outside, but within, grounding in earth, flowing like water, burning with fire, and thinking with clarity like air. They lit candles to honor transformation. They used salt baths to cleanse. They wore pendants shaped like ancient glyphs, not always knowing their origin, but sensing their quiet strength. Even in science, strange parallels emerged, not of philosophy, but of metaphor. The idea that energy cannot be destroyed, only changed in form, felt alchemic in spirit. That matter was not solid, but vibrating waves. Was that not a modern echo of the Hermetic belief that all is vibration? The search for the building blocks of the universe, the invisible particles, the patterns beneath patterns, mirrored the old quest for the prima materia, the origin of all. Though scientists would never call themselves alchemists, some walked unknowingly in their shadow, and in the quiet of everyday life, the alchemist's path lived on in the way people learned to sit with uncertainty, to endure discomfort, to transmute pain into understanding. A breakup became a furnace, a loss became a dissolution, and slowly something new formed in its place. The alchemy of emotion, of memory, of letting go and beginning again. People sought not gold, but peace, not eternal life, but meaningful moments, not transformation of matter, but of perspective. The words may have changed, but the desire had not. Even in language, the traces endured. We still speak of distilling truth, of burning away the false, of someone being the salt of the earth, of ideas crystallizing. We say people shine like gold. These phrases are not accidents, they are remnants, fragments of a time when language was both poetic and precise, when words carried both weight and wing. And perhaps the final echo of alchemy is this: The idea that nothing is wasted, that every stage of life, no matter how dark or confusing, serves a purpose in the greater unfolding. That what feels like ruin may in fact be preparation. That healing is not linear, but cyclical. That symbols, like people, reveal themselves in layers. And so the ancient art, quiet and slow, continued. Not in laboratories, but in hearts. Not in hidden texts, but in open lives. And every time someone chose kindness over anger, patience over haste, stillness over reaction, they walked the path of the alchemist once more. In the final reflections of alchemy, silence held as much meaning as any symbol or scroll. The ancient texts often ended not with conclusions, but with ellipses, an unfinished sentence, a final symbol unaccompanied by explanation, a blank page inviting contemplation. This was intentional. Alchemy was never about final answers. It was about living the questions. The last pages of a master's notebook might contain only a simple circle, drawn with care. No title, no annotation, just the circle. To the untrained eye, it seemed like nothing, but to the one who had walked the long path, who had failed and tried again, who had wrestled with darkness and glimpsed truth, it meant everything. The circle was totality, unity, return. In its endless loop, it held both completion and continuation. One of the final metaphors, often whispered in alchemical circles, was the marriage of opposites. Not a literal marriage, of course, but the symbolic union of dualities, sun and moon, sulfur and mercury, male and female, light and shadow. It represented the moment when the seeker stopped resisting contradiction and began to embrace paradox. When the mind softened, when the heart opened, when complexity was no longer feared but welcomed. In this sacred union, the alchemist did not erase difference, but harmonized it. This was the true gold, the moment when internal conflict ceased, not because it was resolved, but because it was understood. This mystical marriage appeared in art as the Rebis, a being with two heads and one body standing upon the earth, holding the compass and the square, balanced, awake, whole. And yet the alchemists did not boast, did not shout, did not build temples. They returned to their garden. They cared for the soil, they shared a story by firelight. They watched the stars without needing to name them. They had walked through fire, and now they simply wanted to tend to the ordinary with extraordinary presence. The final legacy of the alchemist was not knowledge, but attention. Attention to breath, to moment, to the way the wind moved the leaves, to the way grief visited quietly, unannounced, and left just as silently. The alchemist knew that to notice was to participate, that the sacred did not require incense or chanting, it required sincerity. And so the symbols lived on, not in books or amulets, but in the way someone held a door for a stranger, or forgave an old hurt, or lit a candle not for magic, but for memory. The true alchemist had no need to explain. Their life became the explanation, a quiet presence that rippled outwards, unnoticed, like warmth from a hidden ember. In many traditions, it is said that the greatest teachings are never spoken, they are lived. The alchemist seems to understand this long before it was written. Their final message, though unspoken, can be felt even now, in the silence between sentences, in the breath before sleep, in the pause between thoughts. If one listens closely, it is there, a gentle reminder. That transformation is possible, that darkness is part of the process, that gold cannot be rushed, that every crack is part of the design, and that wholeness does not mean perfection, but acceptance. In the quiet hours of the night, as the world softens and thoughts drift like clouds, one can feel the presence of these ancient seekers, not as ghosts, but as companions, not as masters, but as mirrors. They whisper not answers, but questions. Who are you when no one is looking? What do you carry that no longer serves? What might grow if you let something go? The alchemical work was never separate from life. It was life, lived fully, observed deeply, embraced gently. And so, as this exploration of symbols draws to its final word, the invitation remains open to become your own alchemist, to watch your own reactions, your own seasons, your own symbols, not to fix or rush, but to witness, to transmute not lead into gold, but fear into trust, pain into meaning, and isolation into connection. The philosopher's stone may never sit on your shelf, but it may live in your heart, quiet and steady, guiding you home. And with that, the last page is turned, not with a grand ending, but with a gentle exhale. The symbols fade into silence, and the silence, in turn, reveals the truest gold of all, presence. Thank you for watching this video. May your new day begin with good health, and may luck gently find you the moment you wake. Good night, and see you again in tomorrow night's sleep.